I have some big news. Oh, Max, this is Duke. He's going to be your brother.
Chloe, I got a bad situation. Katie brought home a psychopath from the pound. I don't even have a bed now. I'm sleeping on the floor, like a dog. Duke is just ruining our lives. He's ruining, it's an emergency.
Aw, you little cutie pie.
Hey, Max.
I'm headed
What's going on here?
Mind your own business. Oh my gosh, what happened to you? Wait! Help!
Did you hear that?
Butterfly!
Max is missing. We've got to find him.
Katie's gonna be worried sick. We had a great thing going. I blame myself.
Yeah, me too. I blame you a lot.
We'll bust the both of you out of here, but from now on, you work for me.
Advantage me! Uh-oh. Just ignore what just happened, okay? This is my city. I'll find you a friend. We gotta take the secret route.
Okay, the secret route was death.
We can find our way home. We are descended from the mighty wolf. We have raw primal instincts.
Hi, how are you?
That are moments away from leading us home. Is it home that way? Seriously?
The secret life of pets.
Be a good boy, Leonard.
Get ready for the biggest sporting event of the year. Get ready for the games, because we're making it easy to bolt to Brazil. Get your hands on Telkom's fiber now, and you could win one of 10 all-inclusive double tickets to witness thrilling speeds in action. Stream and download content at record speed day and night for under $700 a month. Get it today. The next generation of fast is here. Telkom, proud sponsor of Speed.
In war, I am the architect of my destiny. In war, I am the instrument of my fate. I am precise. I am driven. I am a fanatic. In war, I am neither your neighbor nor your friend. I am your ally, or I am your enemy. And once the trenches have been filled, the fog has cleared, and the rumble of warfare has turned to whispers. I will be here, risen above the rest. And you will know me by my rightful name, for I shall be victorious.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this, the final day of the Telkom DGL Masters Dota 2 event here at the xKore headquarters in Johannesburg. I am Richard Demonic Sherberg, and what a game we are going to have to start off the day. We are down to just 3 teams in the competition, Bravado Gaming securing their spot in the final last night with a convincing victory against Carbon. Now it's up to one of the 2 remaining teams in the second semi-final to see who's going to get that spot to take on Bravado Emotion. And we have 2 excellent teams that are both very well prepared. The first of which is going to be Aperture Gaming.
They are driven to succeed, not only at the highest competitive level, but to redefine the gaming world with their core values of professionalism and respect. Formed at the end of 2013, they took first place in Battlefield in the 2014 DGC and secured their place in the DLG Premier Division. They have both demolished their rivals in the gaming arena and empowered new and inexperienced teams in the local gaming community. They are resolute, focused, formidable. This is clan leader Turnus Alpha Renji Low, and they are Aperture Gaming.
And their competitors, who are probably the favorites to win this matchup, having recently almost defeated Bravado Emotion, it's going to be White Rabbit Gaming.
From a casual MMORPG to a clan with over 100 members, their objective in the arena remains singular: to seek, engage, and destroy. Since their competitive start in 2012, in StarCraft 2 and Dota 2, they've upped the ante and charged through all challenges, with successful divisions in League of Legends, Counter-Strike, Hearthstone, and Heroes of the Storm. Their vision? To be a top 3 competitive clan in all titles, while continuing to reshape the landscape of local gaming. This is clan leader Alvain Switch Banter, and they are White Rabbit Gaming.
And those are our two teams playing in the final semi-final for a prize pool of 100,000 Rand here at the Telkom DGL Masters. A reminder for you, those in Cape Town today, if you have nothing else to do and want to go watch some excellent Dota a little bit later today, Cavendish will be showing our final starting at 2 p.m. So if you're in Cape Town and the weather is terrible, as I believe it is, make sure to find some warmth, come to xKore and Cavendish and check it out. But from me, that's going to be enough from me for the moment as I hand you over to the panel of experts. Devin, take it away.
Thank you, Richard, and welcome back to everyone for another fantastic game of the Telkom DGL Masters here at the spektrem Theatres in Johannesburg, and of course, later on today, available to all the Cape Townians in the Cavendish Square Theatres as well. So, going to be quite an exceptional day, and I'm very excited to be here. But I'm not alone. I do have the best in the business, Prophecy, and good old Gareth Woods, otherwise known as Lord Rochford. Welcome to the panel, guys. How are you feeling?
You. Yeah, feeling good. Looking forward to some really kick-ass Dota.
Bit of a chilly morning, but I think the Dota's going to warm us up.
Yeah. I mean, APG versus WG, first thing up this morning, obviously going to be quite an exciting affair. Do you guys have any predictions yourself how it's going to go?
Look, it's been difficult because every game the guys have played so far have been 2-0s, so haven't really come up against any real stiff competition yet. So I think this will be the first one where I don't think we're going to see a 2-0 from either side. I think this might be our first 2-1.
Yeah, quite likely. The thing is, I haven't actually seen a lot of Aperture versus White Rabbit. We've seen a lot of White Rabbit versus BVD and BVD versus APG, but I haven't seen a lot of these two teams against one another. I know that in the first leg, the side of White Rabbit did win in the head-to-head there, so I mean, that is also online, so we'll have to see. White Rabbit and Aperture have both been scrimming a lot this week to try and prepare, so maybe Aperture's got something new up their sleeve for White Rabbit, but I think the betting odds would most likely be on White Rabbit Gaming for this game.
I think what's interesting as well is that because of the way the tournament's structured, they might have planned or known that this was likely to be their opponents. Because it's not like there's double eliminations, you drop into lower brackets. You pretty much knew that your road to the finals was going to be, meeting these guys in the semi-finals. So they were both very vocal on social media about the fact that they've been boot camping a lot. We've seen the pictures, we've seen all that sort of stuff about them boot camping, that between catching Pokemon at 3 o'clock at night.
That's Aperture.
Okay,
I don't know White Rabbit's going to really be into that
Fair enough, but the fact is they probably have planned for this matchup knowing that it's going to happen, and so we're likely to see something special.
So let's go there for a second. I mean, you made some light about Aperture, and they have a very jovial demeanor towards the games, whatnot, and it certainly works for them. They get quite high up into the rankings. But we've seen in the past when they come up against like really tough competition. We saw against Bravado recently as well. They tend to almost, I wouldn't say tilt the right word. It's almost like they intentionally tilt. It's almost like, okay, we got the guys. So instead
time to tilt,
it's like instead of trying to win via strategy or whatnot, it's almost like we're going to pick some fun heroes now, and we're going to go. In fact, I remember the quote was, "We're going to go out with a bang," right?
Yeah. And you're talking about Pudge supports.
Talking about Pudge supports, and of course it wasn't a bang; it was a bit of a whimper. But it's not Phalanx's fault at all. It's everybody else. It's all of you teammates who felt that standing in front of a Pudge was okay. And as a Pudge player, another thing that I'm sure Prof will give me a hard time for, I got to say that teammates who don't, just they stand in your way, you're chasing this hero, and it could just die so easily. And you're like, there's only one channel from front. This is a straight hook, and that I just have these Ricky flashbacks. It's always a Ricky, and he's in Viz, and he's standing there, just go away. So I totally blame everybody else in APG. But do you think that at this point in this sort of tournament, that APG will have a similar sort of mindset where it's like legitimately now we know that Bob is actually really keen on running the center wall runner support.
Okay.
Do you think we might actually see something like that?
I thought you convinced him to run the Viper support because you threatened to.
I think he just felt sorry for me.
You threatened to arm wrestle him.
I think a lot of people would feel sorry for you if you were coming up with ideas like, it's that picture of the little dog where it's like it says something and then it's like, but it's like it's just stupid.
I was going to go with adorable.
Unfortunately,
I'm like a big fluffy teddy bear. I'm very cuddly. I am very cuddly, sir. Gareth
I wouldn't
knows.
know.
Gareth knows.
Let's just say we don't know.
But if you were to know, on a scale of 1 to 10, how
somewhere
cuddly?
in the middle. What? Where did this cast go?
Well, I mean, it sort of went on a tangent. Rather.
I think it started a parallel line here.
Yeah, we're in an alternate universe or something here. We're alternate universe where we're discussing his fluffiness on the panel and support Vipers.
Yeah.
This is a great world we live in.
No, it's not.
It really is a fantastic
really isn't.
I can imagine there are people in the stream just thinking like, firstly, Halbert's right. Viper is certainly something that's quite exceptional. As a support, Iron Talon in the jungle.
Is it because the model is one of the most attractive models in Dota? Certainly one of the best animated, really just...
I really do think that Valve put extra effort into the
people
Viper
were voting
model.
for it to change. I'm glad Void won because Viper is just perfect.
Yeah, I mean, and you can really notice the Void change as well.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've ever seen the old Void...
He did go to gym, let's be real now.
Yeah,
Void went to the gym. He really cut his abs pretty well.
And he's got tribal tattoos.
You know what he's like? He's like that blind man. I mean, he had to be in the
from that scary movie.
Yeah, it's like
from Don't Breathe.
What?
Now we have to play that clip so people know what the hell you were talking about.
Do we really want to? I mean, last time, you guys went there, but the terror and whatnot. And Odu's not here yet, so there's no one to protect us from that man.
Well, I think Gareth and I can handle that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's also daytime, so we're fine.
Right,
we watched it last time at night.
I tell you what, if you want to brave it, morning stuff like this, but hey, your funeral. Take it away, guys, with the trailer for Don't Breathe.
Your lips look sore. That's how you're making your cash out there?
What do you say you and I move away from Mom together? It's a promise.
You're leaving?
Yeah, as soon as I have the money.
When are you coming back?
Never.
Yo, I got our ticket out of here. Rumor is this guy is sitting on at least 300K. Boom!
That's our guy.
Wait, is he blind?
We messed up to rob a blind guy, isn't it?
Just because he's blind don't mean he's insane, bro.
Guys, money's probably in there.
Who's there?
Stay right there.
How many of you are there?
Just me, man, all right? Just let me go, please.
Okay, I swear to God. See what I see.
Welcome back,
You're
guys.
hitting my hand.
Really? Is that how we? Is that how
You
the
didn't have to
starts
squeeze
off?
so tight. That's what I'm saying.
Sorry, dude. It just the dude gets to me, and like I said, there's no Odie to look after us right now. But you know what happened there, right? I mean, he was in that epic battle
at the end of Avatar.
At the end of Avatar,
dude, yeah.
Yeah, he was in an epic battle, injured. Obviously, was blinded by the event, and now he's just taking out that frustration. The
so
fact
they
that
shipped him from Pandora back to
Yeah. Well, he had all that
2000s America, so that he
They
could
had
kill
all
some
that
kids.
unobtainium, which is a really well-named resource.
and I think it was generally upset since he was effectively just in space dances with wolves.
Yeah,
that is
I
true.
thought it was Space Pocahontas.
You know, I literally was. It's your fault. It's your fault because I've said this so many times. It's basically space Pocahontas. Like, you know, these foreign explorers come through, you become one with the native culture and whatnot. It was like, no, it's Dances with Wolves.
It's the same thing.
No. Technically, it is Dances with Wolves because in Pocahontas.
You were about to say Pokemon, weren't you?
No,
In Pokemon?
no.
In Pokemon?
But Pocahontas joins like the invaders, whereas in Dances with Wolves, the guy joins like the Indians and fights for them.
Really? Does Pocahontas join the invaders?
I don't remember that part either.
Well, she gets married to whatever that John
Probably
Smith
John
guy,
Smith.
and then she like sails away with him.
Really?
Jon Snow.
Okay,
But I
sorry,
mean,
we've been corrected by our production
Shows
team.
my Disney knowledge.
You know nothing, Devin Albert Rigotti.
Well, something I do know a little bit about though.
Don't
Not
say
really.
Dota.
No, don't be ridiculous. I was going to say Pokemon.
Okay.
But
Have you caught them all?
I have not caught them all.
Okay. We're talking about Pokemon, not STDs, right?
No, certainly none of those.
Okay.
But I do have quite a high level Charizard on like the old Nintendo 3DS game.
Oh, cool.
It was one of those.
I don't think anybody cares.
You know, that's the thing, right? Just like arbitrary tangents is, if you are friends with Random Hero, former captain of Bravado, actually, so that's how I'm making this relevant. What he likes to do is he will come up to you with a great idea, like, hey man, let's buy Pokemon on the Nintendo 3DS, and you spend like $2,000 getting yourself kitted out, and then like a week later he's like, I don't really feel like it actually, and then you're sitting there alone like Nintendo DS in hand, just thinking.
I can't believe you'd bring up the story when you convinced him to buy Elder Scrolls Online and then never play with him.
He never plays with me. I mean, that's how it really is.
That's because I'm salty at the cost of it.
You made him buy it a day before the Steam sale.
Do you want to give us a quick rundown of your ESO experiences? How much you've enjoyed it?
It's not as good as Skyrim. But then again, he wouldn't know because he's never played Skyrim, guys. He's
That's
like, he
not
dabbled in
true.
it for 10 hours and he's like, it's not my type of game.
So have I not played Skyrim?
10 hours is not Skyrim.
Yeah, 10 hours is not Skyrim.
10 hours is like the tutorial.
Did
to
I
learn what
log
else is.
in and complete that first little thing where you see dragons flying over and whatnot? Was that completed by me?
I think the credits are still rolling while that happens.
Yeah, that is
like
true.
The intro credits. You haven't even designed
it's like
your character
those
yet.
Star Wars sort of intro style
Pretty
things,
much,
like sort
yeah.
of giving you all the history.
10 hours for most people is barely designing your character.
Oh yeah, pretty much. I mean, especially you know, the fairer sex as well. But yeah, so I think the teams are starting to get ready up. So
Yeah,
we're going to.
I need to join the lobby. It seems.
Yeah.
Can you type in the password there?
I can.
Don't tell everyone what it is.
So it's actually for those of you who are interested,
Pokemon
the
Go.
password is Halberd has the finest beard on this show. 123.
Yeah, passwords are always made up.
Yeah, well, I mean, they can be pretty entertaining. I remember that there was once, I can't remember exactly who it was that posted, probably Empire Twitter.
Yeah.
That guy's pretty much the best person on social media. And there was some fairly entertaining passwords.
You make your password invalid, the word invalid. Then when you type it, you go, password is invalid. You're like, thanks for the reminder. Easy.
All right, so it looks like we are ready to go. So we
Sweet.
are going to launch into the game.
Are you just? That's my time to say goodbye.
But we don't want to say goodbye to you yet.
Yes, we do.
We'd rather just kick you off unannounced. Like, Halberd is no longer... Halberd is an ass, and we will not be working
just
with him
unplug
again.
his mic over here if you want.
Yeah, that also works.
Feel the love, guys. And yeah, fortunately this is the morning show, so hopefully there won't be as many viewers watching me get slammed, yeah? But revenge will be sweet, I promise you. But on that note, guys, thanks very much for bearing with our nonsense and tomfoolery. Please enjoy the Dota. I hope you guys are all going to stick through us with what is going to be an excellent game. Prophecy and Lord Rochford, take away, guys. Best of luck.
Thank you. Right, we are pretty much live into the draft. So WRG versus Aperture Gaming. I mean, in terms of the games we saw in the quarterfinals, chatting to the guys from White Rabbit Gaming, they couldn't really believe that Invoker got through both times.
Yeah, it was very, very surprising. We were speaking to the guys from Veneration afterwards, and they just didn't want something that could snowball on them. I mean, as we know, that White Rabbit was capable of snowballing pretty hard against BVD, and it was really just BVD's ability to team fight in the mid to late game that actually kept them going for those 50-minute games 2 weeks ago. So White Rabbit Gaming certainly is capable of snowballing. They just tend to do it a lot less rarely than someone like
we did
BVD.
say as well that they were quite respectful of their opponents, particularly in the first game. The second game was a bit of a romp. They kind of just rolled through without much resistance. But I think that first game, I think they know what's at stake. You lose the first game against an opponent that you're not expected to, and all of a sudden that momentum is stacked against you. And you don't want to have to, risk, if you lose one more game, you're out. I think when you're expected to kind of be a finalist. So I think, once again, they sized them up in the first game, realized, okay, cool, we know their strength, we know our strength, because I don't suppose they get to play each other very often, except for a couple of DGL games, because it's not like they're often meeting up in the finals of tournaments, when they play against Veneration.
It does somehow happen that Aperture usually plays Pulse Gaming in the group stages. I think they had something like four tournaments in a row where they ended up playing Pulse, and then they usually get matched up against BVD in the knockouts. So Aperture, as good a team as they are, I mean, they came third in the leg one. They just never seem to be able to play White Rabbit Gaming. So it's a matchup we see very, very rarely. Interesting bans coming out. White Rabbit obviously pretty scared of the ACG Timbersaw. Removing the Drow Ranger, we've seen a lot of teams placing a high premium on that, even at the pro level this week, or these past weeks. Dom's getting his Starkseer removed, and Invoker being picked up here. So
how do you count Castaway getting the Invoker?
Well,
you pick it.
Yeah, I mean, ACG is not too bad of an Invoker himself. This does, of course, allow both the Faceless Void to come out as well as the Elder Titan. So Faceless Void is a Chidawi special. Elder Titan is not too bad of a hero himself. Usually played, if I remember correctly, by Santo. And Aperture will actually grab themselves a Shadow Demon. So two heroes that have shown quite a propensity to cause a rather large amount of problems for the teams they're up against.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Shadow Demon's seen an almost resurgence of popularity.
Yeah, first picks these days.
Yeah, despite the fact having not had a direct kind of buff. I think it's just the way the meta shifted that, not only his offensive capabilities in terms of, creating illusions and all that, but his ability to set up stuns with the disruption. And obviously, I mean, the disruption being used in a great effect to save kind of core heroes.
And particularly because most of the usual defensive sports like the Dazzle and the Oracle, they can actually be killed off by axes.
Yeah.
So, Shadow Demon removes him essentially from the game, even though he can still take certain instances of damage. But Axe has no method of actually killing the person inside the disruption. It's also a great offensive spell, which isn't the case with both the Oracle ulti and the Dazzle Grave. So, Shadow Demon, very, very good all around. And he can do obscene amounts of damage to BKB cores as well.
Yes.
Just slow them down, waste their BKB timings.
It's unfortunate that he has one of the, I would say, strongest aghanims in the game, but yet it's never seen as a core item on him.
No, I suppose Shadow Demon, while he can farm quickly, it's just like there's other heroes that are slightly more important.
Deserve the farm a lot more, yeah.
Well, we're going to be seeing another ban on the Beastmaster there. So, unfortunately, poor old Demonic will be quite upset. He's yet to see a Beastmaster which he believes is incredibly powerful.
It's a strong hero. I mean, we've chatted before about when we analysed APG's previous drafts. They're very strong at maintaining a vision game.
Yeah.
And it's a hero that kind of makes that easy for you. You basically got a flying ward whenever you want it that's invisible. You've got the boars that help a lot. And then, I mean, once you pick up the Necro books, really your ability to just move around the map helps out a heck of a lot. Also, I mean, we've seen, they saw the ban out there of the Tinker. That's one of those things where, I suppose, I think, it is exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, Tinker is pretty strong. It's not that it's a weak hero or anything, and Cosby's just beyond amazing at it, but you certainly don't want him to get it. It is one of his special heroes. He's got a pretty deep pool, though, 4 or 5 minimum heroes that he's fairly solid on, to say the least. We're going to get a Slaughter out, so that is almost certainly the Dom's hero there. And it's a hero that I like from White Rabbit Gaming. Dom's often does well when He can jump in and set up fights for his team. It does tend to take a little bit more farmed as Doms than is usual for some offlaners, but White Rabbit Gaming works around that. They often run dual lanes, helping him out there in the early stages so that he does get ahead. And we saw yesterday, particularly on his Darks here, I mean, he was helping Chidawi out there with some very, very big wall vac combos to actually make
people into chronos, throwing people into EMPs.
No, it was.
But unfortunately, first band, pretty much a signature hero for him. So that was obviously the first bands.
I mean, I suppose again, like you were saying at the beginning of the tournament, is that a lot of the teams are banning what their opponents can play rather than what's like super strong. And we can actually see, the Ricky is one of Santo's primary heroes. He does obviously have a couple of others in his wheelhouse, but the Ricky is, I think, at the moment probably his signature hero on this patch. He's very much the roaming support. And we'll see if he's. I can't remember if he's the Elder Titan player for the team. I believe he is, but I could be incorrect.
Yeah, I'm not 100% certain, to be honest. What is interesting is it feels like White Rabbit Gaming are perhaps revealing their hand a little bit more. So obviously they've had 3 picks versus the 2 of APG, but Invoker and Shadow Demon don't really reveal much in terms of where you're going. I mean, there could be a roaming Shadow Demon in terms of picking up kills mid and then rotating back to bottom, or it could be a kind of lane support type hero, and you're really trying to protect a bit of a Raser who's going to sit and try and get as much farm as possible. But as we know, Invoker, one of the reasons why he's often picked up first is because you can play him so many different ways. I mean, it's a heavy team fight kind of composition that White Rabbit Gaming going back so far, and you might think that to cost Wex then kind of Invoker style, more of a team fight disruption type Invoker rather than that kind of raw damage output exhort Invoker.
Okay, well, Death Prophet does come out, so that's a decent hero against the Invoker to start off with. And we have seen White Rabbit Gaming do this. If the Invoker's available, they usually pick it up first. If it's not, they generally will wait later into the draft so that it's less easily counted. They want to try and give Castaway that bit of protection. Aperture Gaming are, again, taking a page out of BVD and actually White Rabbit Gaming's book.
Let's be honest as to who wrote the book first and then who renewed their subscription to it.
Yeah, now this is almost the exact same draft that BVD ran last night, which was almost an exact carbon copy of the White Rabbit Gaming draft that White Rabbit Gaming
100%
ran against them a couple of weeks ago. Now, that draft had a Darkseer in it. We don't have one this game.
Yeah.
But we do have the Axe, the Ogre Magi, and the Shadow Demon. So, I mean, those 3 could, in theory, run an aggro tri-lane. Aggro tri-lanes aren't the strongest at the moment. And it is a bit of a worry. Do you really want to give Doms that kind of 1v1 matchup? You haven't obviously picked your hero yet for Adderstam. Okay, never mind. Instant pick on the Sven. So, Slaughter versus Sven is a lane that Slaughter won't be terribly scared of if they do run a 1v1 matchup. The one thing, though, is that it does kind of allow Aperture Gaming to threaten an aggro try while also having the option on a defensive try lane or even dual lanes with these heroes. Shadow Demon is a fantastic setup for the Sven. Ogre Magi can work with the Sven as well. Both of them work well with the Axe. And the Oracle comes out. That's interesting since Axe doesn't really care about the Oracle ulti.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about the defensive capabilities of the Oracle kind of Shadow Demon and Dazzle, and saying how that perhaps Shadow Demon being the kind of preferred one at the moment in terms of the way things are going. But Oracle's still a very, very strong hero, high skill capped hero, and perhaps the reason we don't see it that often, is the fact that the skill cap on it is quite high. But we do know that these guys have been boot camping a lot over the last couple of weeks, so certainly something. This is not the first time they will have tried running the Oracle in this lineup.
Yeah, that is definitely the case. Schlinks will actually be grabbing that. Not Santa on the Oracle. That's interesting. Schlink's usually the one given to the more defensive supports. Anyway, let's get to our introductions. We're going to start off with the APG side, where Adderstam is going to be running the Sven on the bot lane. We then have ACG. He's going to be picking up the Invoker, almost certainly going to the mid lane. Bob Yule's running the Shadow Demon for the moment. Phalanx grabbing himself an Ogre. And O'Malley on the Axe for the off lane.
Before I do the intros, did you see in the all chat there how they're giving almost props to
courtesy of White Rabbit?
I think they don't want to pay copyright infringement, so they're giving kudos to the guys who came up with the draft.
I think they did also learn a little bit from the CS:GO drama. With they didn't acknowledge that certain things were sponsored.
Oh yeah,
and some guys got into a lot of trouble. Although I must say that that video that the guy made in response was pretty much one of the most hilarious videos I've ever seen. It's like the apology video.
Yeah, in terms of the introductions, we got Chidawi on pretty much a signature hero for him, the Faceless Void. Centra, as you said, picking up that Oracle. Interestingly enough, I mean, we haven't seen him play that too often, at least in competitive play. Castaway on the Death Prophet, certainly a hero that we've seen him run a couple of times, and Doms on our Slaughter bottom. Oh, of course, sorry, our Elder Titan as well, being played by Schlinks.
Yeah, so the White Drive Gaming side are trying something new. As well, I'd say certain heroes are new, certain heroes have been picked quite often. We saw a very, very high premium placed on the Elder Titan when White Rabbit Gaming was playing with BVD. Both teams very much wanted that hero as early as they could. A lot of it also came down to the fact that there was the threat of a Terrorblade. Now, Terrorblade has been directly nerfed since.
Yeah.
So we haven't actually seen him this tournament, if I can remember. No, we did see him in the one game. It was, I believe, the DC versus Carbon game 2.
Are you reading the old chat? They're asking Santa for advice on pretty much his signature ogre. And of course, he's telling 1-4-1-1, and then pray for RNG, of course.
Yeah, that is pretty much how you work with ogre. I've often said that, like if you land a lot of multi-casts, you really should just
buy a lottery ticket.
Well, not even buy a lottery ticket. Just go to the nearest casino, and you'll be pretty much sorted for the rest of the night.
Unless you've run out of luck, of course, because you're just maxing your luck on your ogre magi.
Well, I suppose there are a couple of heroes. Obviously, the 17% doesn't count. That's Spirit Breaker is a little bit of a how can I put it?
Have you noticed our X-shaped ward here?
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting one.
With his counter helix and no way to use it from up there.
Well, certainly hoping for a Blink Dagger, but O'Malley is going to eventually drop the most common Observer Ward these days, the Smeevel's Penance. Interestingly enough, the original couriers that came out of the Smeevils are still, I think, some of the most valued couriers, particularly the ones I believe it's from the 2012 International. They're still like $200 or something, just the normal one. But anyway, we do have, in fact, these dual lanes from the side of APG. We're going to start up at the top lane here, where O'Malley and Phalanx are going to be up against the tri-lane. They're going to immediately get aggressive onto Chidawi. But Phalanx, the big fat ogre, is going to cop a bit of harass. O'Malley, not really the one you want to be right-clicking, since it does help him out a decent amount with that counter helix. He's going to cut himself through the trees. And that is that for the moment. They kind of just dancing around here, Schlinks and Phalanx, two big fat men having an argument. Both of them ironically have clubs as well.
Yeah, in the bot lane, Shadow Demon doing quite a job of just zoning out Doms as best he can. He taking the Shadow Poison kind of as the first skill. And obviously just making space for Sven to, just play a bit of PvE, almost Diablo here.
Yeah, Adam does love his PvE though. Common to see him just farm bucket loads and then get involved a little bit later. In the mid lane though is I think the most important matchup here, because White Rabbit Gaming obviously looking for a decent timing on the level 6 for Castaway so that they can start pushing towers, forcing objectives. They certainly have the heroes to back it up. If they can get that level 6 early enough, particularly on someone like Chidawi and Castaway, then what they can do is, jump in, drop the chrono, and Castaway backs it up with the exorcism, and it's really, really difficult. ACG getting life siphoned up here. Spirit siphoned up, sorry, as Castaway gets a little bit aggressive on him. The one thing I must say is that I think Spirit Siphon is still a little bit of a ridiculous skill. The fact that it can slow you on top of, just draining your HP, I think is a little bit too much. If they removed or nerfed the slow a bit more, I think it would be better.
I think it became far more balanced when they changed it from pure damage to magic. I think at that stage it was a little bit broken.
Yeah, particularly because you're going through BKBs.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, your BKB Sven is wailing on you. Let's just drain his HP and wreck his whole team while he's trying to do the same to you. It was a bit unnecessary.
Well, besides that, I mean, you saw counter ganks without any kind of TP response. Guys would jump on you, you'd Spirit Siphon 2 or 3 of them, and then just run behind your tower.
Yeah, I don't know. I still think that here is a tiny bit overpowered. White Rabbit Gaming are going to move around the Schlinks Elder Titan here to help out Doms. And, alright, stun comes through onto Adderstam. He shouldn't be in too much trouble. He's actually just going to pop the Warcry and have a go at Doms, as Doms decides he doesn't really want a big knight chopping on him, so he's going to move back a bit. But Yep, I mean, White Rabbit Gaming deciding, there's not a whole lot of anything happening on either of these lanes. And they'll just back off. O'Malley, though, is causing quite a bit of problems for the Chidawi Faceless Void, as Faceless Void can't really get into range. Phalanx is doing a very, very good job here, trying to zone out as best he can. They're pushing the creeps under the tower, so this will naturally push the creep wave back to their side. So not the end of the world, although they will lose a couple of creep waves. O'Malley, how close is he going to get? Nah, he's just going to leave it at that.
Just watching the mid, we've got Castaways managed to pick up a regeneration rune, so he was quite aggressive there on ACG. And I think he's noticed that he's picked up infused raindrops, which, as we know, is blocking a lot of the Crypt Swarm. But I suppose it's an easily spammable spell. In fact, he's aiming it just at him to be able to try and take off those charges.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with the Death Prophet is that in the early game, the Crypt Swarm is nice for harass, but the Spirit Siphon is much more useful. And you don't want to have the Spirit Siphon being the thing that's actually turning off the raindrops. You'd rather just waste the Crypt Swarm. It is low level, 120 mana, and when you have the bottle charges, you can just burn those off. And as soon as they're off, you get your ganks ready.
I'd like to get your opinions kind of like on the team timings here, because it feels to me that obviously the draft from WRG is going to look to get key team fight items and kind of roll through objectives, where APG, we're probably going to see a lot of rotations once Axe has probably got his Blink Dagger, get a couple of pickoffs, make space for the Sven, and then basically Sven's going to join when he's too big to really be stopped by anyone.
Yeah, both of them do kind of look very heavy in the pick-off area. I think White Rabbit Gaming, though, does have the advantage in terms of they can pop out the Exorcism and then just sit on a tower, forcing APG to jump onto them, and then they'll have Chidawi in response, jump in Chrono, and that can set up a great fight for them. APG are pretty much stuck at the ganking game, that they need to have the Axe jumping in with Sven following up, and then obviously ACG in the backlines causing havoc as best he can. He has obviously gone for that Exort, so they have decent setup on single heroes in the early game. But I do think APG needs to do a little bit more. White Rabbit Gaming does still have some fallback in terms of that.
There's a lot of aggression here on top. They managed to go on the Axe. Sorry, they do actually end up getting the kill, and all that damage they've done to the Jawi, he managed to get away, but that Sunstrike's going to come in and does get the follow-up kill. Also, Slaughter comes around to clean up on the Ogre. So we see our first blood finally just before the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, 3 kills, in fact, up on that top lane as Doms also rotates out. So he's going to find a little bit of farm here. Not the end of the world for him. I was going to say, maybe TPing him up there wasn't really the best idea. But since they did lose their carry, Doms can basically just function as the carry for the next 20 to 30 seconds, and then either purchase the
go to bottom lane. We see the Sven has used God's Strength to try and do some damage on the tower, but instantly TPing in Elder Titan managed to get a stomp on him, but unfortunately not a lot of follow-up to be able to get him, and they walk away, but at least with not having to take too much tower damage. Bit of rotation. I see Santo and Chidawi have both come bottom with the Elder Titan, kind of switching up the lanes. I see they're probably feeling that they just weren't getting any farm with
Santo. Sorry, Dom's is in trouble up at the top lane as both Phalanx and O'Malley are here. But hey, we have a Castaway arriving, and he's doing tons of damage. O'Malley is going to be the only one copping these ghosts, and he's not going to be very, very happy about that. Even though he has a decent armor for the stage of the game, it's not enough to deal with the hordes that Castaway's ulti is going to be throwing at him. So he goes down. Doms gets himself out of trouble. They're very, very close there, and unfortunately, I don't think ACG had the Sunstrike available to him, or he missed it. No, the cooldown's still in effect. So,
great use of runes there. See, Castaway picks up the haste rune, decides that no sense in just keeping that bottle. Let's go up and use it.
I think the haste rune is probably the only rune that you could justify getting one kill with on a rotating mid. Otherwise, you can get the kill. Never mind, as Chidawi under severe pressure down below here does use the time walk to get himself to safety, and it looks as though APG are going to turn themselves to Santo, and unfortunately, Adestam gets the last hit there. But that's Sunstrike, perfect, as the setup from the Shadow Demon allows for a rather brutal bit of damage.
Yeah, I mean, they'll say that it was perfectly lined up for Adestam to get the last hit. Let's get our position 1 getting the gold.
Yeah. But I mean, ACG, this is the one thing that he can do, is he can just sit in the mid lane and farm the whole time. And
be a kind of an orbital cannon support,
The ion cannon as GDI. So Adestam is now going to be farming up some camps. Just want to check the state of the So there's no actual stacks for him, as they have just given the one camp to ACG to farm up now. That is a slight problem. Ideally, you'd love to have Sven getting some stacks. They have none on the Ancients as well. This is the one problem with running dual lanes, is that it very often does kind of lock your supports to their lanes. I mean, sure, they can rotate to save a hero, but they don't really have the time to wander into the jungle and farm up. You know, the Sven, while he is tanky, does need a tiny bit of babysitting in the early game.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw that the Shadow Demon was using that large camp in the safe lane to be able to, get some levels and get a little bit of farm. And to his credit, I mean, he's got his level 5, reasonably well timing with, kind of the Ogre in the top lane. In fact, the Axe as well. So they're pretty much going to hit their level 6 timings kind of simultaneously.
Yeah, Doms is spotted by Phalanx. He does throw out the slow. Doms doesn't really care a whole deal about that. Pings are coming through as they realize White Trap Gaming has a little bit more in the area than APG does, so not really keen to take a fight. We have the deny on the tower by Chidawi, so a significant amount of damage done to the tower actually by APG, despite not really being all that close to the tower from what I could see. And it's a little bit of map control, and I don't think we would have liked to lose it that early. We have some pings coming out. Schlinks is going to grab himself that bounty rune in the mid lane. Castaway continues to hold a slight advantage over ACG in the mid lane here, as ACG is building towards what is almost common, well, I mean, and almost a guarantee these days in that first item pickup on the Midas.
Yeah, from a net worth perspective, using, you segueing from the Midas pickup, we've kind of got a great kind of alternation between the most farmed heroes. It's the Sven, then it's the the Death Prophet, then it's the Invoker, then it's the Void. So no one taking a real gold advantage at this stage.
Yeah. The one thing that must be said is that when we were speaking to Donnie, I think it was last week after the last big tournament, the Gigabyte tournament, we did have Donnie saying that Chidawi sometimes struggled. Like, he wasn't a hero, or he wasn't a player that reacted well after he'd been pressured in the lane. So he didn't tend to farm well if you caused him a lot of problems. Phalanx is going to be the one caught out. They're actually going to drop the ulti for that, as Castaway has rotated in. So 2 ultis actually used for a support Ogre Major. That is an interesting decision from the side of White Rabbit Gaming, as Castaway does immediately TP to the mid lane. So he's going to make something of the ulti. You get the one kill, you immediately TP to the mid lane, and they will look to try and pressure this lane, as they do also have Schlinks here. But with ACG in the area as well as O'Malley, he hasn't actually... No, he was spotted there by...
Yeah, the pings came out, they did see him.
So, yeah, they don't want to get involved there. And Castaway, I don't know if that exorcism was really full value there. I mean, you'd love to get a little bit more than just a support kill, particularly on the Phalanx Ogre Major.
I think at this stage of the game, they're also just trying to make space for Chidawi, as you said, when pressured, struggling a little bit to find space, and so getting that kill, getting the...
We've actually got a fight here at the Ancients, as it looks as though the Sunstrike is going to miss onto Santo. Schlinks, however, is caught behind that ice path, and he's not going to be able to do a whole lot of anything. Stun comes through from Adderstam. They're going to try and do as much damage as they can. The Elder Titan ulti comes through, doing a stupid amount of damage to poor old Bob Yules there. ACG is running for the hills as he tries to get out of trouble. No, he's going to go down in the end. As O'Malley comes through, he's actually being spirit siphoned up, and he goes down as well. Phalanx now is going to try and get himself out of trouble, but can he get far enough? Adderstam comes in, throws out the stun, down goes Santo. Chidawi has finally arrived, and Adderstam is in big trouble. He goes down now. It's 4 for 3 at the moment, as only Bob Yules is left. What can he do at this stage? Doesn't appear to be much. Has a couple of stacks on the magic stick, but not enough to deal with Castaways. Crypt Swarm. And in the end, it's a 5-man wipe for the side of White Rabbit Gaming at the 12-minute mark. APG, well, they had hope at times, but...
that was just one of those fights where every time someone TP'd in, brought in an extra kind of value, an extra swing to the way the fight went.
Yeah, and White Rabbit Gaming, I think, just slightly tankier at this stage that allowed them to survive that.
Well, it felt like they were in trouble at first, and then they were ahead when their TPs came in, and then I think Slaughter getting off that ulti on the Sven in the end was so clutch.
Yeah.
Because for Chidawi to be able to... I mean, he hasn't got any real damage items. He's picked up, Quelling Blade and a Vanguard. He's really not outputting the kind of damage that the Sven is.
Yeah.
But with that Slaughter ulti on, certainly doing a lot more than he would have normally.
Yeah, I mean, you only really need one bash, and you're in business there. ACG also getting very, very badly damaged before he could really get up a hell of a lot of spells. So, unfortunately, Invoker doing as much as he could. But
they're meeting up here in the secret shop of Dire. Oracle managed to get the stun off, but they do disrupt to be able to save Ogre. Still being searched out by that Astral Spirit, but just a couple of handbags thrown, and then they're back to their lanes. I think they're trying to just protect the Axe a little bit I mean, he's 100 gold till he has that Blink Dagger, and that changes. I mean, the Axe comes online really at that point.
I mean, that is their primary initiation tool for this game. I mean, obviously Sven will pick one up, but just a naked Blink Dagger Sven is not really all that useful. So you'd ideally love to have something that he can take advantage of.
There we go, he's just picked it up now from the side shop.
Axe Blink Dagger, and he's immediately TPing to the mid lane as they realize what is coming for their mid lane tower. White Rabbit Gaming do have a lot of heroes in the area, and APG going to throw out a Sunstrike. It is going to force Castaway a little bit back. Phalanx runs in, does get a lucky lucky multicast, but a great Chrono comes in there from Chidawi. That is actually the end of the Axe's life as well. They get the tower now, and ACG is going to get caught out. So 2 cores down for the side of APG. White Rabbit Gaming might lose another hero. That's going to be Phalanx. He's running for the hills, but those little legs do not carry that heavy body too far as White Rabbit Gaming picks up another 3 heroes in this fight. 12 for 5 at the 14-minute mark as White Rabbit Gaming really looking to snowball ahead. Adastam, he's doing what he kind of does, just forcing out the bot lane as best he can, trying to create pressure elsewhere in the map as Slings TPs in just to force him back.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where he's got to make a difference somewhere else in the map. He's not going to be able to join the fight at that stage, so pressuring tier 2 does kind of end the impetus of WRG trying to push tier 2 mid.
Yeah. And a lot of that actually set up, well, I mean, I wouldn't say set up, but you can really see White Rabbit Gaming getting some very, very deep wards down. This one in particular, I think, setting up so that they knew that APG didn't really have anybody hiding in the trees in this sort of area. And obviously, the Observer ward up top here just recently laid. So they'll know when APG is moving through this area. APG also doesn't have wards, sentry wards at least, to counter that sort of positioning. And we have another pause. Looks like we are ready to go. Not quite certain what the problem is. Seems like a technical issue.
I didn't see when Slaughter picked up his Blink Dagger, but it seemed to be almost simultaneous with the Axe one. Almost a trading of surprises in that last fight.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Slaughter's Blink Crush can actually be a lot more devastating than the Axe's. Axe has a slightly less large range, and obviously it doesn't do the damage, which is inherent.
That being said, a rare miss from Doms coming out of the disruption on the Invoker. The Invoker did manage to walk away. He was quickly picked up straight afterwards, but missing the crush there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the greatest feeling in the world to miss a high-value target like the Invoker, but I think if you get the kill in the end, you'll be like, okay, I done goofed that time, but it'll be alright in the end. Chidawi, though, setting things up with a fantastic Chronosphere.
That was great. And I see he's building up he's got his Blade Alacrity, likely to be a Diffusal Blade then.
Yeah.
And interestingly enough, it looks like BKB on the Death Prophet.
Yeah, Death Prophet does usually go for a defensive item early, and we can see the Veil of Discord functions like that pretty well. Obviously, the high physical damage that APG is doing right now, they don't have a great deal of Magic Burst, although that will become a problem later. But Castaway wants to make certain that he becomes very tanky. He can just stand on the front lines. White Rabbit Game doesn't really have a great front line. Slaughter can do a job, but right now he's gone very utility, needs to initiate sort of thing. Chidawi, I mean, sure, he's got the Vanguard, but also not really the best hero in the world. And you don't necessarily want to fight the Void once the Chronosphere is down. You definitely want to take out Castaway, because while the Exorcism is up and running, he's just doing stupid amounts of damage.
You see the Blink Dagger being picked up by Sven, so they do have an alternate initiator now.
Yeah. I think it's more just follow-up.
Yeah, secondary kind of once the Axe is set up.
Yeah, I think Axe will be the one trying to jump the front line, while if Sven can jump and particularly take out Death Prophet on the back lines, that will be the ideal. You don't want that Exorcism going for too long, because right now the majority of White Rabbit Gaming's damage actually comes from Castaway. If they take him out, I mean, White Rabbit Gaming can't really fight from there. They can certainly do, pick 1 or 2 heroes, but in general it's not going to go that well, as Chidawi gets another good chrono. It's actually got Adastam and ACG, and you can immediately see them targeting ACG as they realize right now he is far more important to how these fights go. ACG gets vaporized there in the end as Oracle takes him down. O'Malley running for the hills does have Adastam in support, and White Rabbit Gaming, well, they'll be happy with that. They're going to move away and probably just continue their push down bot
Yeah,
lane.
well, in the meantime, Castaway, while everyone is TPing out to get that kill, he pushed the bottom tower and is certainly chipping the paint now on tier 2 bottom. Get the glyph to come out. We do see TPs come in by the axe, but if he's the only one going to be there, they're going to just roll through.
Yeah.
Ogre has come in support, but I mean, Chidawi's here. We do know that Chrono is down, but Slaughter with Blink, he's eyeing out a target. He has managed to put his ulti on the axe, so they're getting decent vision of the rotations from APG.
Advertised now TPing in, realizing that... that is clever. That is super, super clever. Advertised actually placing a lot of pressure up on top lane. Fakes the TP, and then they're going to try to turn around the fight. Chidawi jumps in, obviously doesn't have the chrono available. He's just going to throw out the time dilation. O'Malley's gone very, very far ahead, though, and he's actually going to get finished off there by the last right click from Chidawi. Multicast comes onto him. He just time walks that off. As White Driver Gaming looking to get looking to get aggressive now. Yeah, fantastic stun there by Doms as he picks up all 3 of them. ACG might be going down again. He gets killed off, and Phalanx is the last one in the area. Adesam obviously faking that TP, cannot TP anywhere close. He's taken the tower, but that is about as best he can do apart from just farming up the creeps. And White Driver Gaming take 3 kills and a tower. Certainly not the way APG wants to be trading right now.
Dom's obviously heard me saying that he whiffed that easy stun by following up with a mini Ravage.
I mean, it certainly does help that he has those hentai tentacles coming out of Slytherin Crush as well. So it did really look like a mini Ravage there. But White Rabbit Gaming looking very, very solid at the moment. I wouldn't say quite paint by numbers. They have had a couple of issues, and some fights have been a lot closer. But overall, I think it's a team that right now is looking pretty solid. They're going to be immediately moving on to a fairly important... a fairly important
target,
objective, as soon as they can.
Look, and they've got the Slaughter ulti, which makes it, I mean, it's like a hot nut through butter, really. And so, I mean, they know that their ultis are down. Well, the Chronosphere's actually been able to refresh now, but they know that Death Prophet ulti's down, but they can take rods quickly enough, and they managed to get that down. Sunstruck did spot it out with a second before it actually was taken. But, I mean, they're just playing objective Dota. They play when their ultis are up, they take objectives. It feels like they're drafted for that style and they're playing to that style, which we've seen as a theme that teams that are playing to their drafts are tending to be more successful than teams that are trying to like almost squeeze a play style out of a draft that doesn't really suit it.
Yeah, they're not picking heroes to fit the play style that they want.
Whereas, I mean, we mentioned before, APG's play style is far more skirmish orientated, get pickles, make space. And it feels like they're not hunting pickles.
The problem is like they can't really. Like every time they've tried to take those fights, particularly that team wipe, I think was where they really wanted to. They win that fight. They realize that White Rabbit Gaming is not that strong, but now it's kind of at that stage where White Rabbit Gaming is very, very far ahead. Yeah. So it's difficult for them to effectively fight, particularly because they always have the threat of that Chronosphere. Let's actually take a look quickly at the difference in team net worth. So it's not that big of a lead.
But what's interesting is how it's switched over.
Yeah.
If you go back to that gold graph, it's not that they're that far ahead. I mean, it's just over 2,000. But about 10 minutes ago they were 2,000 behind.
Yeah. And a lot of that came down to that fight.
Yeah.
And that was the thing. So we could see APG was opening up a decent lead. That team wipe has really set them back, and because Castaway now just he's basically so free to. He's got a great front line. He's got obviously the Oracle to help him out. He can basically just pop the ulti and stand and deliver. And there's not a hell of a lot that APG can do about that. They don't have enough burst damage to kill him off quickly, and they don't have enough tank yet to deal with the White Rabbit Gaming players. So while they wanted to look for skirmishes, the fact that White Rabbit Gaming is almost just purely 5-manning right now means that APG can't really skirmish. They either team fight and lose, or they look for a pick-off or look for a trade as best, and we've seen Adestam doing that as best he can.
Well, once again, Exorcism is up, and so they take the tier 1 without even needing to pop it, and now they're going on the tier 2.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like APG are going to defend it. They're going to try and trade towers themselves.
Dawi gets another 2-man chrono again on Adestam and ACG, and ACG is the only one in here. Another fantastic stun there by Doms as O'Malley was about to get the very opposite. Chidawi's taking tons of damage. Those Schlinks and Santa will be the last defenders of the tower, but that'll be that. The Stomp is going to miss everybody. So APG do lose Chad, ACG, but they've also lost a tier 2 and quite a significant amount of damage on their tier 3. We'll see O'Malley getting finished off there in the end by the combination of Doms, Chidawi and Santo.
Yeah, I mean, how do you feel APG can come back from this? It feels like the game's not lost, certainly, but it feels like they're pushing against the steamroller.
I mean, the problem is right now is that White Rabbit Gaming has just layered their skills fantastically. Chidawi jumps in, gets a fantastic chrono. He gets 2 cores, right? So I think you could probably fault APG's positioning there. Adestam just stuns up Chidawi and runs. So you could fault APG's positioning there because it always seems as though ACG and another core are caught.
And Invoker doesn't need to be that close to the fight.
Yeah, he could really just send out. We'll often see Castaway or Seam for someone. For instance, they use their
Forge Spirits.
Yeah, the Forge Spirits are the front liners. So they're the ones standing close, and you're just basically the counter initiator. That's not actually happening at any point here. And the thing is that when that happens is that ACG is a lot of the damage early on. So in that instance, O'Malley tried to jump in, and as soon as he jumped in, it was almost like Doms and O'Malley both realized at the same time what was coming. As it looks like another big fight is about to happen here.
Well, X is positioning there to try and jump in, and he's trying to get a second target, because to get one's not really going to be worth it. Well, we do get the stun in from Ogre, and it's set up for the Sunstrike, which does hit, but instantly he's just going to jump out and get all that health back. He's trying to wail on Phalanx at this point. He has got the Manta to try and escape some of the debuffs on him, but they're just going to reposition, because in 5 seconds time we're going to have Castaway's ulti ready.
Yeah, and unfortunately that's not really going to be happening, as Adestam is just annihilating the backline. He took out the rest of them in 2 shots. He's now going to focus onto Castaway. Chidawi's going to go down. That's 5 hero wipe along with the Aegis. There's not a whole lot going for Chidawi here. He's going to try to blink himself to safety. Uses the time walk at the start, as Adestam is once again looking for that kill. The stun comes through. Chidawi is going to be the one going down. That is a massive team fight for the side of APG, and now they have their tails up. Can they get anything off this? A 4,400 gold swing along with a 4,500 XP swing. That is huge.
Well, that answers my
right
question. I was asking how they come back into that. You mentioned the fact that the Sven is unlikely to be the actual initiator. Yeah. X is the guys from WRG would have seen him to be likely to be the initiators. They decided, well, let's go on him first.
Yeah. Well, Doms is in trouble once again, as Adestam just doing crazy amounts of damage to that fish, and it will back off now. But again, APG grab themselves the tower, so it's looking a lot healthier after that fight. Certainly, they are a little bit. Actually, no, that fight has actually made it even entirely. And XP, well, yeah, the XP is certainly in their favor. But that's the thing, is that the APG side, if their positioning isn't terrible, and if they're not caught out by the Chronos, which Chidawi has been landing with some very, very good regularity, they can actually take the fight. A lot of this game is about initiation, and that was the thing. As I was saying, is that if two of APG's cores get caught, they can't fight White Rabbit Gaming at that point.
Yeah.
But they jumped White Rabbit Gaming there. White Rabbit, I don't think, was expecting that at all. And in the end, it just didn't work out so well. As up top lane, unfortunately, a smoke gank is not going to work out. Some very, very quick fingers from O'Malley is actually going to TP himself to safety there. So White Rabbit will be a little bit disappointed with how
I think one of the keys of why that fight ended up working up better for APG was the vision situation for them. The other fights, they've kind of been on the dark areas of the map for them, whereas they're decent vision. We do have an aggressive ward there from WRG, so that might have actually given them an overconfidence.
Yeah.
I think we know where everybody is, where everyone's positioned. And I mean, the Sven came through from the flanks. That was the issue. Everyone started running off with the axe, and all of a sudden...
looks like Centra is going to get annihilated in mid lane as O'Malley takes his hit off.
Yeah, whereas, like you said, I mean, the Blink Dagger from the Sven is more designed to be able to get into the backliners, the support structures, and if those goes down, I mean, we saw how long Castaway lasted when he was toe-to-toe with the Sven.
Yeah.
The issue is that wasn't happening beforehand. He was always being protected by kind of a beefy front line and supports that were looking after him.
Yeah, and I think the bigger, another big issue in that fight as well, that team wipe for APG, was that Doms just got blown apart.
Yeah.
And when Doms is, Doms is your counter initiator, he wants to be the one jumping in case anything goes wrong. And if he's getting finished off, Chidawi can't really at that point waste the chrono. They don't have the ulti on the Death Prophets. You can't really waste that kind of initiating power. It's such a powerful skill that just blowing it at that point purely defensively, I mean, certainly it'll allow you to get out, but you desperately want to use something at that point. But yeah, fantastic play by Adestam in particular. He recognized what was the most important area to jump on, and vaporizing the whole of the White Rabbit.
We've seen it as a trend this entire weekend. When you've got these teams with these big scary ultis, the Ravagers, the Chronos and that sort of stuff, when you can get them to use them defensively, that's almost a victory in itself.
Yeah.
It's like, cool, pop your ulti, we reset because we're not that cooldown dependent, because now we're going to fight and we know that you don't have an answer.
Yes. Phalanx, well, he's picking up certainly an interesting item. An item that not many people are going to be a fan of on the side of White Rabbit Gaming. So he's doubling up his chances. He definitely knows how to gamble, I think, does Phalanx.
Well, I think certainly someone who's not going to be wanting to see the offensive end of the ogre is going to be Santo.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, Santo can only really save 2 people at most, and with the cooldowns that you get off those ogre stuns, it's really going to be pretty vicious. I mean,
more from it's always worse when you have your favorite heroes played against you. But I know what you mean in terms of you can only save one.
Yeah, it's like you got to pick. And the thing is, in theory, if Phalanx gets lucky enough, he could actually just kill one of the White Rabbit Game cores before Santo can actually do anything about it at all.
They smoked into Rosh with and both teams checking out Rosh. We've got, it looks like, a minute to go.
Yeah, Radiant actually a very, very good time to scan them. Maybe figuring that the Rosh is going on, so they're not really going to do a whole lot. As White Rabbit, we're going to try and do something here. And we'll have to see what APG is aware of, as this deep ward's still giving quite a bit of information to the side of White Rabbit. Smoke will now run up. They're going to catch Adderstam. This is a pretty big problem. Adderstam is the primary damage. Bobules is in the area, and a great bubble for the moment. It's probably not going to save Adderstam, or never mind, he gets his BKB off. Who's he going to try and fight? He's doing what he can as stuns do come through. He's going to try and fight up. He's going to do tons of damage to Chidawi. Chidawi does get saved by Santo, but not the end of the world, as Bobules will be another bit of collateral damage there. White Rabbit Gaming having to spend quite a few ultis to pick up those 2 heroes, but I don't think it's the end of the world for the side of APG, as O'Malley doing quite a bit of damage to the tower as well here. So White Rabbit will be getting the tier 2 tower, as APG looking to get pretty aggressive up top lane here. Surprising that they're not moving back to defend.
Yeah, I mean, the Axe is not the greatest tower pusher, but now that the Invokers arrived with his Forge Spirits, they're certainly going to raise the threat level of that, and you're going to see TPs come in. In fact, you see Doms jump in. He gets his mini Ravager, followed up by the Astral Stun, and Chidawi's setting up to be able to do some damage. He doesn't have Chronosphere to lock him down, but that time dilation is going to do almost as much of effect as a stun, really. We see another Slithering Crush come in. They pick up the double kill on the Oracle, and now the Ogre's not going anywhere anytime soon either.
Yeah, well played there. I think that was actually Schlinks with the Yule Scepter setting that one up. So 3 heroes down for APG as they try to push there. They do lose their tier 2 in response as well. So not the best of trades, but you can see what APG's thought was there, as this does allow White Rabbit Gaming in a big XP change. Gold change, pretty significant as well. Let's take a look at the
certainly even things up a bit.
Yeah,
I reckon this. Looking back at their previous play, the Sven will be unhappy that he blinked in to farm those creeps.
Yeah,
because it didn't give him the escape. That if he is quick enough seeing Chidawi jump in before the chrono, there is that split second that if you've got your finger on the whatever your blink key is, you can get out and make it quite embarrassing for most voids. But obviously having blinked in to kind of get his farm accelerated, it didn't have that available. And in terms of our timings, Rosh came up. Castaway is ready, he pinged it out, and as soon as his team arrived, they took that quickly.
Yeah. Now, the last Aegis didn't work out so well for them, as they did have the team wipe during that duration. A little bit more damage coming out of the Faceless Void as he does pick up the Diffusal Blade. We had a couple of other big items.
Well, we've got Octarine Core now on the Death Prophet, which is just going to make, besides the healing factor from all her spell output, the fact that she's going to be able to drop that ulti, every 108.75 seconds now. Not to be precise or anything.
Yeah, certainly not to be precise. But Doms, the thing is not the end of the world if he drops a crush like that.
Hatred of illusions.
Yeah. Doms has played very, very well. His initiations have been great, and we've actually seen when Doms got removed from the fight, that was when
things turned pear.
Things went very, very pear-shaped for White Rabbit Gaming. So Doms, I think, is a very, very critical hero. Another hero that is very, very critical is Sven, in terms of he's picked up a Daedalus. So if he gets into those backlines of White Rabbit Gaming, there's not a lot of heroes that are going to be surviving much more than 1 or 2 chops from the
My
Sven.
only issue with Sven as a carry in general is he feels like he needs a lot of items to be able to get involved.
Yeah.
So obviously he's always going to need his boots. Generally now Echo Saber is seen as a core item. Yeah. Then it's a Blink Dagger and a BKB, and you're left with 2 spots for damage items.
Yeah, he's a very slot restricted carry.
Whereas you look at a lot of other carries, it's kind of, you get your core items up within 2 slots, and then the rest can all just be damage items.
Yeah, you can almost pick and choose what your damage items are, whereas Sven's like, okay, I need to trade this for this, whereas, certainly something like the anti-mage, for instance, has a very, very set route that he can go.
I mean, where does Sven go from here? You might see him turn that helm into a satanic. And obviously boots could be TP boots, but, you know, drop the blink, drop the Echo Saber.
I think, does he really drop the blink at any point this game?
Yeah, I don't think he dropped the blink, but the Echo Saber maybe for, you know, more crit, you know, more damage on the first shot rather than 2 shots after quick succession.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, like he can obviously late game go for something like the Moonshot, but maybe AC instead of the Echo Saber.
Yeah, although there's space on the axe to pick up the AC, he's just obviously not farming as much. I see he's building for the Crimson Guard at this stage, having picked up the Buckler and the Vanguard.
Yeah, pretty good against the consistent physical damage that White Rabbit Gaming is putting out. Chidawi on the front line taking quite a bit of damage. He's got to be careful. Obviously, he does have the Aegis, but you don't want to, you know, waste the Aegis before you, you know, you're fully into the fight yet. And
yeah, you want to try and use this Aegis to try and bait out some of the spells from,
particularly the hard stuns from APG. You know, you can waste the Aegis on perhaps the axe. You know, if the axe calls, because then you have him far enough away from the front lines. But you definitely don't want at this point in the game. You don't want Adam anywhere near your backlines. Yeah. If he's in your backlines, White Rabbit Gaming has severe issues there, as that is where a lot of their.
We see Doms jump onto Invoker in his jungle. He does manage to get this stun off, but a quick tornado. Oh, first hit bash that stops that TP. He's gonna try and run away, but when he sees Chidawi arrive, he's gonna realize that there's nowhere to go but back to base with a little grey portrait.
Yeah, I think Doms should make a trip to the nearest casino or slot machine after this game, as that was a very, very lucky bash to get there at a critical moment in time as well. 53 seconds for the Invoker. Let's just take a quick look. Yeah, so that is in place. They're going to jump onto the Sven illusion once again. Doms, you know, the guy doesn't really like illusions all that much. Chidawi, they're just going to be forcing up. I mean, they do now have the Exorcism available. Chidawi will be waiting with the Chronosphere. Does he get a good one? Does he get a good bad one? That is the really important part. We have an Ogre Frost Mage fighting. Phalanx is going to be the one jumped onto here by Chidawi, but a multicast comes in and that takes out half of his HP. They don't really have a whole lot going for them, as Adesam is now in the front lines. He's going to take out Chidawi. This is actually his BKB down, so it's a lot bigger than I think APG really wanted to spend there. A stun, or the sleep comes out from Schlinks. Not going to get anything. Adesam now jumping onto the backlines, but the real fight is going down under the tier 3. O'Malley's going to be saved by the bubble, and a good chrono comes out from Chidawi, once again catching ACG and O'Malley. 2 cores in there, and that is the end of the fight for APG as far as I can see. Adesam takes a ton of damage from the Elder Titan ulti, and that's a buyback immediately from him. The rest of APG still trying to fight. They've spent the buyback on the Invoker, so they don't have him available. Adesam is going to be the only one available to fight here, apart from that Shadow Demon, as White Rabbit Gaming using this moment to do as much damage to the tower as they can. They don't obviously have any of their big ultis available. Stun's going to come through. It's going to land on Doms, but he's far enough away that they can't actually take any advantage of that. White Rabbit Gaming looking to take their first set of racks. APG doing what they can to try and delay this, but not a hell of a lot they can do. Adestam waiting for the BKB, I would assume, as they keep waiting. Do they have enough time to jump in here? They're probably going to be losing the melee racks. Never mind, Adestam does jump in, but it's an immediate counter initiation by Doms, and Adestam waiting. He's going to turn on the BKB now, and he's going to turn around, but unfortunately just so slow. Doms doing what he can to get out of trouble now, also taking stupid amounts of damage, but in the meanwhile they do lose their melee racks. Down goes Doms in the end as Sven finally gets a kill. He's now going to try and fight up against Chidawi. He doesn't actually have any lifesteal, and he goes down. That's a dieback as well. On top of that, O'Malley blinks in. He's going to, TP's in and misses the blink, unfortunately, as White Rabbit Gaming gets away almost scot-free, only losing Doms, who at this stage of the game is certainly an important cog, but not one necessary to take base.
Great play-by-play. Wow, that was like a 4-minute fight. I think a round of applause from me, certainly, if anyone else is listening. That was a great play-by-play there, Prophecy. Luckily you're not a smoker. You would have been completely out of breath there.
Yeah, I think there are certainly a couple of smoking casters that could maybe learn from. But
yeah, certainly have struggled there. That was a great job. Well played. Awesome fight though. I mean, it just kept going.
Yeah, it did keep going. I mean, APG, unfortunately, the item timings and that ACG pick-off was just so big. Again, ACG on his Invoker just... I don't know why he's so close to the front lines. It's almost criminal that Chidawi is able to catch 2 cores with such regularity.
He should be having to choose every time.
Yeah.
Am I jumping on the Invoker or am I jumping on the Sven? The fact that he's getting both every time is exactly that. It's a positioning issue at this stage.
Yeah.
And we're now seeing how strong the Octarine is. I mean, fair enough that fight went on for ages, but thanks to Octarine, Castaway is ready to drop Exorcism again, and let's just do the same thing bottom. The only difference is now we know Sven doesn't have buyback. We know the Invoker doesn't have buyback.
Yeah, and I mean, APG can't trade now. They did take out the tier 3 some point. I think that was just a natural creep push, but they have to get back to defend this. And White Drive Gaming is all but ready to go. We have the Ag Scepter on the Faceless Void, so he's got a very, very short cooldown on the ulti as well. And BKB is up onto Castaway, and APG basically just watch their buildings go down. Real estate prices are dropping like stones at the moment. As White Drive Gaming going to play the safe route, take out the tier 3, retreat as they do see the big monster that is Adestam Sven. He's about to respawn, so they'll play it safe, and they'll go back to base for now.
I think definitely if we hadn't guessed that they were designing the entire team like push around item timings, or at least ulti timings, we just see the Aghanim Scepter being picked up by Chidawi. So deciding that, you know, this is a team-orientated lineup. I'm not going to be standing alone. It's not an Adestam Sven. I'm not going to try to go to toe with him. I'm not trying to pick up damage or attack speed, whatever.
Yeah.
This is trying to get that ulti up as long as possible and as often as possible.
Yeah, I like the fact that Chidawi also didn't actually start making moves towards the Aghanim Scepter until Castaway already had his Octarine core.
Yeah.
I mean, I was speaking to Donnie before that he says, you know, the reason why he wasn't picking up the Ags, I mean, when I was originally playing Faceless Void, I would just go Ags almost all the time. And he says, what's the point in having a chrono every 70 seconds
when no one else?
When you can't actually take advantage of it? So I do enjoy the fact that Chidawi went for damage while he was waiting for the Octarine to come out, and then as soon as the Octarine came out, he jumps for the Ags.
Well, it looked like there was going to be a bit of a counter push there from the guys from APG. It smoked up and we're rushing through mid, but it kind of just dissipated as soon as they creeped to the high ground.
I mean, the thing is, they know that if they stuff up a high ground push by getting caught out by an the chrono plus a Death Prophet ult, yeah, it is pretty much the end. They don't have many chances left, so it is going to be a very, very rough game for APG if they make any more mistakes. As White Drive Gaming, they're going to hunt down an Ogre Frostmage, and Doms just doesn't seem to like anything that's not a hero at the moment.
I'm not sure if that Sunstrike would have spotted out Roche. I do see the pings come up, and now certainly the guys from WRG are aware of it, and we've seen how quickly they've melted before. And
APG does spot them though.
They do use the Exorcism to be able to... they want to make sure this is quick. They don't need the Exorcism to be able to take it, but they do realize that this is probably going to be a highly contested one. It will be a cheese, Roche. And so, obviously...
Adam's in the area, but yeah,
they take it very quickly.
Yeah, it's so fast that the problem is that I don't think they expected Castaway to use the ulti. They probably figured that it was just Doms using the amp damage, but the fact that White Drive Gaming would actually commit the Death Prophet ulti is pretty significant. They realize, look, we have to get this as quick as possible because APG in a close range, tiny little area will annihilate us. You do not want Adestam to be able to hit on 3 or 4 heroes in a tiny confined space. He's going to kill all of them.
No, even the X call on 3 heroes is going to be quite scary.
I mean, that is the one thing. White Drive Gaming doesn't actually have a lot of heroes that attack very, very quickly. So Axe needs to actually get 2 or 3 heroes minimum to make a lot of use of
a creep wave for
to get a lot of this. It does seem to be high noon, as there's a bit of a stare down here that I don't think either team realizes. And in jumps, Adestam's jumped in. He's actually killed off the Elder Titan. He's now jumped onto Chidawi, and Chidawi has had to immediately BKB in response. Sven does have the BKB up, so he's not all that stressed. He's now jumping onto Castaway. Castaway doesn't seem that stressed, turns on the Spirit Siphon, and Sven is so damn slow. Faces forward, doesn't have a lot to help out though, and they will eventually kill off Sven. No, never mind. Axe comes in, takes off his head, as Adestam will be down for the moment, and this looks like APG finally losing, just running out of time here, as they just can't buy enough. Adestam not available. The Sunstrike is going to miss there, and poor old Shadow Demon running as far as he can. O'Malley has bought back, and the GG well played will come out. So White Drive Gaming takes a fairly well fought victory, although they were always ahead in this game at the moment. So, no, never mind, it's fake. Apologies guys, it is fake. So, right.
Well, I hope the guys would leave their keyboards and go back to change rooms.
Well, ACG gets caught out once again. He gets killed off. So O'Malley drops, Invoker drops. That is a lot of heroes gone. And APG will now appear to call a proper GG. And that'll be that. 35 to 15 at the 42-minute mark. Chidawi is going to throw out the celebratory chrono. And that will be that for game 1. White Rabbit Gaming goes 1 up in our first semi-final in this best of 3.
Yeah, highly entertaining game. I mean, the score might make it sound like it was a bit one-sided, but I think towards the end it was just, there were a lot of buybacks. They were almost throwing lives at it. But I mean, for the longest time, it was a fairly close game.
Yeah, very, very close game.
Hello,
Albert,
friends.
Welcome back.
Yay!
It magically appears.
Yeah, it's good to be back again. Certainly one of the really entertaining matches we've had so far through the series. APG definitely giving a good showing. But then WG, I guess as somewhat we would have anticipated, able to pick up the first matchup here. But it wasn't entirely, a one-sided affair. What do you guys think APG can look at in this past matchup and consider building on to potentially, take this all the way to the third game?
Yeah, I think we mentioned it in terms of the draft style and being able to play to it. They needed to be able to get those pickoffs earlier. They had the heroes to be able to rotate on mid, get Castaway before he started getting his core items. And I think that was the issue. Castaway, I don't think they ganked him once, to be honest.
Yeah, look, it is a difficult hero to gank.
Yeah.
It is pretty slow, so it's not going to get out of safety that easily. But
I mean, you've got the Shadow Demon, you've got the Axe, you've got the Ogre, you've got the Invoker, you've got enough nuke and lockdown to be able to to kill him. But it just felt like that wasn't a priority for them.
Yeah,
it was make space for Adam Stam, but
and the one big fight that they had that would have really set them up went against them, so it was okay, now it's a 10-minute period of recollecting ourselves. Then they won the big team fight, and unfortunately, I think I don't want to lay it entirely at his door, but ACG needs to work on his positioning in these fights, because there were just too many times where he did nothing because he was in a chrono.
Yeah, actually, but you mentioned the Ogre. Do you feel, coming on an APG side, we've seen it run by WG quite a bit. Do you feel that was someone a block pick as well?
Oh, you mean
No.
I don't know. I think it was something they wanted in their draft. I don't think it was something like we're picking it just so that you can't have it. That's something they wanted from the get-go.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The Ogre was good at times, wasn't as effective. I mean, the thing was that when White Rabbit Gaming ran it and when BVD ran it, it was very, very active. It was moving and rotating onto heroes early on, and you could see particularly, I mean, one of the reasons why BVD was able to get so much was because Carbon last night didn't actually contest the offlane. They just basically allowed Donnie and I think it was Odu to just go absolutely ham on them, which is like, okay, guys, you're actually giving a lot of money to a hero that you don't want to get early blink daggers or early methods of initiation.
Yeah.
And Donnie just went wild on them on the axe after that, and it really just set up the game. Whereas this game, O'Malley, while he did find farm, the blink dagger coming up wasn't he got the blink dagger at the same time as
the Slaughter.
As the Slaughter, and the Slaughter constantly initiated a millisecond after the axe did and got his stun off before the axe could get the call, and that just ended up changing the game. Doms, again, we've said, give him an AoE stunner or give him a
skill shot hero.
A skill shot as such with an AoE hero at a critical point in the game, and he's going to deliver.
Great, then. I mean, I have a question for you, though. APG, they, in the previous tournament, came up against Bravado Gaming, and they sort of, in the game too, they were sort of like, okay, well, we're here now, let's go out and have some fun. They picked up the Pudge and whatnot. Do you think that APG are likely to repeat this, or do you think that they'll look at this and come on, guys, this time around, maybe we can take it in a little bit more seriously and potentially cause a threat via normal means rather than a little bit of, their interesting antics.
What are you hoping for, Devin? I think you're trying to answer your own question and say, I'm hoping that we're going to see something a little bit out of the meta.
We're at the business side, man. I'm really curious to see how APG are actually going to respond.
But I think that's exactly the point. If they kind of keep the decorum of the event and it's a semi-final and it's a big deal, they're likely to stay a bit more serious or whatever. Or if they go, hey guys, let's go have some fun. Maybe we turn this game because we play our style, and then all of a sudden something ridiculous like a support Viper or something comes out.
Prof, same question to you?
I think APG will take this a little bit more seriously. They won't. The thing with when APG tends to play bravado is that it's so overwhelming, the victory, that they're kind of what do we actually do? Whereas this game, I think they have things to look at and okay, we need to fix this and this, and then we can do well. And it wasn't that. I mean, it looked like White Rabbit eventually just ran over them, but it wasn't really the case. It was more just the critical team fights went against APG rather than just there was no hope from minute one.
We did mention the positioning as an issue. I think that was one key thing.
Yeah, look, you have to give a lot of credit to Jawi. He's landing very, very good chronos at that point. But you still shouldn't make it easier for him. He needs to work. I think there was only maybe 2 chronos the whole game where there was sort of whiffs, you could almost say.
Well, I mean, in the beginning, they were using chronos for 1 kill, and it was worthwhile. Even on an ogre, we mentioned that, needed the space, get the support out of my lane so I can farm. But towards the end, I mean, if there was a chrono where he wasn't getting at least 2 people, 2 cores, then you could have called that a whiff, I guess. I mean,
yeah, and that was just the biggest worry, is that Addiston was doing so much work, but it was because he had to do so much work. It was like, okay, guys, here's the whole team. I'm going to put you guys all on my back and try carry you. And it's just never going to work against a team against White Rabbit. Doms is just too good at counter-initiating you as soon as your BKB's off.
Fair enough. So, I mean, we got a little bit of time, I guess, to chat before this next matchup comes about. Is there anything that you guys would like to, I don't know, sort of, if you could suggest one thing to either side, what would it be?
I think APG probably gank a little bit more early. Addiston is always going to find farm, but certainly help out your mid lane. You want to shut down Castaway as much as you want, as you can in that in the early stages. If you can slow him down, you're going to slow the whole of White Rabbit gaming down. Doms obviously gets quite a bit of farm, so I think the 2 most important lanes are probably mid and the off lane. Chidawi is going to generally go for a carry that is not heavily dependent on farm. So even if you shut him down, he's going to find some way to be annoying. And all you can really do is okay, let him get the items that he's probably going to get either way. He might get them slightly sooner, but if we can shut down the primary damage dealers, which is which is mostly Castaway and very often Doms, and we can remove those 2, I think APG's in business.
And Gareth, a very serious question for you. If APG were to run the support Viper in this matchup, how would you feel about that on a personal level?
On a personal level, I'd be very just happy for my good friend Devin Ragati.
Are we friends?
Yeah, who would be, I reckon, standing on this table, pointing at us all, going, "I told you all. You fools, I told you all."
I might actually strip just behind the camera.
Okay.
Well,
for that reason alone, please, Adam, I know you're doing the drafting. Please do not pick a support Viper.
It would be absolutely excellent. Have you ever seen that the Tom Cruise movie where slides in? No, in a socks.
Risky Business.
There you go. It would be just like that. And I think the production guys will be with me as well. I think we'll all be seeing this is what we want to see. They're just as up to nonsense as I am. So but another very, very important question. I think it's very important that we go there for just a moment. Prof, if you had to compare these 2 sides to any of the trailers we've seen so far, what trailer would White Rabbit and Aperture Gaming be?
I think that White Rabbit would probably be Rogue One. It's a movie that has a lot of potential, but you hope it's not going to go pear-shaped.
Please don't be bad.
Please don't be bad. White Rabbit, AVG, I think it's sort of like
it's a new Harry Potter movie, full of magic and wonder.
No. I'd say more like Assassin's Creed.
Okay.
You have hope, but things have gone bad in the past with video games to movies.
Much better analogy. I like that one.
So that's the thing. I mean, things APG look good. In the clutch moments, something just seems to go wrong for them. White Rabbit Gaming obviously are a fantastic shot calling team. They've worked on it because they were at the stage where they do fantastically in the laning stage and then kind of mill around for 15 minutes and then
key thing when you were sitting watching in the cinema itself when you guys were casting is the 2 teams that were most vocal during team fights are these 2.
Yeah.
Other teams half the time it's like team fight breaks out quiet. During the laning phase they're calling shots whatever, minute team fight breaks out silent. You might as well have asked, did TeamSpeak break down? What happened? But those 2, they're shouting each other the whole way through. And I think that's key. We talked about the guys boot camping a lot, that communication thing. So my build, I guess, for APG is when we've seen them really successful is when they control the map from a vision perspective. If you can't do that with wards, maybe they need more of a reconnaissance hero. A Beastmaster, a Ricky, a Bounty, something like that that's going to be able to give them that information.
The problem is just, I've just got to check who's actually got the first pick and all the rest.
Whilst you're doing that, I mean, I think we all also definitely want to know which team would be Suicide Squad.
Which team would be Suicide Squad?
Yeah.
Were you hoping when we were giving our movie analogies that was going to be one of the answers? Is that why?
Not really. I mean, I was kind of expecting something to be like from White Rabbit Gaming to be a little bit more like the Jack Reacher kind of one. Because you need somebody to take on Bravado, who I think it's fair to say, or don't breathe.
Okay.
So you need somebody that's going to have he's ready to battle, right?
The whole of Bravado or just Odie?
basically Odoo, and I think the rest of the side are, there aren't any other horror movies out there, but is there a love one? Or maybe we could just, spice it up.
They haven't been playing it because I think they know that the stream would not be appreciating too many rom-coms.
There's that what Collide or whatever it is.
Oh.
That's got a bit of...
I missed that one.
I just want to just check quickly.
But yeah, I mean, you're not getting out of this one. Pick a team.
Oh, I'm not getting out of it.
Suicide
Who
Squad?
would be Suicide Squad? A ragtag bunch of misfits who, I don't know. I would go with the WRG guys then.
Really?
If I have to pick out of those three.
Yeah, I was actually going to say flip side.
Yeah, I was about to say if I could pick. I thought I had to pick out of the teams that were left.
Yeah,
no, I would have picked either flip side or the DC guys. It's a bunch of guys who like come together, different pasts and whatever. And like, let's make this work.
Definitely flip side for me. That's sort of like the stories that we've heard. They're a debaucherous bunch, actually. Naughty guys.
You shouldn't be saying this on the stream.
Oh, I mean, great gentlemen who are refined and
make sure
when they do tip you when you have a beer with them or whatnot, they always make sure to make eye contact during cheers. That's very important, guys. If you're not doing it, please make sure you do so from now on. But for now, I'll once again take my tomfoolery elsewhere and leave in the capable hands of Prophecy and Lord Rochford as Game 2 between WRG and APG here at the semi-finals. Take it away, boys.
Cheerio. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Cool. So once again, WRG showing off their little Battle Cup champion trophies. I believe, wasn't there another one last night? Or?
It ended last night. I think they probably still have theirs from last week.
Okay, was that the ones from last week? They haven't managed to get another one.
Yeah, I just want to quickly just change the sound setting here as we take off. There we go. So we don't have that eyesore of a mic. That's not working. And but anyway, so what do we expect to see here? White Rabbit Gaming again going to ban out the Timbersaw, which ACG played. How do you think APG reacts in this instance?
So I mentioned APG. When they played the strongest has been when they've prioritized Vision Heroes. So I would hope to see that they manage to push through that Beastmaster or the Ricky or the Bounty to try and get through. They play those heroes particularly strongly. Otherwise, to help old Devon get through, I hope that we see something fun. Maybe it's Felix Pudge. I know that Adam did say that
that's not happening again.
That was not going to happen. So I don't know who to trust. Devon's premonitions or Adam's actual word on an interview.
I mean, Adam is an ex-BVD player, not for the Dota squad, but a member of BVD. And their teams tend to have a little bit of a, how could you say it, very much a troll outlook on life. It's a rare BVD player that doesn't like to have a little bit
To be honest,
of fun.
I think there's just too much respect for the opponents.
Yeah.
And that's why you're seeing that as a first round ban, for Sven to get banned is very rare.
No, I mean, the thing was, Adam was just annihilating the team when he could get hold.
And it's not that he had to play Sven in that game. He could have quite easily transitioned, had a Juggernaut, for example, would have done the same job. Probably would have farmed a bit faster, but obviously wouldn't have had the lockdown.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a huge respect ban to be able to ban the Sven. But in the same way, respect bans, that is obviously the Dom's Darkseer getting banned out.
Yeah, definitely. So now, White Rabbit Gaming does have the option on the Invoker, but. The other thing that did get through is the Santo Ricky, and that was what I was going to just say now. What is more important to White Rabbit Gaming, the Santo Ricky or the Castaway Invoker? So they have actually decided it is going to be the smallest hero in Dota, and that is quite an annoying thing to deal with.
Is he smaller than Io?
Well, Io is, as far as I know, Io is just like an effect. It doesn't actually have a
hero.
Yeah, there's no actual hero to Io.
Okay, fair enough. So he gets vetoed out of that.
Yeah.
Comparison. Look, I think having chatted to the guys from White Rabbit before, it's a case of like, if you're going to give us the Castaway Invoker, we're going to take it, but we don't want to feel like we're reliant on it. That's the only hero we can play. Yeah. So they let Ricky through they didn't let Ricky through last time. This time they did, and they're seizing that opportunity immediately.
Yeah, that definitely seems to be the case here. As I think it might have actually also been a little bit of a, how can I say, almost a dare from White Rabbit Gaming. They ban out the Sven, which removes the potential on the draw from Aperture.
Yeah.
So Aperture, kind of had to like, what's worse, a Dom's Darkseer or a Ricky? But we do get ourselves a Phalanx Phoenix.
Yeah, and he did a great job of it in the last game. And all that talk about Invoker for naught, because they ended up picking up the Castaway Invoker anyway.
Yeah, I wonder if this is 100% worth it. I mean, do we think the Phoenix would have been banned out at this stage? Certainly, I can totally justify the Faceless Void being picked in the first round.
Yeah.
Do you think Phoenix justifies that, or would they have looked to get something instead of? I mean, maybe pick up the Evoke for themselves.
Phoenix, great pick. Phoenix, a great pick with Faceless Void, even more so. So I think maybe it might have been a bait to. They just assumed that Invoker would have been first picked, and instead it was the Ricky. So it might have been the case to go, look, we think we're going to pick an Invoker, and we might have won Ricky ourselves.
Yeah.
But that being said, they did pick up the Faceless Void Phoenix combo almost instantaneously. So it feels like the way the draft's going is as expected for APG. They felt that this was going to happen. And that sometimes the risk a team plays when they always first pick a hero is you kind of go, look, we know what you're going to pick first. We don't mind banning it or letting it through. So you've almost kind of given up our ability to be able to pick our first two heroes. We know what we're going to want because you're going to pick Invoker first one.
Yeah. My biggest concern here with giving White Rabbit the Ricky is that in particular Phalanx is going to have to look at his positioning in these fights, and there's not even a question that they have to have vision, because Santo is going to drop the cloud, and if he drops the cloud onto the Phoenix while before the Phoenix can get off the dive, either the dive or the Sunray or the egg. I mean, Phoenix does nothing in this fight.
Yeah.
And Santo is going to be more than happy to just wreck the rest of the back line. So Phoenix has a very, very good or a very hard job to do this game, to both avoid the Ricky in team fights and get a good egg as well. So
yeah.
It is an incredibly difficult situation.
Well, I mean, besides the fact that Ricky is particularly strong against Faceless Void in the chrono, if he's not picked out within that chrono, being able to Faceless Void unlikely to pick up an MKB.
Early anyway.
Yeah.
So that is a definite instance, and also the Manta style is not going to save you from the silence.
No.
So Ricky could scupper your plans for initiation very, very early on here. Second set of bans are going to be the Death Prophet and Witch Doctor from the side of White Rabbit Gaming. Shadow Demon and Life Stealer are going to be removed by Aperture. So the Life Stealer just to protect whoever's in the chrono. I would assume just getting rid of that option, and the Marana comes out for Aperture Gaming. Now we have seen a lot of core Maranas. Do we think this is an ACG mid, or is it O'Malley offlane? Because Faceless Void traditionally run by Aperture as an Adderstam hero. So do we think that this is the Marana here an offlaner, or do we think she's a little bit more farm heavy this one?
Who's likely to play that? With the Ogre pickup, I think that's kind of just answered your question. It's more likely to be an offlaner. Look, the Faceless Void could still switch into offlaner, but it's more likely, I think, for Adderstam to be playing the Faceless Void than the Marana.
Yeah.
Interesting, the Slardar pickup, though. I mean, Doms he might as well have had Ravage most of the time, and they've let him get through again. And, I mean, a great counter, of course, to the Marana ulti. Well, at least being able to spot out one or two heroes before that ulti goes off.
Yeah, and the thing is, again, the Faceless Void chrono either has to get Doms in it, or it has to be that he can't blink close towards it. So a very, very important job, I think, for the Faceless Void this game to get Chronospheres, whereas last game it was almost like Chidawi could almost mess up a Chronosphere because he also had Doms jumping in to help him.
Do you think that Ogre pickup is kind of a block pick?
It feels like it. I mean, I don't really feel that Ogre does a hell of a lot this game. I mean, certainly he's useful to take out an Invoker who's not going to buy BKB and the Slardar, but does he really justify these early game pickups? I don't really know. He obviously does have the recent buff to his what is that stupid skill called? The Bloodlust. I mean, they reduced the mana cost on it, so that might help Faceless Void. He doesn't necessarily need to buy a couple of attack speed items. But it's still, I just don't think that the Ogre justifies the pickup right now.
Cool. So last picks. I mean, we've got our bans coming up with the
Wraith King.
With the ban on the Wraith King, they feel that obviously it's the carry. It's old Chidawi's pick that's missing at for the last. It feels like they're going to need. They've got heroes that can make space and get pickoffs. So it either needs to be a hero who's going to join them on that. That kind of Juggernaut is going to kind of farm up quickly and get some pickoffs, or it needs to be something seriously late.
Yeah, we have often seen
actually Juggernaut ban there by themselves.
Yeah, I mean the thing is the side of Aperture has run ACG on a mid lane Juggernaut before. So that is a possibility.
Well, there you go. Morphling.
Okay,
Very late.
Shawi is going to pull out his Morphling. It's only the second time I've seen him run his Morphling, and the last time they did it, they actually had a Timbersaw in the mid lane. So I think Morphling's going to have a little bit more work to do this game in the hands of Jadawi. But we've seen what? This is the third Morphling we've seen this tournament. The first one?
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Morphling last night. It was absolutely disgusting. I struggled to keep my lunch down, to be honest, after watching that. But there, the difference is Morphling was last picked with very little to lock it down. Here, I mean, we've got Ogre Magi, we've got Mirana, we've got the Faceless Void ulti. I mean, they've got a lot that can keep that Morphling.
They don't really have a silence, though, and that is the one thing that Morphling doesn't enjoy.
Yeah.
So what does Aperture Gaming go for here? Do you think maybe a potential pickup on something like perhaps a Storm Spirit or... Okay, PL.
Yeah.
So that's
Cool,
another
equally
thing.
as late. I mean, once he gets Diffusal, that certainly helps against the Morphling, because once you're on a mana, then there's no more strength adaptation. But...
another hero vulnerable to silences, which is what White Rabbit Gaming does have in decent amounts.
Well, we're going to see the PL go mid. We saw it yesterday. It does survive fairly well against Invoker. Invoker struggling a bit to shut down that evasive target.
Yeah.
And Adestam, sorry, we were incorrect. Adestam is going to play the farming Mirana. So likely to see an early Aghanim Scepter. We saw it to great effect last night, to be honest, just in a team fight being able to drop a heck of a lot of damage.
Yeah.
The only issue is how that combination normally works is, blink in, drop all your damage and jump out. But with a Disruptor, besides the fact you're blinking in and you might go straight into Static Storm, if you jump out you might just get disrupted. I mean, it glimpse back. So mobility might be a little bit hampered there.
Yeah, that is the biggest problem for APGs. I'm just a bit concerned that White Rabbit Gaming could very well just shut down any attempted initiation. If you're not keeping eyes on the Ricky, he drops a smoke cloud, and then you're kind of like, okay, guys, we can't actually jump anymore because we don't really buy BKBs. I mean, none of the APG heroes really want to buy a BKB early. Mirana wants to get up her damage. PL, I mean, he could reasonably get one, but he relies a lot more on misdirection than anything else. So this APG lineup could be in a bit of a problem if White Rabbit Gaming is on point with. In particular, the Disruptor ulti and the Ricky Smoke Cloud. And Schlinks is, interestingly enough, actually White Rabbit Gaming swapping things up here. So just to do a quick introduction here for White Rabbit Gaming, we have Schlinks on the Ricky. We then have Doms, he's going to be running the Slardar, and down below, Chidawi picking up the Morphling, Castaway on that signature Invoker, and Santo running the Disruptor for this game.
Cool. We've got Adestam on that farming Mirana. We've got the Phoenix played by Phalanx, the alliterative one. ACG playing that, what's going to be a mid PL. Certainly going to catch a lot of harass from that Ricky who'll be roaming around. And we've got O'Malley on that Faceless Void. And then finally, wrapping it up, we've got Bob Yules on that Ogre Santo, or Santo Magi, as they were saying.
Santo Magi. It does kind of feel like that with the amount of Bob Yules obviously has a Santo God in his name, so I think he's a confirmed Santo fanboy. And not a bad player to fanboy, if you think about it. Anyway, Schlinks is going to be doing the traditional Santo role, wandering around, being an annoying little rat, as he currently shadows the Phoenix on his way to the top lane. Now, this is a defensive tri lane here from Aperture Gaming, just looking to secure the Mirana's farm. Mirana a little bit more prone to being harassed out of lane than the Sven, obviously. And certainly with the support Doms will be a little bit happier, but not the kind of heroes that Schlinks will be looking for. He'll definitely be attempting to make as much as he can of the ACG mid lane. PL O'Malley also, I mean, he could reasonably move down there, but I think they want a little bit more stuns and lockdown before they jump on O'Malley in the mid lane.
Looking in the mid, actually, I see there, Schlinks, I was about to say, he's going to try and swap out the sentry wards. He knows that he'd been catching creeper harass, so he knew that they could see him, and walking in with a couple of sentries of his own and quickly trading yours for mine.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that obviously it was a fairly obvious swap. So despite the obviously inconvenience from the gold perspective, actually I was about to say, if you look at the Dire Secret Shop Radiant Secret Shop, we have our Phoenix in a bit of a sandwich when the pause came out. So I don't know if there's going to be he's going to die. Is going to be a respectful retreat.
He's going to be cooked as well as.
He has got the Icarus dive and does manage to get out. I suppose that pause, perhaps a little bit of bad manners there.
Well, it was actually paused by the Morphling.
Okay.
So it was the own team that
and might not have seen it, but we've generally found pauses help the team in a defensive situation generally more because they can react to kind of the aggression that's going on them.
Well, I mean, a very good play there actually by Phalanx to save the skill point so that he could get the Icarus dive when he needed it, as opposed to perhaps jumping into the fire spirits to harass a little bit more. And once again, we do have the Ricky is just hanging around in this area. And we do remember Castaway joking quite a bit yesterday with Santa that Santa would often come to the mid lane just to steal Castaway's experience rather than actually do anything useful. But Schlinks appears to be a little bit more friendly towards his mid lane and not hanging around in experience areas. So still at level 1 at the 3-minute mark. And I mean, he's going to need to find experience somewhere. He's actually going to move up to the top lane there as Doms just clears out the creep camp while he builds towards the Iron Talon.
Yeah, in the bottom, Void not doing too badly, catching a little bit of harass, but doing a bit of a pulling of his own now. Managed to get that double stack creep camp to chow up all the dire creeps there, so allowing the creep wave to pull back into his tower. Because he was getting a little bit of experience siphoned off him from the pulls by Santa on the Disruptor. But doing a good job there, as a good offlaner should, pulling some of that creep wave back towards his tower.
Yeah. O'Malley, I mean, it's useful for him. He's not actually going for that early game pickup on the Iron Talon. We have often seen Faceless Voids just default onto the Iron Talon when when they can, but O'Malley is trying to take a fight. Looks like we have some action up top lane where Schlinks is going to cop a stun from the Ogre Magi.
They had this sentry ward that Schlinks just walked straight past, and they try to be subtle about it, like, we know he's here, but don't do anything about it. Unfortunately, he moved out of range, and I don't want to say they panicked, but just throwing a little bit of a rest, which, although it's always nice to be able to put a bit of damage on him, I think that's obviously given up the ghost that there's a... Oh, great stun there from Moron, who's managed to lock down Doms, and he's in a world of hurt. He does manage to get off his mini Ravage, but unfortunately the burn from the Phoenix Fire Spirit's doing enough to take him down in the end.
Yeah, well, actually not even the Phoenix Fire Spirit, just the Icarus dive.
Oh,
still only at level 1, so, I mean, well played in the end anyway, as Phalanx picks up the first kill on his Phoenix there. O'Malley getting quite a bit out of this off lane, to be fair, as he is currently, almost 3 times the farm of the Slaughter. And I mean, he's alone. Slaughter has had a rotation here and there just to help him out a bit, as O'Malley now gets aggressive onto Java, doing ridiculous amounts of damage actually to that Morphling. He's only sitting at 640 HP. O'Malley trying to turn things around here, so good aggressive play. He's trying to put as much pressure as he can onto Java, just slowing him down in the farm
Schlinks
state.
is here as well.
Yeah, this might be the end of O'Malley's life if he's not careful. Well, Phoenix has arrived, so Schlinks is a little bit more of a tricky situation to deal with than just the Faceless Void, as Phalanx has to watch his position. You obviously don't want both of them to get caught in that silence of the smoke screen. But then again, Ricky is only level 1.
Dusted him.
That is dirty, as they somehow realize they're going to now try to jump onto Schlinks, doing lots of damage to him. He's going to go down. Out comes that Sunray, and it is so damn strong. He's going to try and work it, but O'Malley not really getting a hell of a lot of help out of that Sunray, as Phalanx trying to fight now against Disruptor. A Bird against Raptor is definitely in favor of the Bird at this point in the game. And the 2 cores, Chidawi comes out better, as O'Malley is forced back. This will get Phalanx some levels, as he picks up his level 3 top lane though. Let's take a look. Schlinks has decided he's not really keen on that bot lane anymore, and he's going to move back to the top for the meanwhile, just to try and siphon some experience.
Yeah, so far APG will be very happy with the way things are going.
Yeah.
On the top of the net worth, so getting the space he needs, Adestam is just an absolute monster when it comes to hitting creeps.
He's very good at finding farm even if he's under pressure, which is, I'd say sometimes it's an underappreciated trait on a carry.
Yeah.
It's very, very easy to carry the game when the game is delivered to you on a plate, but it's when you're being pressured heavily and then still finding a way to be relevant in the game that is the hallmark of a very good carry. In the mid lane, we have the Forge Spirit. I mean, this is consistently something that you'll see Castaways do is he's very, very good at actually denying the forward spirits to the opponents, which is pretty annoying because they can be worth quite a bit. As ACG is now caught out in the smoke screen, and on top of that ice wall, he's in major problems. He's very, very low HP, and they will actually finish him off there. Invoker getting the last hit despite the Marana ulti coming through to try and save him. Bobuel's TP's in as well to no avail.
Great use of the ice wall on top of the smoke screen.
Yeah.
I mean, as if it's not the slow is not bad enough already, and with the silence, that ice wall is debilitatingly slow.
Yeah, I mean, it might as well be a stun at that point because the PL doesn't really want to fight at that stage. He can't get off the doppelganger, so he's going nowhere, and he's dying very, very quickly.
Yeah, you feel like the Marana ulti could have come a little bit sooner. I don't know if it's maybe forgot that they had it, or
yeah, I mean, he had it available, so I think maybe SG's like, oh, don't worry guys, I'll be fine, and then maybe saw that he was taking a lot more damage than he was expecting, so maybe only called it out. Then they're going to try and make an attempt here onto Castaway. He is going to, well, I thought he was going to skill maybe the Ghost Walk, but he's in a lot of pressure now, and he will go down. Doesn't have the Ghost Walk available, and no TPs to save him either. So Castaway goes down. APG immediately strike back in the mid lane, getting the opposing mid laner after ACG has fallen. Schlinks wanders into the area, probably looking to just get a bit more experience than anything else here, as it's unlikely that he's going to be doing much more than chip damage at best to the
well, he
ACG.
might try and rob him of the rune here. It's going to be interesting to see if he manages to get it. And the Ricky activates Arcane Rune. He does get it. Well played. Empty bottle there from Phantom Lancer.
Don't really know how much use that Arcane Rune is on Ricky.
It's more the deny than anything else. Phantom Lancer is tragically poor when it comes to mana. In fact, he's going to make the walk to bottom because he really needs that mana.
Yeah, he does. I mean, it's going to be the bounty rune, so a little bit of help for him there. And down below, we've got the two supports. O'Malley is still doing pretty well, level 6, and has a not insignificant amount of farm for this stage of the game. Schlinks is hanging around here. Let's actually take a look at what Doms is doing. Dom's very, very far behind in respect to his opponent offlaner, as he's level 4, and he's busy beating a Satyr Tormentor to death.
Yeah, he's resorted to having to go to the jungle. He's getting almost nothing out of the top lane. And I mean, that's just given a chance for Adderstam to really, really turn on the taps from a farming perspective, because he's not really worried about any harass coming out. We do see Schlinks there, who's just soaking a bit of EXP, taking a couple of last hits, and just being a general nuisance.
Yeah, I mean, right now, they need to commit a lot to Adderstam, and they probably need, at the very least, a stun, as we can see Dom's moving up to the top lane here. Has used the sprint, but other than that, I think Adderstam, I wouldn't say he's getting, a magic carpet ride, but it certainly has been made easier by O'Malley getting as much as he's done on this off lane here, as once again, they heavy pressure placed on this lane. They do spot Santo, but he wanders into the trees before any damage can be done. Ogre Major almost level 5, and poor old Santo is about to crack level 4 if you can get into experience.
Well, they're going on ACG. The Schlinks has arrived, but they do manage to do the doppel walk and get out as soon as that cold snap gets procced on him.
Yeah, so quick reactions there by ACG. I think if the smoke screen had come down, it would have almost certainly been another dead PL in the mid lane. Down below, we actually have a jump from O'Malley, and out comes the Chrono. It's going to grab 2. They're focusing onto Santo, and they will actually... I was a bit confused there with the Sunstrike, but it does go onto O'Malley. He jumps himself out of trouble. Shidawi now under some severe pressure from that Phoenix, and he's just going to be forced back. And, I mean, I thought the Sunstrike was actually, a little bit overzealous trying to kill the Disruptor with that much damage, but then I remembered that it is, in fact, Castaway doing the damage there. So, for the moment, APG gets himself out of trouble. We have Adderstam. He looks to be the next target here. Do they have anything? They do have Santo here, but no real stuns, so I don't think they can actually kill off that Marana. He's actually gone very, very greedy as well. Hand Midas, as he realizes he can just abuse this position pretty heavily.
Yeah, I certainly think he's going to be going for that Agnum Scepter next. Maybe. I mean,
Midas Ags is also incredibly farm heavy as well.
He might finish up those boots first. Probably going for likely phase boots build.
Yeah, that is quite likely. He's sitting at about 800 about 900, so he could reasonably finish them up if he's about to go now. We get the Sunstrike in the mid lane as ACG is dead as a doornail. Schlinks coming in with the smoke screen, and this time not quick enough on the fingers is ACG before that smoke screen drops and prevents him from doppelganging out of trouble. Valanx also does complete the TP, but once again, no avail, as he's unable to really make anything happen. We've actually got Adderstam down now on the bot lane. They have spotted him out with this ward, but he was hitting creeps before that, so they certainly are aware of it.
And
Morphling.
Slinks is rotating here into the jungle as well. They spotted out the Maron is obviously trying to pull this creep camp. But look, there's going to be a tussle here. They managed to spot on Chidawi. He's got the amp damage on him, so they're going to follow him, knowing that they're doing a lot more damage to him. Slinks jumps, but in the end, nothing.
Yeah.
A little bit of a letdown. I thought we were going to see some action there.
Sort of quite a damn squib, that fight there.
Yeah.
It's like something's going to happen, and then nothing happened. Much like Western Province last night, you know? Score try in the first 5 minutes and then get, 60-21 at the end of the game or something?
I didn't see, so I won't disagree with you. But,
Yeah, well, any Western Province fan not very happy in terms of the rugby score last night.
We see the Moonlight Shadow being used there, so Phoenix rotating into the jungle. We spotted out by that sentry just walked past, but
they do catch Chidawi, and Chidawi is inside that chrono. The Sunray doing quite a bit of damage, and the stun comes through well placed from Addison, but a fantastic timing there on the ult, and they actually dropped the Phoenix Egg as well, and that is the end of the Morphling's life. Fire somehow burning that water-based creature to death, and they will pick up a tower off the back of this. Can't see White Drive Gaming really getting too aggressive. They will, however, send Castaway into the mid lane to trade for that tower. He's going to need a couple of Forge Spirits, but not going to swap to them, so just looking for a bit of chip damage as Schlinks and Doms arrive down below to save the building. So these are the guard dogs, and APG not too keen on tangling with them at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he got dusted up there, used tricks of trade to just buy himself a little bit of time, but in the end I suppose he'll be quite happy that he halted that attack on the tower.
Yeah, definitely very, very happy. I mean, losing a tower at that stage, particularly because Morphling is so farm dependent, it would have been a bit troubling to lose that, just a bit of extra safety there.
Arrow going in there from Adistam, but if anyone knows how to spot and throw Marana arrows, it's old Doms.
It's Doms. So Adistam actually very, very low on mana. He is in fact building towards the flat Ags.
Yeah,
so
I mean, he's got their point booster, and now it's
super greed.
And 1,000 gold already, so I mean, he's 2 pieces away really from that Aghanims, and then that really sees his farm accelerate.
Yeah, super, super greed there. As Castaway also obviously has the Agaceptor and has gone for the Drums of Endurance. ACG chilling in the mid lane. Not really a hell of a lot of damage that he can do right now. He can certainly slow Castaway down, but apart from that, it's a lot of just harass is what he can provide at the moment. Siege creep will go down. And tower on the mid lane fairly low. We've got a lot of White Drive Gaming heroes here, so if ACG doesn't know what's happening, he certainly will soon. He does have the Phoenix in response, and Adistam has also arrived. So that an arrow? Yeah, he did throw the arrow.
He did throw an arrow, hit the Forge Spirit.
Oh, a little bit unlucky. Pings come out, they do spot Schlinks, or they suspect that Schlinks will be in that sort of area.
Oh, on the top lane, we see the Glimpse come in, and it ends up getting the... it was the Void who was taking the tower that instantly put under the static storm and glimpsed back.
Yep.
We've seen it in a previous game where we saw Kunkka and a Disruptor being really, really good counters to the Void.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about the Disruptor is because he doesn't have a long cooldown on the static storm, is that in the early stages, it's like, oh, we have one hero, just drop the static storm plus the kinetic field and the easy kill. As they do to actually spot out Doms now. The stun comes through from the Ogre, but that Sunray is just eating that fish alive. So they are going to have cooked fish for dinner. Some INJ, I think, is on the menu for the side of APG tonight.
I thought you said fish.
Well, it's officially fish.
The box says INJ is fish. Fair enough.
Yeah, allegedly fish from INJ. But
cool. Adistam, last time we saw he had 1,000 gold. He's bought an item and he's nearing 1,000 gold again. So this
outrageous
Scepter is a mere minute away, I reckon.
I mean, things he's actually rotated off the safe lane, so he's playing, pretty aggressively all by himself at the moment. And he is very well going to get this tower. Schlinks looking to try and set something up as they do see Doms now. Adisam, what positioning, gets himself out of safety. But he is going to be sent right back to death as it is. And stun comes through. Dom's going to try and do as much as he can. But oh dear lord, he actually gets the kill. What a time to throw out that Starstorm, and there you go, get the first kill. They very nearly get the second, as Santo will get himself out of trouble. Phalanx going to do enough damage. Does he kill off Santo? No, he does not. But in the end, I think APG will be not entirely happy with that trade, but they'll be like, okay, we lost Adistam, which is a pretty big kill, but we got the kill onto the fish, and we got a tower as well at another point. So I think overall APG will be okay, but they'll still be a little bit unhappy
I
that
think
Adam went down
he
there.
nets out from that, because I was looking at his farm as that fight broke out. He's about 200 gold, and now he's at 540, despite dying.
Yeah.
So obviously I would have preferred not to, but certainly.
Yeah, and the thing is, he got the assist goal.
Oh, big Chrono here in the Radiant Jungle, and the Sunray comes as well. That's got Castaway down. I don't know if he's going to be able to get out in time. They do drop the Static Storm that's going to hold them in place. O'Malley just looking to get somewhere so he can blink out and reduce that damage. So good job there by Centra. They also have the Slithering Crush. It's all these AoE tip spells on top of each other, and then finally Castaway was the one who you thought was definitely going to go down. Whips out a double kill.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. As White Rabbit Gaming loses none, APG get three in the benches. As Adestam and ACG, the only remaining members of the APG squad right now. But yeah, just great play by White Rabbit Gaming. They just seem to appear out of nowhere. They, at the start of the fight it looked like it was a 3-on-2, and then all of a sudden the whole of White Rabbit Gaming appears out of the bushes. And ACG under the cover or under the vision of Schlinks and a ward, but not a hell of a lot that they can do to actually stop ACG right now.
Yeah, he'll be looking to farm up those his diff blade next, I reckon. I mean, he's picked up the Vanguard to try and tank up a little bit.
Arana completes Agnum Scepter at 17 minutes, so I think a bit slower than he would have liked, obviously, given the kill.
And also he was diverted, I guess, by the head of Midas as well, and having to move off lane to give a bit of space to the Void.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, the hand of Midas is going to
accelerate now.
Be worth it over time. It's not that it's just a complete waste. I mean, even by now, he will have almost made the money back on that hand of Midas, depending on what time he got it exactly. So he's working pretty well here, still farming, and his farm is going to accelerate very, very quickly. So it's a way of actually staying ahead of White Rabbit Gaming the whole time, which is what you really want to do.
Yeah.
The Morphling at this point in time, he's third on the net worth chart, but ideally you would have liked to have him just a little bit further along. He's actually gone for the Dragon Lance just for the primary, I think, the stats more than the range actually. And it's not bad. I mean, for the stats gain that you get out of it, it's actually pretty ridiculously good.
Yeah, I mean, we've said before, it's pretty much the stats of. I see there was a kill there by Castaway Invoker, picking up the. Picking up Bobules on the Ogre Santo, and unfortunately missing out on what exactly happened there. But he's picked up those Trav boots, so he's going to be looking to be a bit of a worldwide menace, jumping around, pushing towers with those forged spirits, and then heading back into fights.
The fishing arrow does just fly between two members of White Rabbit Gaming. They have the replicate in the mid lane, so in theory they could try and jump onto Phalanx, but he disappears over the hills right before they can get into range to set that up. TP's to the top lane, where he's going to try and slow things down here. And Castaway also not really all that keen to take the fight. And we have Schlinks once again on the scouting mission. He's not doing too badly this game, Schlinks. Certainly not as effective as we've seen Santo has been in the past, but I mean, it's not like he's been playing badly.
No, 100%. He's still been providing that vision that is required. Perhaps not picking up as many kills, but certainly it was a nuisance mid, and that stopped the PL from getting online as fast as he could have.
He set up at least 2 PL kills in the mid lane, which I think is decent enough. And HCG is actually currently sitting on the bot lane there. He's gone for that Vanguard first, just to tank up a bit, I think, before he really goes for the damage. As out comes the Mirana ulti now. I don't know if anybody spotted this, but APG are in fact going to run right over a sentry warden. They're going to wander themselves into a horrible situation as O'Malley is caught out by that ulti from the Disruptor, and he's going to go down before he can actually get off his chrono in response. Schlinks is in the area. They're going to dust him up, but that is a poor response for APG. They're not going to be happy that they trade their biggest ulti for only that Ricky. Doms gets himself to safety as well. And APG will be quite upset that they spent the Mirana ulti and only got a call for a support trade.
The other factor that one doesn't often mention is that Ricky might not be getting the kills, or he might be setting up kills, but what he does is he makes the opposing team's support very poor.
Yes.
I mean, they've had to spend a lot of money in sentries.
Yeah, the economic game is very, very important when a Ricky is on the field, particularly, as you said, with the supports. You slow them down so heavily, because they have to constantly be buying sentries and dust and, perhaps a gem and all the rest. O'Malley TP's down to the bot lane as he's looking for something, and, well, we were saying at 17 minutes, Adestam, picked up his Ags. He's already got the the blink dagger coming in, so they really are looking for as much burst damage as they can here.
Yeah, so essentially a 4-minute blink dagger farmed up.
And
so.
I mean, the one thing that I should point out is that even with all this farm, Invoker has just actually beaten Adestam in the net with Graph.
Look, he did pick up his Midas around about the same timing, and I think the difference is he's been picking up kills and being involved. I mean,
O'Malley, he's dead.
He picked up that double kill mid when it looked like he was going down. He picked up that kill that we missed up top, and now he picked up another one. He's on a mega kill streak, so he's got a little bit of a bounty on his head as well. So they'll certainly, the guys from APG will be wanting to get him on the bench. He's picked up his Aghanim Scepter, which is certainly going to make that a bit harder.
Yeah, that is very much true. So Invoker, I mean, at the moment, this is kind of the linchpin of the White Rabbit Gaming draft. Chidawi nowhere near ready to actually take full-on team fights. So a lot of it is going to be in Castaway's hands for the next, say, 8 minutes or so, until about the 30-minute mark when the Morphling can start farming. He's actually going to try and fight here in mid lane as ACG tried to actually... He's inverse? No, he's going to get caught out here, so he does die. Tried to doppelganger to the high ground, not quite working out for him. As
looks like he's got enough money for that Lincoln Sphere if he wants to pick it up now, unless he's deciding to get a bit more aggressive and pick up that Eagle Song and go...
Something? Yeah, he's sending the courier to the secret shop, so almost certainly...
That ultimate orb for the Lincoln Sphere,
we'll see now. And it is ultimate orb time. So yeah, Lincoln Sphere indeed, and it's going to go back to the base to complete the recipe as well. I mean, in retrospect, Adestam is not looking too shabby at the moment. Obviously that kill wasn't really the best. He's going to blink ahead and just clear up the creep. Jeez, it's so quick that he can just kill that off. He's going to go for the boots of travel. So a bit more split push, a bit more fighting, and this deep ward giving a lot of vision to the White Rabbit Gaming side, and it's actually spotted a smoke. That is dirty.
Yeah.
That is absolutely dirty. So we do have Santo. He's hanging around in this area, and wait, did he cancel a smoke? Yeah, I think he cancelled O'Malley's smoke there. Oh, dear Lord, Santo, you dirty bugger.
What's going to be scary as well is they're using the Ricky. I see there on the bottom lane, Morphling has used the Ricky as a his replicate.
Yeah, a replicate.
And that does go invisible as well. So later on, he can just morph immediately to that and surprise with the shotgun.
Yeah. The Void gets a kill in... destroys the tower in the mid lane. You could actually see APG figuring that was the real Ricky. And spending quite a bit on the kill there. They do deward that high ground there from APG as ACG and Phalanx hang around here now. They've got Barbules in support, but all of this has actually been spotted by Schlinks. So he knows what's in the area. He's going to tell his team, back off. We don't want to fight here. Let them do what they can. As up top lane, we've actually got O'Malley. He's going to try and fight up, but once again, Santo says no. And that is just the end of O'Malley's life. Drops that I think it almost feels as though the Static Storm has been exclusively used to kill off.
Yeah, it feels like it's been a single target stun the way it's been used.
Yeah, I mean, and most of them are going on to O'Malley as well. He's got 5 deaths, but it just feels like 4 of those deaths have been to a Static Storm combo that he just kind of sits there and goes like, oh well.
Yeah, I'm just going to stand here
and die.
I'll clean my keyboard and wait for the respawn here.
Not a whole lot that he can do.
Big item there being picked up by the PL with the diffusal blade. Yep. That's certainly going to put the hurt on a lot of these supports that are very mana dependent.
Yeah, Schlinks once again just spotting out the ulti usage from the Mirana as ACG runs very, very nearby. But this is what Ricky does. He just provides invaluable scouting. And he's going to be seeing Adestam clearing up these camps. Blink. No, pings come out. So yeah, Schlinks is just seeing all kinds of movement now. As O'Malley looking to make something happen here, but it just doesn't seem to be. I mean, like right now, it just feels like APG can never get a fight. They're looking for a fight.
Yeah.
You can see O'Malley's like, okay, I'm ready to drop the chrono. But this is like, nope. You get silenced up. Not gonna happen. Or, White Rabbit Gaming just disappears as a result of Ricky giving such great vision.
Well, I think they've had enough now because I just see Phoenix has picked up a bit of jewelry, so the Gem of True Sight is now on the map.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that's going to help the economic game a little bit in terms of not having to buy dust and wards. But it does kind of up the ante in terms of the risk factor. You lose that.
A fight,
you think a Ricky provides a lot of vision. Imagine a Ricky with a gem.
That takes out all your vision that you have anyway. Yeah, so that is... I mean, as you said, that is a difficult situation for APG. The risk reward is pretty great, but if something does go south, and Adderstam inches away. Sorry, not Adderstam. Phalanx inches away from giving up that new little piece of jewelry there.
Okay, can you imagine if he had picked it up then? That being said, I see Disruptor's got a gem of his own.
Yeah, so White Gaming playing the game as well. And certainly not something that APG wants to see anytime soon. ACG, he's on the front lines here. As White Gaming are in the area. Not with anything that could really do a hell of a lot of damage to that PL. And we do look like we're going to have a big fight here. Doms jumps in. He's actually going to catch up Phalanx. Phalanx is caught under the auspices of that Disruptor ulti, and he's probably going down. But a hell of a lot of damage is done to the... Well, never mind.
Two gems on the deck.
Yeah, both gems on the deck. As the Ogre Magi picks up his, they're going to try and fight their way out of here. They do get a Phantom Lancer replicate, and that's going to take them quite a while to kill. But APG comes out better as the two supports and the offlaner for White Gaming go down. Castaway nowhere to be seen. He is obviously able to provide Sunstrike from afar, but not a hell of a lot else. O'Malley is going to be a temporary ward for the Ogre Magi to come in. And Ogre Magi, well...
Both gems, one for each head.
Yeah.
So, you know,
it's got 6 eyes now, I guess.
You don't want a jealousy between the heads there, tearing up the team. So
yeah, it's mine. No, it's mine.
Yeah, exactly.
Certainly one of the more entertaining heroes to listen to in game is the Ogre Magi. And down below, Adderstam continues to farm as quickly as he can. He's not gone for that Dragon Lance himself. Just a bit of tank, a little bit of extra damage as well. And certainly not insignificant amount of range for a hero that is already pretty decently ranged. As we see, let's take a look quickly at the difference team net worth. White Gaming was opening up a pretty healthy lead, but that has been cut short. It's now.
But you see how consistent that growth was.
Yeah.
From it was a pretty slow and steady growth on the net worth from APG, and then all of a sudden there was a team fight. I hesitate to think it was the one where the Invoker picked up the double kill, and they almost. I mean, I think they got 4 in the end or 3.
Yeah.
And that's kind of started this mountain range beginning, but yeah, definitely turn it around with that dual fight there.
Yeah. It actually looked like it was the pick off on the Faceless Void along with the tower there. APG, once again, they have smoked up and have the ulti, so they know Schlinks is in the area. Oh, dear Lord, Schlinks. Your tricks are not working right now, as APG immediately get the pick off and they're going to move straight into the rush, but they did see the replicate walk in and they're going to take that now. Now, does White Gaming take this fight? It doesn't look to be the case. They would need an epic ulti, an epic crush from Slaughter along with a very, very good Disruptor ulti. And it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Looks like they're showing some interest. I mean, we've got Chidawi there sitting. He didn't end up picking Boots of Travel since the last time we saw him.
Well, the jump. Yeah, sorry, never mind. As Chidawi is caught out in the Chrono, there's a fight in the backplay, but Chidawi is the bigger kill here. And out comes the Disruptor. They're trying to kill off the Phoenix, which has been successful. Bob Yule's not as successful in that. And it's a 1-for-1 trade at the actually a 1-for-0 trade as ACG is now jumping onto Chidawi. Chidawi is running out of mana quickly as he tries to swap to the HP, and ACG is going to turn around. Chidawi jumps back across. They're going to finish off Bob Yules here, it looks like, as O'Malley just looking to try and do some damage or any at all. ACG is now getting caught out. He's going to go down. Oh, no, good. A fantastic doppelganger there, but doesn't quite get him to safety as APG once again lose 3 heroes, and White Gaming is going to take all of the hard work of APG and somehow get out of trouble. But again, fantastic movement in these team fights from White Gaming. I mean, it looked like Chidawi was almost certainly dead as he's back in base.
And they did a great job of splitting the fight there.
Yeah, fantastic job, because
APG are going to want everyone together, and they kind of split it up. The Void kind of went on the Chrono, and that almost made it... They kind of fight into 2 spaces, and they said, okay, well, we can't go through the Chrono, let's go around, and then sort of pushed the fight towards up the river.
And Doms plus Santa on the backlines just killing off firstly the Phoenix, but also keeping the Ogre Magi contained meant that there was very little extra damage coming into the Chrono, so they didn't have enough to actually finish off Chidawi on his morphing. And I mean, that's just, again, great shot calling. Like you were saying, these are teams that talk a lot in fights, so White Gaming obviously communicating very well, and that was a fight taken without the Invoker either. And I definitely think that had Invoker been there, he would have been the primary target of that fight. Schlinks is in the area now. I just wanted to check, did White Gaming get a gem out of that?
Yes, so the Disruptor picked up the gem.
Yeah, so very, very well played there. Bigger swing than is anticipated.
There should still be one in base.
Yeah, there will be a spare.
The Phoenix has in fact picked it up.
Yeah. So spares are available for the APG side as they are spotted by Schlinks. Do they spot him? Well, never mind. We got a Chrono out. It's going to be Castaway. This is a big kill if they do go for it. But Advertised is caught in the back lines, and APG are kind of cut off from their hard carry. Doms jumps in as well. Castaway's got the BKB off, and they will get themselves the 2 supports for the White Drive Gaming side at the moment. Well, APG. Dom's running for the hills as well. He's trying to juke into the trees as quickly as he can, waiting out that blink dagger timing. Does he dodge the stun? No, he doesn't. Actually forces himself away from it and then just cops a longer stun, but fantastic play there by APG. It looked like it was going south in a hurry, but unfortunately Castaway not really doing a whole lot. Chidawi also not in the area to provide any damage, and APG will be very, very happy with that pick-off, as I think that kill not quite reflecting the full aspect of the fight. And we look at the difference in net with that is another sharp drop towards the side of APG. Can they afford to lose this? They get the gem back, well, the secondary gem. Again, looking quite solid. APG has shown a much better ability to skirmish this game than White Rabbit has.
Yeah, they've got a draft that suits that sort of stuff. Lots of lockdown. They've got some initiation, obviously, from the Phoenix and the Void, who's also carrying a blink dagger. So I think they're just playing a better game style.
Yeah, it almost seems the White Rabbit Gaming, like, when it's a set fight, they're like, okay, they've got like it planned ahead, you know, like I'm going to jump in from this side, you're going to jump in from that side.
They've got it.
Yeah, like they plan a lot better than APG, whereas APG is sort of like, you know, flying by the seat of their pants kind of thing. They're like when things are going south, then they're doing well. But White Rabbit Gaming in set fights has shown to be a little bit better than APG here. Okay, shotgun is finally completed. A bit late, to be fair. He did actually stop off from the Dragon Lance and the Booted Travel. But at 32 minutes, it's not going to have the same kind of effect as it would at about the 20 to 25 minute mark.
But
if he did
watch out for that Ricky surprise package, as I said. Replicate the Ricky, walks in invis, finds a support. All of a sudden, Replicate Morphling comes out and then TP's back.
Yeah. It is, I mean, the biggest problem for him here is that a lot of the APG heroes are pretty tanky outside of the Phoenix. So the Phoenix is the only one he can really shotgun at this point in the game. You know, kill off before the fight really starts.
Or the Marana.
Yeah, okay, O'Malley as well is actually pretty soft, to be fair. If only Santa and O'Malley knew.
But yeah, I suppose the other thing is with the Morphling at the moment, he's carrying Aegis, so he's going to look to be a lot more aggressive anyway. As we see them push on mid-tower at Lincoln Sphere, getting popped there by the Spirit Lance. They're under the cover of Moonlight Shadow, and I think he sniffed something. Oh, they do have the sentry ward there in lane. And Santa is going to manage to TP out there under the cover of darkness. So, well played there. Moonlight Shadow being used without being able to get any kind of kills. So, a little bit disappointing for APG, who, I mean, they're carrying the gem. You'd think that they'd be able to spot out some of these wards, but well placed. I see the Phoenix actually spotting out that sentry ward.
Yeah. Quite disappointing, to be fair. Another damn squib of a fight.
Yeah.
It looked like
it really looked like it was going to be something juicy there.
Yeah, and then neither team actually gets anything done. They do catch out to Dowie down below. He's actually done a surprising amount of damage to Adestam, and they do have the Chrono. They don't really want to waste it as yet. Chidawi running for the hills as quickly as he can. Doms comes in, throws out the amp damage onto O'Malley and gets a good stun as well. Now O'Malley is in deep trouble. He goes down. No Chrono used as Castaway arrives to just kill him off. We've actually got down below here Santo not able to get off the combo to prevent ACG from getting away. Schlinks is under the cover of his smoke screen and will dodge that. Bob Yules, though, goes down. So APG trading 2 for nothing once again. Damn close to getting the kill on that all-important Morphling. But
how scary was how tanked that Morphling was?
Yeah,
that
kept
was going.
Pretty ridiculous, to be fair.
And he still has Aegis. I mean, it's not like they at least killed him once.
His Aegis actually ran out.
I did run out now.
I think it ran out after the fight, though.
Yeah, he certainly had it during that fight.
Yeah. But, I mean, that is just the power of White Rabbit Gaming, is that if you don't kill off one of their big cores, like in particular the Morphling or the Invoker, and both of them are actually in the fight, you can probably lose that fight with the amount of damage they can throw at you.
Well, they're going to be knocking on the door of... No, they've decided to back out. They're just throwing in the Forge Spirits, chip the paint, and leave, deciding rather reset. They've definitely won an economic advantage in the last fight, but let's not push our luck.
Yeah, they didn't get the gem again, which is, I think, a tiny win for APG. Arrow is going to miss. Was really just thrown out in hope. Another gem is purchased.
Oh, if they could see Santo just chilling there in the trees.
Okay, Santo, that's quite brave.
Oh, the bat. I mean, that was the stun from Oka.
The BM. Santo, I'm pretty certain Chidawi is going to be like, what are you doing? What possessed you to do that?
Oh, look, he got the glimpse, so I guess a save, but it's not like O'Malley was going to get a kill there. by himself.
Yeah, I mean, like if O'Malley'd used a chrono, fine, but still, that seemed a bit excessive from Disruptor, especially to try and TP out like that ballsy. It's like, okay, you know, I'm gonna glimpse you back, and I'm just gonna TP out, and it's like, and then a wild ogre appeared and says no. So, a bit of a problem there for the White Rabbit Gaming side, as they do lose another support, but I think in the end, still ahead slightly. Yeah, I mean, it's quite a set of mountains here that we've got going for the side of
yeah,
White
but
Rabbit
5,000 at 36 minutes is hardly.
Yeah, it's hardly game breaking. So O'Malley picking up a bit more damage now in the Diffusal Blade. Rest of APG still farming pretty well. I am super surprised that Castaway is able to farm as well, despite Adam having a very, very heavy farm build here. He's gone for Mantis Star, he's got the Agnum Scepter, and he had the Midas, but he's swapped that out now. I think that was the Mantis Star that dropped before. Well, he sold the Midas for the Manta.
Chidawi now outputting a lot of damage, just short of 300 right click.
Yeah.
And still reasonably tanky. I mean, that's 1300 HP. It's not full glass cannon or anything.
Yeah, I mean, he also has the Lincoln Sphere to prevent most of the burst damage coming out of a potential Ogre Magi. So, it is a bit of a problem for APG that their own PL is not really up to 100% speed. He's got a couple items. The Diffusal Blade and Manta Style are obviously fairly core, but you just love to have a little bit more damage on the PL, because he just isn't contributing a hell of a lot to these fights.
So where does he go next? I mean, I see he's obviously got the Vanguard, so to be able to get that into an Abyssal Blade, get some lockdown might help.
He's got a lot of money. It's interesting though that ACG didn't actually go for the TP boots. Very often you'll see the bots come out onto a PL just so that he can fight a lot more early. But this game, not the case. But yeah, 2.5. Does he go for the Abyssal? I mean, it would certainly provide another set of lockdowns for the APG side, as Chidawi and ACG greet one another and just kind of walk past each other on the street. Certainly not the best of friends in this game.
Oh, we see the shotgun go on the Phoenix, and it does hit him. Oh.
Yeah,
he manages to escape far enough that hopefully the gem is safe. But
yeah, he doesn't really want to check either.
It's a disco ball of pings going there around the secret shop. Supposedly it has to do with the fact that Rosh is up and the guys from APG know it.
Yeah.
But they are unlikely to be able to do anything about it. One of the major kind of disruptive abilities, that being the Phoenix Egg, is obviously not available.
Yeah, White Rabbit Gaming picks themselves up another Aegis. Chidawi getting that one. And this should set White Rabbit Gaming up for their next push of the game. Gem still kind of just lying here. Pings do come out. I think Phalanx is telling them, like, guys, the gem
crew
is
is going out to go fetch it.
Yeah. So we have White Rabbit Gaming. Dom's actually going to just catch a random arrow. And that'll be that. Schling still on the hunt. He's going to wander past ACG, who is... I thought he was going to get an item since he has... I think that was actually a TP scroll in that slot, so maybe just looking for something. O'Malley's still farming up the top lane here. Does obviously have the Blink Dagger now. Had it for quite a while. And Schling's going to set something up. Yeah, he's not very long.
Oh, he's been arrowed. We've got the Morphling been arrowed here bottom. They're coming with the Sunray. He's busy tanking up though, so he's getting HP per other second and eventually just jumps up to his replicate as if nothing happened.
Yeah, that's the annoyance of the Morphling, as White Rabbit Gaming get themselves a kill on a very, very important hero. The Faceless Void is down. Let's just check on his buyback status. That's looking solid for the moment. So switch back to net worth graph, and White Rabbit Gaming looking to start pressuring this top lane here. Bobules is going to throw out the fire and try and slow things down. Chidawi walks into here. He does obviously have that Aegis, so not really stressed about anything at the moment. And I'll just use the Forge Spirits. And this is the thing, you can clearly see the difference in positioning here with White Rabbit Gaming. Castaway is never in kind of the position to get caught out by a Chronosphere. Certainly not right under a tower, which is what repeatedly happened to ACG. So, like, White Rabbit are never really in the position where they're getting two cores caught out in the Chronos all the time. Now, obviously, APG can't do as much damage as White Rabbit Gaming could in the first game. Ooh, that arrow very, very close to Castaway there. And dodges it quickly enough. Manta Style does come out for the Morphling. So, yet more damage and yet a bit more tank. And jeez, that tower just gets
Alacrity, eh? Wow.
Yeah, Alacrity, strong skill. I mean, Morphling is looking pretty scary at this point in the game and very, very difficult to kill off. Certainly the hardest hero to kill in the game at this point. As APG looking to try and slow things down, maybe catch somebody. They do spot Schlinks on the low ground there. Chidawi just killing off some illusions. And they're looking to go high ground. So this is probably the big fight. Adestam jumps in. He does get off the double staff storm there. And O'Malley is going to be pinned, and once again O'Malley is just removed from the game. Chidawi taking a lot of damage. Multicast comes up to him, and he should be... Never mind, he's actually just going to waveform straight into the fight. Phalanx goes down. That's a gem, as well as the egg no longer avail. Immediate buyback from him. Adestam jumps in again, trying to use that Aghanim Scepter. They're trying to finish off Chidawi. That is the... Aegis pop. Egg comes out as well, so Santo forced back, probably going down here. Castaway trying to fight up as best he can, but the egg does come through. He's now trying to fight up. Adestam taking a lot of damage, but down goes Doms. Castaway seems to be the only one left. Does actually have Chidawi in support. Adestam on very, very low HP, going down. ACG trying to do as much damage as he can. Chidawi has no more mana left, so he's trying to get himself out of trouble here, as he is extremely tanky, but they should be able to finish off. Never mind, Castaway jumps into the backlines, throws out that deafening blast, and ACG in all kinds of hurt right now. He does go down in the end. It's a 3-for-2 trade. APG coming out the better of it overall, but the two big cores for White Rubber Gaming still in the area. Chidawi actually going to get himself the gem on the way out. As Castaway immediately looking to punish. We have a TP coming in. That is from Adestam. He's going to throw out... No, not going to throw out the stun. He's going to instantly get turned into a pig here, and he's going to try and do what he can. Phalanx dropping the Sunray to try and keep him alive, but they do lose the first rack. That is only the ranged one. And Phalanx, what a time to use a deafening blast. Castaway, take a bow, young man, as he kills off the Phoenix as well. And that should be the end of the first lane of racks. APG in dire straits at this point in the game.
Look, the Marana still has buyback, as does the Ogre Magi, but I mean, he'll be back in just 30 seconds. Other than that, there are no buybacks on the side of the Dire, with the entire team from WRG, except for the Ricky, being able to buy back. So, I mean, they can really keep pushing here.
Yeah, they really, really can. I mean, APG... It's not looking great for them. I mean, like the way that fight started, it was like, okay, it's a good fight, but O'Malley is again caught out. He just seems to be getting ripped apart by this White Rabbit Gaming side. And I mean, I haven't actually seen a chrono from him in about 10 minutes. It's just, he's never available to get one. Castaway is in quite a bit of trouble here. He's going to drop out the Sunstrike, try and stop them, but in comes Doms with a hero play, double stun onto Adestam, as O'Malley tries to blink ahead, but they're not going to actually find anything. Castaway turn things around. Adestam goes down, well, sorry, not Adestam, Castaway does eventually go down. Doms is now trying to fight up Mano Imano against the Marana. That's not going to work out so well, but White Rabbit Gaming is again in support. Adestam goes down, godlike on Chidawi. APG has nothing in the bank anymore outside of Phantom Lance, so they do buy back on the Marana, but this is not looking great for them. A buyback from Castaway, a buyback from Bob Yules. Everything is being expended now. White Rabbit Gaming senses blood in the water. 4 up now from APG. They don't have the chrono available. In jumps Doms, and he's going to finish off ACG, or does he? No, he does not. But yet again, a fantastic initiation there from Slaughter, almost costing him his life, as Phalanx does throw out the Sunray once again. And White Rabbit Gaming, Morphling gets the kill onto Adestam. That is a dieback, actually. And White Rabbit Gaming probably have secured themselves, at the very least, another set of racks if they can take advantage of this in the next little while. Very little damage on the side of APG. Certainly some team fight, but not enough to, I think, stop the tide that is coming their way in the hands of Chidawi.
Yeah, unfortunately, top where missed the kill there. It was on Adestam. They used the Midnight Shadow to try and make some sort of counter initiation.
So there's a fight in the mid lane here, as we do have Bob Yules going down. Chidawi is very, very aggressive, trying to fight up now. They do actually kill off Phalanx. Out comes the first Chronosphere in quite a while, but no damage is being done to Castaway at all. O'Malley is all alone. ACG dumps in, gets a double crush, does Doms, and that is the end of APG's line. They do buy back on ACG. O'Malley just kind of standing around contemplating life, nothing really going his way, as the second set of racks are now under attack. ACG cops himself a shotgun for his troubles, and down goes the second melee racks. White Rabbit Gaming looking to finish this game off cleanly, as ACG once again gets caught out. And that is the end of the defense. There is a Void, but he's got no chrono, he's got nothing else, and the GGs do come out. APG have gone down 2-0 to White Rabbit Gaming. A very, very well played series by White Rabbit Gaming. A lot of trouble at times, but they always seem to have it in hand.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like the kind of thing that they were just getting to a stage of critical mass. They were getting to the stage where everything was just in play, had all the resources they needed, and there was a case of, time to execute. And then it was objective. It just kept steamrolling.
Yeah, fantastic play.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Mysteriously reappeared, Devin.
It's like I was not here at all.
It's
and
like you
suddenly I was
never
here.
left.
Yeah, amazing stuff. But talking about amazing stuff, I think that was a fantastic game. Really, some exciting moments, some very high-skilled moments certainly as well. And I think although APG's run here has come to an end, they certainly have impressed over the course of this tournament.
Yeah.
And I think they'll feel quite. Although I was disappointed to lose, I think they'll feel that they put up quite a performance against WRG in the end.
100%. I think they must be very happy with the way they played. I think particularly in the second game, the executions, pickoffs were a lot stronger. And yeah, certainly can be quite happy with the way they played.
Yeah, and I mean, it just showed that giving White Rabbit Gaming that Ricky it's death now. I mean, I don't think we're going to be seeing BVD giving them the Ricky. If the Ricky is available, BVD is either going to pick it or ban it. There's no way that White Rabbit Gaming gets both the Ricky and the Invoker. It's too strong. Castaway, I mean, at the moment his strongest hero is the Invoker, and I mean we could see that where he's styled on Phoenix there at the end, where like Phoenix tries to dive in and he just drops the deafening blast and like okay, and now you just die before Phalanx could do anything.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, I mean, all things considered, though, WG still yet another convincing victory here. I mean, there were times there was like glimmers of hope and whatnot for APG, but certainly WG were on point and whatnot. We see them once again take all their opponents seriously, and I almost feel like this is one of those games where it shows why. I mean, I think if you had messed around, you could have found yourself in a bit of trouble. But in the end, just each game by themselves, and where has it gotten them? Well, it's gotten them a spot in the grand finals, of course. So massive congratulations to them again.
40,000 Rand, I think is that first prize.
Yeah, and guaranteed 20,000 Rand as well.
I think it's got more to do with White Rabbit Gaming wanting revenge on BVD. Like, the money is certainly a nice extra, but it's once again set up what is almost becoming the El Clasico of current South African Dota, is that White Rabbit Gaming wants to go up against BVD, and this time they want to beat them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think one of the things I like about this as well is that this is all kind of very clean. I think it's all been 2-0s, so it sort of feels like we've set up for these two titans now. Obviously, Carbon and APG being the guys who sort of like tried to make a go at these two giants in SA Dota, but in the end, not even able to take a game off them.
Yeah.
Both these sides are undefeated. That changes at 2 p.m. today when we see them go 1-1, and one of them is going to lose just once in this tournament because this single limb.
2 men enter,
and one man comes out.
Thunderdome.
Yeah, I feel like we should have an advert for that now. Like there should be a Thunderdome.
They probably remade the thing, and it's.
Because they did add another one to the storyline, which was pretty good.
Okay.
I mean, Mad Max Fury Road was
okay.
Okay.
Well, there's a preview with that dude who we had that other one. The crazy dude from, I don't know actors' names. I'm horrible. This is embarrassing now. But
think about it. When you think about it,
we had one of the previews. One of the previews where the kid, his girlfriend needs a liver transplant, and so he's got to go.
Oh yes.
With Ben Kingsley as a
Nicholas Colton.
Why not?
All sorts, whatever.
Why not?
Anyway, time for an interview, is it not?
I
believe it's APG
believe it
first,
is indeed so.
team.
So I guess there will be an opportunity for us to say goodbye to APG. Once again, congratulations for coming this far, and certainly nothing to sniff your nose up about. And without further ado, we give you APG.
Hi, this is Richard Choberg, and I'm standing with the captain of APG, Adam Stam Moore. Unfortunate loss for you guys, but I don't think you should feel too bad. In terms of both games, it seemed to be just a matter of execution at the end of the day.
We don't. Obviously, we're a bit upset we lost. We practiced a lot, and there's just a bit of miscommunication coming out in the first game. We kept deciding to do different things, and we got punished quite a lot. I feel pretty well. Pretty glad about our team play. We gave them a run for their money, and they're the better team on the day, and wish them luck further.
I mean, just going through to game one, you obviously got one of your favorite heroes and by far your most picked hero in the DGL on the Sven. But unfortunately, they seem to have the right answers to your draft. They had the Oracle, which was really good in stopping the physical damage. And they also had some really clutch chronospheres, which stopped you guys from actually executing your plan.
I think the main thing is the Oracle, because like as Sven, you want to blink and burst someone, but you can't do that when there's an Oracle, because he's obviously going to just ulti whoever you're going. So it's like kind of makes the thing awkward because you got to go on the Oracle. But so Oracle kind of caught us off guard there, and yeah.
I mean, it's not really a hero that you expect to see in the South African scene. I mean, it's not really picked by anyone. But old Santo, as Bob said last night in our panel, Santo, please have mercy, and apparently had none in both of these games. But I mean, and in game 2, you guys definitely had a much better lineup going into the draft. I'm sure that you felt better. I mean, you had a great start in your bottom, but it seemed that O'Malley was having a little bit of trouble on that void.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the void pick or it wasn't good or whatnot, but O'Malley, he got caught out. I think it was 1-9. Unlucky, he didn't have the performance I was hoping for, but everyone has a bad day, and I know he'll do better next time. It's just I feel the void maybe just wasn't the right pick for him there, and he couldn't do much, so can't blame him entirely then.
And going ahead, you've now get to rest, and obviously you got leg 2, and then looking forward to the Telkom Digital Masters in October. Are you going to come back bigger, better, and stronger?
Yep, we're going to come back the best, I hope.
And do we expect an APG win for October, maybe?
That's what I always hope for.
Thanks from us here, and back to the panel.
Great, thanks for that, Richard, and good old stab. So, I mean, obviously APG would be, they're clearly not so happy with the result, a little upset, and I almost feel like that's sort of the right attitude to have in these moments.
Yeah.
Like you're feeling bad about it, and then you sort of go back and pick yourself up and do well. But what I like about that is also the fact that they're going up against a team like WG that is obviously considered to be the contender, if you will, to Bravado Gaming, and they're not satisfied with the loss. And that bodes very well for SA Gaming.
Yeah.
In fact, it's something I want to go quickly. Bravado, obviously our other finalist, they are effectively they're the measuring stick in South African Dota at this point. They've set this huge bar that effectively other teams need to aspire to breach effectively, and at this, I think we heard in some of the other conversations as well about Bravado not necessarily it not being great that Bravado dominate everything because it's not great for the competitive nature of it or whatnot. But the reality is, it's got to be teams that look to strive to break Bravado, opposed to sort of we'll leave somebody else to do it, And APG, I think, have certainly shown that.
What do you mean? Like it's less that Bravado get weaker, but more that they're also continuing to up their standard because other teams are kind of the tide is rising, as it were.
I believe so. I think that Bravado are often painted in this picture of like, they just sort of rock up, let's win another tournament. Sorry, who's paying us? Kind of. But it's actually not. I mean, if you talk to the guys, and especially once, in fact, I think the most telling sign is if you ever get an opportunity to talk to them after another team has played, they don't sit there sort of like, they won, whatever kind of thing. They're giving you feedback on what things they thought that players did poorly or could have done better, or where this they had this, but then they did. That's not the way that a person who's not passionate about the game speaks. I really do think they get painted in an unfair light.
Yeah, an unfairly arrogant way, yeah.
And
I think it's their results make them appear arrogant. Like, it's almost, if I won that much Dota, I'd be arrogant, but they're not.
There's probably a little bit of confidence in there, but all the same, they're actually good guys. But what I'm liking is that WRG were the first team that I think really were like, no, we're coming from it. And I mean, I've spoken to WRG at so many tournaments where they're like, no, we're ready. This is the time. This is the time. And someone like Omnis, right, is that they didn't actually say anything to me about it this time. It was more like they had the confidence built in. They're almost like, this probably is the time we don't need to tell anybody. I mean, I think that might just be how they're feeling. But, I mean, all the way back to the beginning of this tangent, what's great to see is that APG also seem to be another side now that's sort of going, no, this is not good enough. We want to be able to WG. If they want to be able to beat WG, they also want to be able to beat Bravado. And I would say the same thing for Carbon as well. So there's 4 teams that are now on the forefront trying to break through.
It's nice to hear teams say we can do it, and it doesn't feel like they're saying it to convince themselves. You know what I mean? We can do it. I hope. You know what I mean? It's like you either can, you can't, and you believe it or you don't. But it feels like it's actually there's actually a legitimate chance of it happening. Not a case of going, I'm doing this because my coach told me to do it because we've got to stay positive, whatever. So that's healthy, certainly.
Yeah, that is a very healthy situation. I think it's going to certainly be an interesting best of 3 this afternoon. White River Gaming often does have a couple of extra strats for BVD as well.
Do you think they would have held anything back during this tournament?
I think so. I think White River Gaming was grabbing they weren't going too far out of their comfort zone this series. Again, we saw the Chidao in Morphling, which is interesting. It's not a hero that we generally expect on him. As I've said, he tends to go for a little bit low economy carries. But the Morphling this game, I think, certainly he did have Castaway helping him, but there were a couple of very, very big plays there by Chidawi where, it was critical times when he got involved that turned the fight as it was for his side in White Rabbit.
It's also a very interesting point because to me, Chidawi has almost always played carries that like to get involved early on. I mean, when I think back really some time ago, so 2014 time when they're still playing as just noob at the time, there was the likes of like these like Huskar picks and whatnot on Chidawi even back then, where he was just this all-out aggressive machine. He was like always like interested in fighting early and whatnot, and it seems like he's almost at times now like you can't quite package him into one little spot. I mean, sometimes he goes for this really late game sort of. I don't think his morph was necessarily inactive by any means, but it is one of those heroes that effectively expect to spend a little more time farming on and whatnot. And then we see him play one position axes, which is like get Blink Dagger as quickly as humanly possible, and then time to fight. Which is I think bodes really well for Chidawi. I mean, it's just showing the sort of range that he can play and whatnot. Let's perhaps make that comparison though between him and the likes of Flares for Bravado Gaming. Do you have any
I think
thoughts about where he
teams
fits in?
Both teams we've shared the stat a lot of they're teams that have a huge amount of hero pool, and I mean that goes across the board. And I think Carry would be no different. But I'm hearing now that we need to jump to an interview. So,
well, let's go ahead and do just that. I believe we do have someone from WRG who's going to chat to us, I'm sure, about his prospects about the finals.
Hi there, I'm standing with the captain of White Rabbit Gaming, Chidawi, Ryan Lancaster. Beautiful 2 games out of you guys. You must be happy with your performance this series.
Yeah, of course. We planned for the games to go like this. We wanted a 2-0 to get the confidence of everyone up and all that. So we're pretty happy, yeah.
I mean, just looking at the draft, you guys seem to have definitely all the answers going to game 1. The Oracle was a great answer to the physical damage from Sven. And personally, you played an excellent Faceless Void, managing to catch almost all their cores, either the Invoker or the Sven in almost every single one of your Chronospheres. How do you feel? There were definitely a couple of mistakes in that game. I mean, and going forward now, you now find yourselves in the finals. Do you feel like you're going to have to tighten ship a little bit to get the better of Bravado?
I don't think so. There were mistakes, but I think we still executed pretty nicely. I think everyone was on the same track, on the same train of thought, so that's the most important part. The small mistakes, maybe just jitters for the first game, who knows.
Yeah, and I mean, game 2, you guys seem to have a little bit more trouble. They were definitely had a better laning stage than game 1, with Doms taking quite a beating in that off lane. But they also seem to target your Morphling really hard, but never seemed to be able to kill you. Do you think that was a mistake on the APG part?
I'm not sure if it was a mistake on their part. Like, you have to kill the Morphling, but you also can't not focus him. So they were in a tight situation. I don't know. I think my team backed me up pretty well to keep me alive if they went on me. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed Castaway was a massive problem in that game, and they just seemed to throw everything at you, and then left Travis to do very nasty things to the side of APG. But now moving forward, you've at least guaranteed 20,000 Rand in the bank, and you have a revenge or a debt to settle against Bravado Emotion. Now, the last best of 5 that you guys went up against them, you actually went up 2-0 and ended up losing 3-2. The final here is a best of 3. Do you feel like you can start with that 2-0 performance and take away the prize?
Well, that's the plan. Since best of 3 is pretty nice, so we can get the 2 games, and then when we get boring and get counted. So I think a best of 3 is better for us. So yeah.
So basically, by the end of this, you're not going to be a Lancaster, you're going to be a Lannister, as you're going to pay your debts, right?
I guess so. I need to pay it sometime.
Exactly. And with that, we're going to go back to the panel. Thanks, Ryan.
Great.
Dropping Game of Thrones references there.
Thanks for that interview. I'm really glad we actually got to see Chidawi since we were just chatting about him. So one of the things I think is a really important thing we chatted about as well is what accent does interview Chidawi have?
I'm not sure. All of a sudden when he says words like "soon," he speaks normal English and then "soon." I'm like,
I feel like there might be a little bit of French in there, perhaps.
Oh, yeah?
I mean,
or Scottish.
Scottish.
I don't know.
It feels a bit like a bit of Celtic influence there.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I mean, if you chat to him sort of outside, it's I don't think he sounds that way.
He's got an interview accent.
Yeah.
Do you have a casting accent?
Well, I mean, let's be honest, none of us actually sound like this at all.
You're very Afrikaans in real life.
Yeah, I am indeed. With a surname like Rigotti, that should be obvious, right?
Rigotti.
And I mean, pretty sure Sean's got a very high-pitched voice, sort of, almost something you'd expect in like a children's show.
Yeah. He's not allowed to use helium or he goes supersonic.
Yeah, exactly. Literally, it's true. I mean, he did so at a party once, and there was actually like NASA and special forces arrived just to see what on earth was. They thought it was an alien invasion. You guys know that that sound that was once transmitted caught on those radio dish. It's like
the brown noise.
Yeah, some of that effect. Why? Why are you attacking me?
He's attracting mosquitoes through his high-pitched.
That's actually what's happening. He's getting upset that I'm bringing this to light. So he's telling little creatures to attack me on the panel. But okay, it's coming back.
I claim no knowledge.
Away, creature. I wonder if they can. Do you think it picks up on the? There was a creature. I promise. I'm not going crazy. Might be going crazy. It is the end of the weekend.
Probably going crazy.
Little bit.
I mean, I think it started with the requests for that Viper.
What are you talking about? Do you know anything about this?
No.
Weird.
I've put all Viper references out of my head.
Yeah, I feel like that was yesterday's joke.
Yeah. What's today's joke?
Devin?
I think it's. Wow.
Yo. Cerebos says nothing.
I mean, come on now. I mean, here I give you so much love. I introduce you as the best in the business, and just ladies, it hurts. I mean, don't you feel bad?
No, not really.
It's because of ESO, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit of ESO.
A little bit.
But then again, I also have to listen to like your requests for stupid heroes. Guys, he was advocating a hard carry. What was it again? Techies, I think.
No, I was advocating a Dragonlance techies because I think it would be hilarious.
Dragonlance techies, that was it.
Dude, his animation is hilarious.
Yeah, so and the stat scan is good then, of course, which is very important to a suiciding hero.
Yeah, exactly. And just tossing on. This is what happens when you have an analyst on board. Just fun cannot be had. Just like the no fun guy. I'm the fun guy, and don't worry.
You play anti-mage a lot, I'm sure.
No.
Okay.
I've never actually played anti-mage in my life. Like there is no anti-mage game on my Dota profile. Not one.
You should try.
There's the Ricer. There's the Ricer, despite him despising burning. Like burning is not a great carry.
No, let's just go there.
All he does is Rice all game.
Because the single most annoying thing on the planet, right? You guys have watched Dumb and Dumber? They're sitting there like making the screechy noises.
Yeah.
They actually edited out what the actual most annoying sound in the world is, and it's Chinese Dota, best Dota, Chinese Dota, best Dota. And don't get me wrong, Chinese Dota is really, really good. But I must say, when people just like, this is how we'll do an analysis. I think like TI1 there. I'm going, the slams are real, right? The slam other international casters here, which I just won't name, and therefore it's okay, right? But like,
it's okay. You're friends with Ben.
I am indeed friends with Ben, and I have a Wikipedia page.
You should check it out.
You should check it out. Unfortunately, specifically prophecy. I mean, because you have some sort of Wikipedia page with all comedian stuff going on, right?
Okay, why not? I haven't checked. I don't Google myself, Devin.
He does have some. I didn't Google. He found it. I mean, he's just the biggest Hollywood fan here. But
right.
How does it feel not having your own Wikipedia page?
Pretty fantastic, eh?
Really?
I feel like a normal person.
I don't have to live up to this idealized image.
You should check out his Wikipedia page. It's a lot of fun. You get to learn a lot about Hellbird and his
my rugby playing history that apparently happened for a side called Udine that is in South Africa.
We're forgetting about your ballet.
Is hots casting?
Yeah, your hots casting. At one stage, South Africa's premier hots caster.
Guys, argument is won.
You casted hots, so argument is invalid.
Actually, so I gotta say though, before we rip into HOTS, that was actually an excellent tournament. I must say, it's a bit unfortunate that HOTS itself is not so excellent.
It's a little bit of a Dota easy mode.
No, you see, that's the thing. Production was like, please, we want to leave now. But I legitimately feel that this is the best possible way that you can get to the highest like echelons of Dota 2 on the planet, right? So you have never played the game before. You may be watching right now and thinking, how do I get into Dota? Well, the first thing you should do is go on to the Blizzard website and find out where you download Heroes of the Storm, because it's like a really, really simplified version of Dota, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you have no, you have skills, but you have no.
And then switch language to Russian, because that's obviously like a starter kit for when you want to play Dota.
Well, let's not go there. I mean, that's more the advanced stuff. So really, you want to get the basics of a MOBA, right? And then when you're satisfied with understanding what a MOBA is effectively, right?
You've been practicing
and you
your last
play
sitting and
something
denying.
that's really easy, full of noobs. You're not going to get punished for things. The games are short and meaningless. Nobody cares the results, and of course the prize pools don't matter. Then of course you go and play League of Legends, and once you're done with the League of Legends, you can play the real game, which is Dota 2. And to all our LoL viewers
Devin
out there,
throwing shade,
get wrecked.
everyone.
But where do you go from Dota?
Smite.
Smite, okay, of course.
Sure.
The upper echelon.
Actually, I'll have you know,
Zenith, as it were.
if you can get good at Dota 2 and you want a real challenge,
Vainglory.
Then you
on your iPad.
No, that's when you go Heroes of New Earth, man. Like you don't know
Just
what.
go back. You are such a Dota hipster. You keep talking about like Dota 1. Oh, that's when the game was.
Who's the one?
No, I'm talking about a Dota hipster. You're just a Dota hipster. We're talking about like the good old days.
I just have this thing. You just don't try to retcon my past, man. like this is why I hate the WoW movie so much.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Doomhammer is a bit
Anyway, the next game is the final.
Yes.
That starts at 2:00.
It does.
Apparently that's a thing. And yeah, but thanks for bringing it back on
Let's
track.
not forget what's happening in Cape Town.
Yes,
I think that's very exciting.
This is the trust issues coming in again. I was going there.
Sorry I had to use violence to remind you.
It was really sore. I mean,
Yeah,
do
I
you
know.
work out? Do you own a gym or something?
Yeah, well, the rumors are true.
Right. Well, okay, back to the serious stuff, and I think, guys, I'll try to keep things a little bit more serious as we've gone, because we are, as it were, getting ready to really recognize the two best in the country, in my opinion, as they play for some very high stakes, 40,000 rand. And of course, if you're not here in Johannesburg, you can actually check that out in Cape Town as well, at the Cavendish Square Mall and the Stoke Clinical Theatres. They'll be showing the event there. It's going to be an amazing experience. We have been fortunate enough to see what it looks like already, in the sense that we're here in a cinema in Johannesburg.
Yeah, and it's going to be a kind of carbon copy of what's going on there.
I mean, it's cinema, right? So
Yeah.
it can't be too different. So popcorn, cokes, and some fantastic Dota, some terrible panelists
making out.
Don't worry,
Yeah.
I'll come back to help them out. Yes, I went there again.
Should we vote on whether that was funny or not? I vote no.
Yeah, I'm the people's champ. That's all that matters. I love you guys. So, but anyways, so yeah, back on track. Bad, Devin. Bad. Right. And of course, if you're in Johannesburg as well, I'm sure there's you can sort of wiggle your way in here as well. There's of course we're streaming live from the Ster-Kenneco head offices, Prime Media Park in Johannesburg, Sandton. It's a fantastic event. There's all sorts of blue sweeties outside. Oh, they're all gone though.
There were some blue sweeties left.
So if you want to look like some of our production guys who are walking around sort of like Bluetooth, you can help yourself, I'm sure. And
There was like a pun there, man. There was like a tech reference and like a poor oral hygiene
I'm
reference.
known to do puns on occasion.
Yeah,
Yes,
well
yes.
played.
But obviously it's going to be some really exciting stuff. And once again, the second place, both sides have eventually secured themselves 20,000 rand, of course. But if you win, you get 40, right? So just doubles, and it's obviously it's going to be pretty amazing. And obviously along the line, I mean, you win this event as well. It's not just being the champions of what is one of its kind event and the first of its kind. Hopefully there'll be many more. But it's also, on top of that, it sets you as like the forerunner into the grandest event coming up in October. But we'll leave that story for another time.
1 million randellas.
Yeah.
It's a lot of...
Apparently you can buy quite so many things.
You
with
can
that.
buy so much things. Like, I've been a firm follower of capitalism in a while. But yeah, you can buy a lot of stuff with that many monies.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure, but I hear that... Like, are you talking like houses kind of thing? Isn't that
I can maybe buy another copy of ESO.
Okay, well, I can't top that, guys. So, if for those of you who have stuck through this entire thing, congratulations. I think that's an achievement. Steam
You're all
Award,
winners.
Steam Award, popping up there. But that'll be it from us for now. We'll be back at, for 2 p.m. for the actual finals. I'm sure we'll be on a little bit sooner than that. But we look forward to seeing you all. Until then, keep well and goodbye.
Cheers.
State your name for the record.
Jin Ursa.
Forgery of imperial documents, possession of stolen property, aggravated assault, resisting arrest.
On your own from the age of 15. Reckless, aggressive, and undisciplined.
This is a rebellion, isn't it? I rebel.
We have a mission for you. A major weapons test is imminent. We need to know what it is and how to destroy it.
Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
What will you do when they catch you? What will you do if they break you? If you continue to fight? What will you become?
What the hell happened here? There's a fight. One guy took them all down with his bare hands. He's still in there.
Turn around, mister. Let me see your hands. Slowly.
Aggravated assault is a felony in this state, Mr. Reacher. Process him and get him to county.
Two things are gonna happen in the next 90 seconds.
Excuse me?
First, that phone over there is gonna ring. Second, you're gonna be wearing these cuffs on your way to prison.
Well, that is one magnificent prophecy, Mr. Reacher.
Just gonna keep on ringing.
Thanks for tipping us off to that sheriff. When are you coming to DC?
I move around a lot.
You're a legend. Folks wonder why you left. Purple Heart, Silver Star. There's this big dent in the desk. People say you made it with someone's head.
Jack Reacher for Major Turner.
Major Turner's been arrested.
On what charge?
Espionage.
He's been set up.
How much does Reacher know?
How's it going? I don't like being followed.
You think you're invulnerable.
That's right. Maybe I rip your arm off and beat you to death with it. I'm sorry about this.
Reacher?
He's here to kill you.
My men were shot by one of our own. This is bigger than I imagined. You ever lose anyone on your watch, Reacher?
You're a dead man. You think you're above the law. But I'm not the law. So you should start running, because I'm going to start hunting. And when I find you, I'm going to kill you all. It's a haircut. All you guys go to the same barber?
I know everything about you, Connor O'Malley. The truth you dream, the truth that you hide.
That tree's amazing. It's been here for thousands of years.
How does the story begin?
It begins with you.
Whoa.
Whoa, indeed.
Me and you, we're a team. I'm afraid.
Of course you are afraid. But you will make it through. For this is why you called me.
No matter where you're from, this ship is your body.
That drum is your heartbeat, and your God is the glory of Rome. Praise for impact!
How long were you a slave?
5 years.
What is your name?
Banter. My family was one of the most respected in Jerusalem. Welcome home.
Please, I need you to tell me who our enemies are.
Masala, I won't name names. Until we were betrayed. By my own brother.
Masala! You know we've done nothing wrong.
Rome's calling for blood.
Crucify them.
No!
The world you live in is Rome's. Their laws, their power.
I won't let Masala go unpunished for what he's done to us. Our mother and sister. Was it a quick death?
Go, go, go!
Coward! My family, they deserve justice for what's happened to them.
There is a way. In the arena, there is no law. Racing is a blood sport. If you lose, you die. If your brother is the pride of Rome, defeat him and you'll defeat an empire. Then you will have your vengeance.
You have a voice. People would follow you. I would follow you.
Go, go, go!
Should have stayed away.
You should have killed me.
I will.
Remember, first to finish,
last to die.
Are we having fun now, brother? Stand and fight! Stand up now!
Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, 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 won't you let the light shine through? In the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, 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 for you. Won't you let the light shine through? In the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, 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 for you.
State your name for the record.
Jin Urso.
Forgery of imperial documents, possession of stolen property, aggravated assault, resisting arrest.
On your own from the age of 15. Reckless, aggressive, and undisciplined.
This is a rebellion, isn't it? I rebel.
We have a mission for you. A major weapons test is imminent. We need to know what it is and how to destroy it.
Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
What will you do when they catch you? What will you do if they break you? If you continue to fight? What will you become?
What the hell happened here?
There's a fight. One guy took them all down with his bare hands. He's still in there.
Turn around, mister. Let me see your hands. Slowly.
Aggravated assault is a felony in this state, Mr. Reacher. Process him and get him to county.
Two things are gonna happen in the next 90 seconds.
Excuse me?
First, that phone over there is gonna ring. Second, you're gonna be wearing these cuffs on your way to prison.
Well, that is one magnificent prophecy, Mr. Reacher.
Just gonna keep on ringing.
Thanks for tipping us off to that sheriff. When are you coming to DC?
I move around a lot.
You're a legend. Folks wonder why you left. Purple Heart, Silver Star. There's this big dent in the desk. People say you made it with someone's head.
Jack Reacher for Major Turner.
Major Turner's been arrested.
On what charge?
Espionage.
He's been set up. How much does Reacher know?
How's it going? I don't like being followed.
You think you're invulnerable.
That's right. Maybe I rip your arm off and beat you to death with it.
I'm sorry about this.
Reacher? He's here to kill you.
My men were shot by one of our own. This is bigger than I imagined. You ever lose anyone on your watch, Reacher?
You're a dead man. You think you're above the law. But I'm not the law. So you should start running, because I'm going to start hunting. And when I find you, I'm going to kill you all.
It's a haircut. All you guys go to the same barber?
I know everything about you, Connor O'Malley. The truth you dream, the truth that you hide.
That tree's amazing. It's been here for thousands of years.
How does the story begin?
It begins with you.
Whoa.
Whoa, indeed.
afraid.
Of course you are afraid. But you will make it through. For this is why you called me.
No matter where you're from, this ship is your body. That drum is your heartbeat. And your God is the glory of Rome. Praise for impact!
How long were you a slave?
5 years.
What is your name?
Banter. My family was one of the most respected in Jerusalem. Welcome home.
Please, I need you to tell me who our enemies are.
Masala, I won't name names. Until we were betrayed. By my own brother.
Masala! You know we've done nothing wrong. Rome's calling for blood. Crucify them. No!
The world you live in is Rome's. Their laws, their power.
I won't let Masala go unpunished for what he's done to us. Our mother and sister. Was it a quick death?
Go, go, go! Coward!
My family, they deserve justice for what's happened to them.
There is a way. In the arena, there is no law. Racing is a blood sport. If you lose, you die. If your brother is the pride of Rome, defeat him and you'll defeat an empire. Then you will have your vengeance.
You have a voice. People would follow you. I would follow you.
Go, go, go! Should have stayed away.
You should have killed me.
I will.
Remember, first to finish,
last to die.
Are we having fun now, brother? Stand and fight! Stand up now!
no resurrection!
Sometimes you just have to splurge. Worth every copper. Here I come.
Nope.
The gears are in motion! The trap is sprung! Stay frosty!
This is the last round! Ancient apparition.
Mirana.
3, 2, 1, fight! Double KO! Game over!
Your lips look sore. That's how you're making your cash out there?
What do you say you and I move away from Mom together? It's a promise.
You're leaving?
Yeah, as soon as I have the money.
When are you coming back?
Never.
Yo, I got our ticket out of here. Rumor is this guy is sitting on at least 300K. Boom!
That's our guy.
Wait, is he blind?
We messed up to rob a blind guy, isn't it?
Just because he's blind don't mean he's insane, bro.
Guys, money's probably in there.
Who's there?
Stay right there.
How many of you are there?
Just me, man, all right? Just let me go, please. Okay, I swear to God.
See what I see.
Purified chicken. Here I come.
nice little morsel. Lip smacking. Delicious. Nice. Really sweet. It's a bit of all. Oh, my greedy gats, I admit it. Purified.
Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you.
Stephen Strange. Might I offer you some advice? Forget everything that you think you know.
You're a man looking at the world through a keyhole. You've spent your life trying to widen it. Your work saved the lives of thousands. What if I told you that reality is one of many?
I don't believe in fairy tales about chakras or energy or the power of belief.
You wonder what I see in your future? Possibility.
Why are you doing this?
There are other ways to save lives. So much you don't know.
Teach me.
wretched trap!
I should have had a plan B.
I can't believe that worked!
The Radiant now have Mega Creeps.
Meanwhile,
The Radiant now have Mega Creeps.
You're an interesting man, Mr. Scamander. Just like your suitcase, I think there's much more to you than meets the eye. Kicked out of Hogwarts for endangering human life with a beast. Yet one of your teachers argued strongly against your expulsion. I wonder, what makes Albus Dumbledore so fond of you, Mr. Scamander?
First trip to America?
yes.
Must get that fixed.
Anything edible in there?
No.
Any livestock?
No.
Welcome to New York.
what this thing is capable of.
What a surprise!
Splish splash, I was taking a bath. Long about a Saturday night. Yeah, rubbed up, just relaxing in the tub, thinking everything was alright. Well, I stepped out the tub, I put my feet on the floor. I wrapped the towel around me and I opened the door. And then splish splash, I jumped back in the bath. Well, how was I to know there was a party going on? There was a party going on. There was a party going on. There was a party going on. There was a party going, party going, party going, party going, party, 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 party. Splish splash.
I had such plans. That of the old magic.
My brood makes food.
Gentlemen, ladies, what if Superman had decided to fly down, rip off the roof of the White House, grab the president right out of the Oval Office? Who would have stopped him?
I want to build a team of some very bad people who I think can do some good.
Y'all jokers must be crazy.
I'm not just one of y'all many toys.
What?
Tell me what to do.
This is the deal. You disobey me, you die. Try to escape, you die.
You got a boyfriend?
You irritate or vex me.
I'm known to be quite vexing. I'm just forewarning you.
You die.
If they get caught, we throw them under the bus.
What a ride!
Let's play.
Come on, got something better to do?
Light it up!
I love this guy.
Not good. Don't forget, we're the bad guys.
Are you sweet talking me? All of that chit chat's gonna get you hurt.
The back is ready to crack as he raises his hands to the sky. And the girl in the corner is everyone's fun as she continues with a wink of her eye.
What you gonna do? You wanna see something?
Yo, y'all wanna see
something?
Yes, I wanna see something.
I was just trying to get you there. You know how our feelings, right? We good.
What you having?
Beer.
Whiskey.
What am I, 12?
How about you, hot stuff?
Water.
That's a good idea, honey.
Just do it! Make your dreams come true! No, what are you waiting for? Do it! Just do it! Do it! Do it! Do it!
12 seconds later.
appears you're out of options. Tell me about the threat, known as Inferno. Professor Langdon, we need your help. 3 days ago, a man killed himself. We think it was part of something much bigger. There was a package in his pocket.
And what was it?
It's Dante's Inferno.
Dante defined our modern conception of hell 700 years ago. But these circles of hell have been rearranged. Why Dante? Why this map of hell? Dante. Dante's death mask. Yes. We've got to get to Florence. I need access to the Dante mask.
The Dante mask is no longer here. It was stolen. Here's the security footage.
Professor? That looks like you.
I have no memory of taking that mask.
You did. I just saw you.
I want to know what I'm involved with.
Why was someone shooting at you?
Everything is out of focus.
Professor, you are having visions, aren't you? The people behind this would do anything to protect the truth. You have no idea what they're capable of.
This is what I have been seeing. Look, look, look. This is not in the original painting.
Here's another one. Prophecy.
Oh my God. Dante's Inferno isn't fiction. It's a prophecy. Someone created a plague.
Our population is spiraling out of control. Inferno is the cure.
They're gonna wipe out half the world's population unless we find this virus. They left a trail.
You won't be able to trust your own thoughts for a while. Human lives are at stake. If a plague exists, you know what governments will do to get it.
The professor has become a liability.
Go, go, let's get him.
Here, here. There's always a way out.
It's nice to have you back, Professor.
If this plague is real,
Then we only have 48 hours to stop an extinction-level event.
I will do everything I can to find it.
A few moments later.
I'm Max, and I'm the luckiest dog in New York because of her.
Come on, Max. I gotta go. See you tonight.
Bye, Gidget.
So long, Mel.
See you later, Chloe.
Morning, Max. What's up, guys?
Any plans today?
I got big plans. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna wait for Katie to come back. Oh, I miss her so much. She's back.
Hey, Maximilian. I have some big news. Oh, Max, this is Duke. He's going to be your brother.
Chloe, I got a bad situation. Katie brought home a psychopath from the pound. I don't even have a bed now. I'm sleeping on the floor, like a dog. Duke is just ruining our lives. He's ruining, it's an emergency.
Aw, you little cutie pie.
Hey, Max.
I'm headed. What's going on here? Mind your own business. Oh my gosh, what happened to you?
Wait! Help!
Did you hear that?
Butterfly. Max is missing. We've got to find him.
Katie's gonna be worried sick.
We had a great thing going. I blame myself.
Yeah, me too. I blame you a lot.
We'll bust both of you out of here, but from now on, you work for me.
Advantage me! Uh-oh. Just ignore what just happened, okay? This is my city. I'll find you a friend. We gotta take the secret route.
Okay, the secret route was death.
Come on!
We can find our way home. We are descended from the mighty wolf. We have raw primal instincts.
Hi, how are you?
That are moments away from leading us home.
Is it home that way?
Seriously?
The secret life of pets.
Be a good boy, Leonard.
Get ready for the biggest sporting event of the year. Get ready for the games, because we're making it easy to bolt to Brazil. Get your hands on Telkom's fiber now, and you could win one of 10 all-inclusive double tickets to witness thrilling speeds in action. Stream and download content at record speed day and night for under $700 a month. Get it today. The next generation of fast is here. Telkom, proud sponsor of Speed.
In war, I am the architect of my destiny. In war, I am the instrument of my fate. I am precise. I am driven. I am a fanatic. In war, I am neither your neighbor nor your friend. I am your ally, or I am your enemy. And once the trenches have been filled, the fog has cleared, and the rumble of warfare has turned to whispers. I will be here, risen above the rest. And you will know me by my rightful name, for I shall be victorious.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our live stream of the Telkom DGL Masters Series here in Johannesburg. We're at Ster-Kinekor head offices. My name is Gareth Woods, and a shout out to all those watching live on stream, as well as those watching live in Cavendish Square in Cape Town. Greeting to you all, and I'm sure you're ready for some top Dota 2 action. It's been a single elimination tournament throughout the weekend, and now we are left with our two final teams. This is surely the business end of the tournament. The guys are playing for 100,000 Rand in cash, already having guaranteed 20,000 Rand each, but playing for not only that 40,000 Rand first prize, but this amazing trophy and these medals, and of course the title as DGL Masters Series winners as they go into the final event in October, where they will play for a share of 1 million Rand in cash, which remains the richest prize in eSports history in South Africa. But first, let's go on to the teams. Welcoming up our current champions, Bravado Gaming.
State your name for the record.
Jin Ursa.
Forgery of imperial documents. Possession of stolen
Through the
property,
ranks they've climbed,
aggravated assault.
dominating and decimating everything in their way. As a team in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, they claimed their first Telkom Digital Gaming Championship in 2013, their second in 2014, and held the title for their third consecutive year in 2015. A record fifth time in their history. The success of their Counter-Strike division is unparalleled locally, and with leading teams in Call of Duty, Battlefield, and Dota 2. This is clan leader Andreas Sent Haji Pascali, and they are Bravado Gaming.
If anyone is able to knock them off the top spot, it's been the current rising stars in South African Dota, who managed to take them to a 3-2 final in the previous tournament. Let's welcome up the contenders, White Rabbit Gaming.
Resisting arrest.
On your own.
From a casual MMORPG to a clan with over 100 members, their objective in the arena remains singular: to seek, engage, and destroy. Since their competitive start in 2012, in StarCraft 2 and Dota 2, they've upped the ante and charged through all challenges, with successful divisions in League of Legends, Counter-Strike, Hearthstone, and Heroes of the Storm. Their vision? To be a top 3 competitive clan in all titles, while continuing to reshape the landscape of local gaming. This is clan leader Alvain Switch Banter, and they are White Rabbit Gaming.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for all weekend. 2 teams will enter, but only 1 team will leave victorious. But first, let's throw over to our panelists of this. Sorry, I've just been told that we're not quite ready to go through to our panel desk. Let's remind you about what the teams have gone through to get here. It's been the top 8 teams in South African Dota. Our MGOs have played over the weekend in a single elimination tournament. Bravado going through beating XTC in their first game, and then going through to semi-final against Carbon eSports before making their way to the final. They've had a chance to rest, having only played 1 game per day. So they've been watching this morning's semi-final where White Rabbit Gaming played against APG. Every game so far has been a 2-0 in the series, so likely, hopefully, that this will be one of the closer games as we go into the final. But now we're going to pass over to your desk for a bit of analysis on the match. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you very much, Gareth, and welcome for the final time to the panel desk. I'm once again joined by Sean Prophecy Murrell and Devin Helwood Rigotti on my right. But first and foremost, the South African community was shocked this week with the sudden and tragic passing of a damage control player that was meant to play at this event this week, Liam Pontopoulos Lele. At this time, if you could please stand and join us in a minute of silence as we pay our respects to Liam. Thank you very much, and we wish the Lele family strength during this troubling time. But for now, it's back to the biggest game of the tournament so far, and definitely one that has a definitive storyline going for it. Bravado Gaming versus White Rabbit Gaming. So, as Gareth said, the last time they met, the last time they encountered each other, White Rabbit Gaming managed to take the first 2 games, with Bravado managing a brilliant comeback to take that series 3-2. What do you think we're going to see here today, Prophecy?
Well, it's certainly going to be a very, very interesting series. We've seen both of these teams run wildly different drafts in easier ones. I'd say Bravado has seemed less troubled with their opponents, whereas White Rabbit Gaming has had a bit of has had a bit of stick from the guys they've played. It remains to be seen how that's going to stand them instead. Sometimes when you've had to work so hard to get here, it can even leave you a little bit tired, but it can also, galvanize you for what's coming.
And, I think the offlane is definitely going to be a massive part of this. I mean, Donnie and Doms on either side, massive playmakers. So do you feel like that pick is going to be important, Dev?
Well, certainly. I think that... it's a very interesting mechanic. I mean, both these sides can claim they have similar sort of star players and star roles and whatnot. And Doms and Donnie, similar not only by their sort of names, if you will, are definitely 2 of those star players to look out for. I think that particularly Donnie, in my opinion, has been the standout South African Dota player for some time now. He really is a fantastic player, and in those clutch moments, he just doesn't seem to let you down. And the same can be said for Doms as well. He is, when he's on a good wicket, he is so good and he can make some outstanding plays. He, in fact, has that sort of capability of making those around him also look good. And that's a brilliant thing to have in somebody who's controlling that offlane position. However, I think Donnie is probably a little bit more reliable than Doms. And I think maybe Doms can be subjected to a little bit more pressure at times. But when he's going, he can really take a game away from you.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that against Aperture Gaming earlier today. Dom's just throwing down what was eventually called mini tide ulties, mini ravages, because he was getting just 3-man crashes all over the show. And it shows that both of these teams are pretty momentum-based, actually. They generally want to have things in their favor for most of the game. And generally, on both sides of the table, it's when they're under pressure that you start to see the chinks in their armor as such. I mean, White Rabbit Gaming, they've been pretty happy with their performance so far, though. But what do you think their mindset has to be going into this series, Sean?
Well, I think it's got a degree of revenge about it, particularly after the way they lost. I mean, they were so damn close. There was a lot of people saying, sometimes if like you're 2-0 up, you lose a game, and it's been the problem with White Rabbit, is that every now and then when they lose a game, that they tend to stumble very, very badly in the next one, and then sort of recover after that. But this isn't really the kind of tournament where they can do that. It's only a best of 3. If you lose the game 1, you've got to recover very, very quickly. You can't afford to have an atrocious game 2. BVD is not the kind of team that is going to allow you the 5 or 10 extra minutes that you needed. And we've seen that White Rabbit Gaming has had occasions where a team will win and then it just gives them that extra 5 minutes. And with a team like White Rabbit, give them those 5 minutes, they're going to abuse it completely. BVD is going to keep hammering at you like an anvil. Like a hammer on an anvil, and it's not going to go well for you if you get caught out.
To be honest, I think maybe we're right the first time. When they get it right, it really does feel like they have the anvil that they're hammering you with instead. Yeah. It's a scary team to get behind against. But that said, they're also a scary team to effectively be trying to finish up against. We've seen this time and time again where you're trying to finish a game against Bravado, and that's where it all comes unhinged. And they just either they split push you or their high ground defense is amazing. And WG, I think, have been the only side that's been able to really get beyond that at times. And if you look back at the past series, obviously the most recent tournament results, they both won 4 matches in that tournament against one another. Bravado won the 4 that mattered most, I guess is the best way of saying it. But that said, WG actually managed to win 4 games in a row against them, which is something that Bravado can't even say they're done. Well, they got 3 in a row, but hey, that's all pretty impressive. But it's entirely possible that WG have worked out those mistakes that they made that brought them back, and perhaps we will be seeing a new champion here, which would be pretty spectacular. The team that's finally able to raise themselves up to that sort of Bravado standard.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are ready and willing to go, and plenty motivated to get this final underway. Luckily, we have a little bit more of a motivation coming from an international friend of ours that has luckily sent us a message. So let's see what he has to say.
Welcome to the Telkom DGL Masters for Dota 2 at xKore. My name is Paul Red-Eye Challoner, and I was with you in January as the Masters launched in a blaze of glory. I'm glad to see that it has continued to raise the profile of eSports in South Africa, and especially here on the international scene as well. I'm also thrilled to say that I'll be joining you for the Grand Finals in October, but until then, I'll be checking out your masterly moves via the live streaming that will be bringing us all of the action. Until then, all I have left to say is good luck and have fun. I'll see you in South Africa soon.
Thank you, Red-Eye Paul Challoner, for that lovely message, and I'm sure that we're going to see some teams masterly putting in some great Dota here. But as mentioned, this is a first for South African gaming, not only because we are playing here in Sandton, the spektrem headquarters, but we've also got an audience that is live in Cavendish joining us in Cape Town for the final, and I believe we do have some images from that. So welcome everyone, and glad to see that you guys are supporting local Dota and getting things underway. So let's see what's happening down in Cavendish.
Hey guys, how are you guys doing?
Good,
So who are you guys here to support today?
WRG, hopefully they made it to its finals.
Okay, and what do you think about coming to watch it at spektrem?
I think it's such a cool thing like now, especially exposure for gamers and being able to bring it up because it's such a new thing and it's building in South Africa, which is great.
And how many friends have you come with today?
There's a group of 10 of us here today.
10 of you guys, that's awesome.
No, it's awesome. Yeah, we have some League of Legends players, Dota players, and Counter-Strike players, all competitively. Yeah.
Are these all your friends standing over here?
Yeah, and some of them went through already, so yeah, nice big group.
No, that's lekker, man. Great way to spend a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't mind doing it every Sunday.
Oh, we'll see if we can get that right for you.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Cool, thanks for coming through and supporting.
No problem, thank you.
It's great to see some Capetonians also joining some magnificent Dota. Now, Devin, you and I have been on the competitive scene for many, many years now. And speaking as someone that's gone from pretty much the beginning of Dota 2's competitive days and seeing how it's improved over the years, how have we grown?
Yeah, I mean, how far we've come.
Yeah.
I think that, the common conversations that people have is 10 years ago, we were, going to LANs, and if we won the LAN event, we would effectively get a LAN ticket paid for, and maybe got like one of those oily burgers as
and a KFC meal. Yeah, that was ours. I
Great
remember.
Stuff. But I think that's almost like a bit of an old hat conversation because we now know this. Like, there's huge amounts of money on the line. This tournament, 100,000 rand. There's been several in the South African scene that have been of that sort of level. CS:GO's also getting as much love, and of course, 1 million rand at the end in October for the sort of completion of this Masters. I guess it wouldn't really be at the end of the year. There's probably stuff afterwards. But the point is, a lot of money. It's really impressive stuff from that regard. But I think one of the things that we also should chat about, and perhaps I'll do this I'll try to keep this a brief story. I won't get into the Hellwood one, but how we've grown in other ways. When I was first in Dota 2, and I was playing for, I believe it was Ventus at the time, taking on LIB. This is like old DGL names that you might remember. I remember this absolute epic match that came out. It was a perfect sort of scenario. You had this the support who was like holding the high ground. And how could that support be doing that? And you had these the strong team, the favorites, trying to finish the game, just unable to do so. And it was probably one of the best sort of competitive and entertaining matches that the DGL had seen at that time. And I'm sure both spectators would have agreed. And that's what it was. There was no casters. There were very few people watching. It was still a very quiet affair, low price, of course. But the fact that the viewership and whatnot, they just weren't really those numbers. Yeah. And nowadays, if you look at it, we've taken streaming, some time back ago already to that sort of more professional level. We try to have our overlays and panel desks and whatnot. And now we're sort of moving into other areas. I mean, you can find us in malls now and whatnot. Yeah. And of course, now you can find esports in a cinema near you, and that's pretty amazing if you ask me. And just amazing how far we have come in what I'd say is a short 3 years. And man, I think if we keep going at this rate, maybe SA will at some point really call itself like an esports destination. And I guess at that point we can really hold our heads up high. And for the meanwhile, we just keep working on it. Yeah. So a big thank you to all of you guys sitting in the audience, whether it be here in Johannesburg or in the Cavendish Square area, or of course even those of you watching on stream. Thanks for the support, guys. Keep it coming.
Yeah, I mean, our job is pointless unless we have an audience. So it's thanks to everyone, each and every one of you out there, that we are able to do this and able to do exactly what we love, which is such a wonderful thing. But we're getting closer to the game. Luckily, we actually managed to get hold of some of the players a little bit earlier to see how they felt coming into the series. So let's see what Bravado Gaming thinks.
We're building up for the grand final of the Telkom DGL Masters Dota 2 tournament. This is a big one. I'm sitting with Bravado's captain, Donnie. Now, Donnie, I have to ask, a few years ago, you were on an international interview and you made a pretty controversial remark saying that the local scene was just not on a par with the international scene. And just last month, White Rabbit Gaming proving that they're definitely on a par with you guys because they obviously beat you. Have you changed your opinion about the local scene?
Well, back then, there was obviously a very big skill gap between us and the next team. Obviously, it's changed. I mean, it's been 3 years. I mean, the fact that people even remember that is kind of weird. It's changed. People caught up. Yeah, it's tight now, I guess, yeah.
So you're going up against White Rabbit Gaming. Do you think that the best of 3 format suits them better, or are you guys okay with that play style?
Oh, I'm okay with anything, honestly. Best of 5 is a bit tiring. Best of 3 should be cool. I'm okay with it. They seem confident with it. We'll see.
I'm presuming you're going to be changing your strategy. I've seen with some of the, I want to say weaker, it seems a bit unfair, but the weaker teams, you guys have gone in with that push strategy, getting the games done quickly. Do you think it'll be a similar style moving into this one?
We're going to do the push strategy against Noob? No. We just do those because it's more entertaining for us, because it's not really that fun playing quote-unquote seriously against a team much weaker than you. It kind of takes the fun out of the game, so at least we try to have fun with some type of push strategy or something like that.
So are we going to expect the same one?
No. Noob are a very good team.
I'm trying to get you into a little hole there.
Yeah, Noob's a very good team. We'll play very seriously against them, and hopefully we win, but they have a good chance to win too. So
there you have it. My name is Sam from techworld.co.za. This is Donnie from Bravado. I think that it's quite entertaining. A lot of people have given you a hard time, but I definitely think you're the most entertaining Dota 2 player.
I mean, most people don't really know me, right? They just watch from the sidelines, so yeah.
Let's check out that final.
What a cheeky little interview there from Donnie. I mean, he keeps it real, I think. is the best way to say it. But obviously they have some opponents that are looking to take them down in the form of White Rabbit Gaming, and I believe that we have one of their players that also had a couple of words to say. So let's check it out.
We are entering into the grand final of the Telkom DGL Masters Dota 2 tournament. This is a big one, and I'm sitting here with Travis from White Rabbit Gaming. For a long time, the South African Dota 2 scene thought that Bravado was unbeatable. You guys have proven in the last month that is not the case. Do you think that the best of 3 formats is going to suit your playstyle?
I think so, because we seem to, in every single grand finals, we generally take game 1, and last time we took game 2. So now if that happens again, it's over.
What do you think is going to be the biggest threat moving into this? If you look at how Bravado plays, what are you most concerned about, if anything?
I'd say letting players free farm is a big deal, because he likes to play on heroes like Morphling, PA, stuff that just gets out of hand if we leave it. So shutting him down is definitely going to be the key.
I know you're going to say that you're going to win it, but are you feeling 100% confident going in?
Yes, fully.
Let's check it out. I don't know who your money's on. I'm rooting for White Rabbit Gaming. I think it's time for a change. You've got to knock those boys off their pedestal.
Definitely we will.
My name's Sam from techworld.co.za. Let's see who takes it.
Both teams definitely having a lot to say there. Obviously, that was Travis Castaway Waters, the mid player for WRG. And with that, there's not going to be much left from me as we are getting into game. And this is going to be the start of the final, Bravado Gaming versus White Rabbit Gaming. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to my more than capable casters, Prophecy and Devin. Take it away, lads.
Thanks. Okay, guys. Thanks for the introduction. As mentioned, my name is Helbert. I'm joined by Prophecy, the best in the business, once again to watch the 2 best teams in the country, White Rabbit Gaming and Bravado Emotion, battle it out here for really for the winner's cash purse of 40,000 Rand. No one's going to accept that second place prize, and of course the pride of winning this, probably even maybe even more valuable. Prof, what do you think?
Yeah, it's I know certain members of White Rabbit will be keen with the cash, but a couple of others, particularly the guys with the, as they call them, the Langwurings, they might be a little bit more keen on just having the bragging rights over Bravado for now.
Yeah, I think this rivalry has been going on for some time now. WOG way back when actually managed to beat Bravado in a series. Bravado rebuilt, they came back stronger and have managed to topple White Rabbit Gaming time and time again at these LAN events. And that's the big thing, right? I mean, if you consider who Bravado are and where they've come from, those group of players, they have not lost a full-on LAN event for a very, very long time. And the only team that's taken them close before is WRG, and they're here again. They're rivals in this grand finals. It's going to be absolutely spectacular. But without further ado, let's go take a look at the game itself. Ricky banned out by the side of WG in response to Bravado's Darkseer and Faceless Void. Now, Sean, I remember WG actually mentioned that they think those two heroes are also very, very strong in the current meta. How do you feel about those two bans?
Well, the big ban here is what is White Rabbit going to decide on. There was a lot of talk about how important the Invoker was to both of these teams. Obviously, they have highly skilled Invoker players in Seam and Castaway. The big worry is here is whatever White Rabbit bans between the Invoker or the Drow is what White Rabbit is what BVD likely picks up. Or that's what the assumption would be here, obviously. The bans pretty much standard. All of the heroes that have been banned are good for either team. But the Invoker, I think, is the really, really clutch pick here. Drow, I think both the teams have ways of dealing with it. Or they at least have ideas. We haven't really seen a seriously effective method of dealing with the Drow. But the Invoker is the big thing. White Rabbit Gaming throwing a bit of a curveball. They're banning out the SD. So BVD will grab themselves the Drow Ranger. White Rabbit Gaming have the options on that Invoker, and it is indeed the first pick.
I mean, the thing about that to me is that Invoker is so valuable to both sides that's almost a bit like scary to give the option to Bravado. Normally this is a fine situation. You say, we're going to let two powerful heroes through, we're going to pick the other one. But I think this went the way that WG actually would have preferred. They would have preferred the Invoker. Castaway is exceptional on that particular hero, and of course they know now that against Drow Ranger they're playing into the time limit game that BVD want. However, I think this is the side that's more comfortable about doing so. I was chatting to a couple of players in this event, and one of the things they said is that the problem with Drow Ranger and why it's been living longer, or its timing has been lasting longer than the 25 minutes we expect, is that Drow just punishes you for mistakes. And in South African Dota, not quite at the same level as international guys just yet, it's punishing you way more and more frequently, so it gets a longer lifespan and even go all the way into the late game. But WOG they're a different sort of kettle of fish. They aren't the sort of team that you expect to make as many mistakes as your sort of average South African Dota team, and BVD will most likely have that time limit to play into. Do you think that Bravado are going to be able to run away with this one, or do you think that White Rabbit Gaming have what it takes to stop them?
It's really going to depend on the rest of the draft. I like the pickup on the Elder Titan. It's great setup for the rest of White Rabbit Gaming. It's also a decent roamer in that it can move between the lanes, drop out the spirit and get the stomp and set things up. It's a nice way of also getting on top of the Drow. You can basically stand at the back of the fight, drop the spirit. It's not costing you anything except obviously the mana, but you can drop the spirit and stomp her, and she's not able to get off that damage. Not to mention the ulti is a method of repositioning her. Either she has to move out of it or she has to take the damage, neither of which she really wants to do. She wants to be standing still in a fight, almost like that turret, and just nailing you one by one. And that'll probably be the best way. Obviously, Drow will then segue later on into that Aghanim Scepter, which allows her to do damage to multiple targets. But still a very, very powerful opening set of picks here by both teams. Bravado getting the Venge and Drow auras are off to a good start, but I mean, White Rabbit has methods of dealing with them.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say as well, the Vengeful Spirit Commander also, Vengeance Aura. I mean, me and my old school names. But Vengeful Spirit's Vengeance Aura, obviously going to compound with Drow's Aura as well. And that just means things are going to be smacking pretty hard. And it's pretty much, I feel like both teams are almost like telegraphing this. Like, okay, this is what we expect to happen. This is how it's going to go. We're going to select this. And it's really going to come down to who's going to be able to execute their strategy best, which is the best kind of Dota in my opinion. I won't lie, I'm not the biggest fan of Drow games. It does feel like it's a little bit I don't like the clock stuff. I like stuff that potentially goes to like 90-minute classic and whatnot. But in this case, I do think it could probably be a short game where Bravado are able to take this one, or potentially WG find their way back in after it's likely to be a difficult start. And then
that is the one thing I will say that I haven't actually noticed White Rabbit yet do, is that they've come back from commanding, or they've come back from big deficits. BVD has shown the ability that there'll be 20,000 in the hole, and they will fight you for the next 40 minutes, and it'll take you every ounce of strength for the next 40 minutes to beat them. White Rabbit hasn't shown that yet, but if they show that today, I think BVD is in for a lot tougher time than they have been before. And it was particularly evident, like I said, in the last series that they played. BVD wins game 3. White Rabbit getting absolutely smashed in game 4 was a little bit disheartening, and then in game 5 a hell of a lot closer. Neither team really has the luxury of dropping one game and then getting stomped in the next one and then recovering. It's not like you have a 2-game gap here. You've got one. If you stuff up once, you don't really have many more chances after that.
I mean, this is indeed a best of 3, right? So if we were to cheat and use a previous result, this is like not just the pride on the line, not just the money on the line. It's also like the tiebreaker. I said both these sides, they're 4-4 right now. If you want to go there, so only 3 games left. One of them is going to come out ahead, and I mean, hey, that's an excellent story right there. But another story that we need to chat about: the bans so far. Medusa and DP banned out by WG, and the response being Winter Waven and the Big Red Axe. Any surprises with the ban so far? Anything you think is very relevant to the particular drafts of both these teams?
The Axe is interesting. I think that's got a lot more to do with how White Rabbit Gaming was running it a couple of weeks ago. BVD just doesn't want anything that can jump on top of the drow, force her to fight, and then kill her off pretty quickly. Axe obviously well known for that. The Winter Wyvern as well, that sort of thing. I'm interested that they banned out the Medusa on the White Rabbit Gaming side. That one is a bit of odd. I mean, obviously you can run the Medusa in the mid lane up against the Voker. It's not a terrible idea. Although Medusa is pretty susceptible to getting ganked, and once again the Ogre Magi coming out. Now this is pretty interesting. I mean, White Rabbit Gaming themselves, who I wouldn't say started the Ogre Magi meta as such in South Africa, but they were the first ones to use it a lot, or quite commonly on Santo. Nobody's had the same effect as Santo had in that tournament where he ran it so well, but teams still seem to be picking it. It's not a terrible hero by any means, but sometimes it just feels a little bit lackluster when it doesn't get a hell of a lot done in the early stages.
I must say that I'm a little bit scared of the concept of Bloodlust Drow. Slamming your towers. I mean, that has the potential to do a massive amount of damage. I mean, I'm not sure how much experience though you can get up, because you'd sort of expect he wants to ignite and the flame burst, but potentially gets up that Bloodlust and standing with the Drow Ranger, just powering him up. I think we spoke about almost like the troll concept about this before, where you have this hero that potentially hits harder because it's ranged, and you pick up the troll, and then everybody's smacking really, really fast, really, really hard. This, and to me, is probably a safer version of doing that with the ignite, assuming the Bloodlust being that replacement there. It's going to be interesting to see how WG responds to this. But another big pickup here is the Marana. I think that assuming this does go the way of Doms, he's been playing some pretty impressive Marana this weekend, or even from before then.
Has he played much Marana? I think it's only one game that he's been on the Marana, and they're going to grab him the Slaughter anyway.
Oh, okay, so...
Yeah. No, I mean, his Slaughter was fantastic last series. I'm actually surprised that that didn't eat a ban instead of something like perhaps the Winter Wyvern, although the Winter Wyvern is pretty terrifying in its own right. Marana, perhaps that's Chidawi's hero. It has been primarily a core this weekend, so we haven't actually seen it in a support role, but it is possible. I think that would fit Santo's role, where he's much more of the roaming support. Although, to be fair, this morning White Rabbit Gaming was running Schlinks as the roamer and Santo as the babysitting support. So we could be up to some rather interesting shenanigans here by the side of White Rabbit Gaming.
Indeed. I mean, WG kind of bailed me out because I can ask the same question anyways then. Dom's Slaughter has in fact been pretty devastating. And that's just full stop. There's no questions about it. I mean, do you think perhaps Bravado, I mean, it almost feels like strange to me that they'll let it through. Do you think they're confident enough to take it on? Do they want to play against WG's best? I mean, you've given the Invoker to Castaway, you've given the Slaughter to Doms, and you're leaving some options open for Chidawi as well. You're basically saying, give us your best, we're giving you this trial lineup, and if we can beat you with that, we're going to take this whole series, we at least we believe.
Well, I mean, you said it on the panel, is that sometimes Doms has shown a bit of problems when he's pressured early game. It's not that he can't recover, it's just that when he gets off to a great start, his team generally rolls off the back of that very, very quickly. When he's hampered, it takes a lot longer for them to get going. Now, Castaway is pretty much going to find his farm all the time, but that is the one problem with White Rabbit, and that's why I've said that I haven't seen them do it yet when they recover from bad leads, is that both Doms and Chidawi sometimes have issues when they're pressured early. Doms tends to get a lot more farm than a lot of the offlaners in South Africa, and Chidawi runs off very farm independent carries. He doesn't need a hell of a lot to get going. He has been changing that up of late, but it still does kind of feel worrying that if White Rabbit Gaming gets behind, very often BVD wins in inside 30 minutes, and it's like, okay, well, the game's already over.
And with this lineup, they're designed for exactly that.
Yeah.
But that said, let's chat a little bit more about the bands we have here. The Storm Spirit, obviously very good at getting over those gaps. In other words, grabbing hold of that Drow Ranger and bringing her down before she can become too much of a menace, as well as the Disruptor band out from Bravado, which is just, frankly, in my opinion, the choice support of this last couple of weeks, months even.
It hasn't been picked up all that much, but about a month ago it was very, very common, and it was very, very strong, particularly at the Manila Major. Storm Spirit, good ban there from White Rabbit Gaming. It's another method of initiating that they're removing from Bravado Gaming. We saw in the BVD versus Carbon game that when that Storm came out, he struggled a tiny bit at stages, but it was that dual combo where it's like you had to deal with a Storm or you had to deal with a Morphling. And if you have something to help Donnie out with the initiation, Donnie can jump in and pull one hero out of position, and then the Storm Spirit comes in with the silence or whatever. And if he hits Castaway with the silences before Castaway has that BKB up, that's going to ruin a lot of the White Rabbit Gaming counter initiating.
Fair comment. Well, TA also picked up by Bravado just to finish off their draft. Obviously, that's going to be seen as mid, one would expect. And White Rabbit Gaming have just one last hero to try to... That's going to be the Oracle. That's really interesting. Interesting. We spoke about the Oracle early on. Would teams be brave enough to pick it up? It's a hero with a really high skill cap. Santo is probably a really great man for just that job. But on that note, with just a couple of players loading in, I hope all of you sitting wherever you are, be it in the cinema, on the stream, or Prof, you right beside me, are starting to feel that hype, guys. It is WRG versus Bravado Emotion in the grand finals of the Telkom DGL Masters. It's going to be amazing. Pick it, guys. Let's go. We've waited long enough for this.
Yeah, the one thing I will point out, Marana, you did call it, Dom's going onto the Marana and Chidawi onto the Slaughter. So, again, fitting the traditional play styles. The Doms gets a little bit more. Chidawi, almost functions as an off-laner in the safe lane. Goes for the utility items to try and jump in. So, very, very good here. Although my one concern is that White Rabbit Gaming, a lot is relying on Chidawi to get some good initiations. He has started off well today with his Void, but if he doesn't get great initiations, then White Rabbit Gaming is going to really rely on some great stomps coming out of the Elder Titan and hope they can work off of that.
Well, I think now is as good time as ever to give these guys one final introduction, as it is quite a special affair. So we'll be from the side of Bravado on the Batrider, the legend himself, Donnie, towards the Ogre Magi will be Odu, who's quite a fearsome man, I won't lie. Bottom lane, we do see Seam. He's just scouting out that room. He'll be handling the Templar Assassin. Flares picking up the Drow Ranger. And certainly not least, Habibi will be picking up the Vengeful Spirit. Over to Prophecy and the side of White Rabbit Gaming.
All right, for WRG, we are going to start ourselves at Doms and work our way up. Doms grabbing himself the Marana. We have Castaway. He's patrolling in the mid lane, currently on the Super Saiyan Invoker. We then have the two supports, Santo running on Oracle, and Schlinks picking up that Elder Titan. Completing the lineup will be Chidawi on the Big Fish Slardar.
Excellent stuff. Well, just a quick note to those of you who are also not familiar with the event. The players are live at the venue, so we may be a little bit vague about certain things just to protect the integrity of the information that we're revealing. So don't be too surprised if Roshan is on the cards and we're being a little bit quiet about it. But we will make sure that we catch as much of the action. I always say we'll catch all the action, but that's going to jinx us, Prof, and we're going to miss First Blood. No, come on, not First Blood. Anyways, off the lane stage we go. I did promise that we'd do a little bit of introduction to some of the basics of Dotas for those of you who are checking out for the first time, seeing the cinema, not too sure what's going on. Perhaps you could give us a little bit of information, Prophecy, about something simple like warding and the importance of it.
Okay, well, I mean, warding is basically, it's almost like a little spy device you place anywhere on the map, as Helbert is helpfully pointing out one at the top here. It basically provides you a vision for a set amount of time. You get two types, obviously invis and normal. And they basically just provide you vision. Early game, you want something to protect your primary cores, most especially your mid lane. And as the game breaks out, the positions start changing. But it's very, very important to have information on what your enemies are doing.
Yeah, and talking about information, perhaps you can follow that up with a little bit of your thoughts on this landing stage and where you think we might see the first blood. And in fact, I see our friend Castaway actually seeing quite a bit of damage from seeing the mid lane already. But how do you see these lanes faring, Prof?
Well, I'm pretty interested to see how top lane's going, and it looks as though Donny is jumping onto Jao. He's got 7 stacks of the tar, and that is just absolutely outrageous. Donny gets himself the first... Sorry, Odu actually gets the first kill there. But this dual lane from BVD already paying dividends. Usually you'll see Donny hanging around himself on this off lane, but BVD taking a little bit of a trick out of White Rabbit Gaming's hat and running the dual lanes against them for once.
Yeah, and it looks like this could be even more probable for WG, as Doms does take quite a bit of a hammering here from bottom lane. No third party, so that should be the end of that. But towards top lane once again, running down, he's going to wind up that stomp. Does stomp out Odu, but I think that'll be the end of that potentially. No, Santos says he wants a piece more of this. Starts hammering down on Odu. I think that he'll be able to walk it off just fine in the end, though.
That's a lot of mana and time wasted, really, by Odu. Like, his chase wasn't bad, but I'm saying for White Rabbit, I don't really know why you're attempting to kill an Ogre Magi. I mean, he starts with, 8 armor. He's got a fairly healthy mana regen. Sorry, HP regen. That's a really difficult kill to make at the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons that I think WG picked it up themselves. He's so tanky, so difficult to deal with. And at the moment, Bravado is seemingly taking a page out of the WG playbook, and it's working out very, very well for him. At the moment, things are looking very bright. Seam is currently the top scorer as far as CS goes, having a really good time against Cosmo. So 12 for 3 versus the 7 for 4. And, followed by the Drow Ranger, and then only do we see Slardar coming into play. So all things fair and well so far. They'll be very happy with the start.
Admittedly, Seam does have a massive damage advantage over Castaway in mid lane at the moment. Castaway now swapping to the Exort makes it slightly easier, but in general, Seam is out CSing him pretty heavily. If we look here, he's got 125 damage at the 3-minute mark. That's not something that Castaway will be very happy with. And you can see just the outrageous damage onto the Invoke. He's actually had to swap to Quas most of the time just to keep himself alive. Not even able to really use the Exort all that much.
As going to be very careful, but he does have some help coming from Schlinks as well. Just going to give a friendly tap. I think that'll be the end of that one. Just, hey, leave my Castaway alone. But at the moment, Castaway does actually have a salve on him, so he's going to find himself in fine form for the meanwhile. But certainly he has to get a little bit more control of this lane, because at the moment, Seam is having a great time of it. Once again over the top lane, Shidawi kind of being pushed off his lane at the moment. Odu coming around the sidelines here, probably just going to give him another smack. I think there's a little bit of handbag slapping, but Shidawi without any real support at the moment, unable to really commit to anything just yet. Was that a little drop of a stout shield that I saw there? Just a little bit of a come get me kind of moment.
Yeah, we've seen those kind of moments pay off pretty badly. Oh, Habibi catches a 5-second stun. Well played there by the side of White Rabbit Gaming. Quite likely going to get themselves their first kill, but never mind. Habibi arrives just in time.
Sunstrike does connect, and it will indeed pick up their first kill. Castaway on the board. Oh, nice catch there, Prof. Something called an arrow, you caught the kill. But towards top lane once more, does look like they want another piece of Odu. Donny does come into support though, and immediately having to back off for WG in the safe. In fact, Santo in trouble here. They're going to use the Firefly as well, charging him down. A couple of stacks on him. Is it enough? The stomp comes out. It's perfectly timed. But can Santo run this one off? He's still so low. Donny still wants piece. One hit, not enough. Shin's trying to slow him down as best he can, but this... Well, Donny finally says, fine, I'll let you go. But certainly very, very aggressive. That's a Donny we like to see. Give us some blood.
And, I mean, the biggest problem here is that there is a massive CS differential between the two offlaners. If you look at Donny, he's currently sitting at 18, 10 on Doms. And Doms is not even really getting the same level of experience out of this lane. Odu hanging around here at level 3. Donny is currently at level 5. This is going to be a major issue. It's the same thing that we saw with Carbon, where they almost sacked their safe lane, and BVD just ripped them apart after that. And it's dangerous. You cannot allow BVD and particularly Donny to get off to these kinds of starts. He is one of the most aggressive players in South Africa, and you're going to give him a head start like that. He really is going to punish you big time.
I do think it's pretty concerning for WG. They've got to find like something more out of this early lane stage. The onslaught is moments away. I mean, probably like 8 minutes or so, I feel like Bravado will start turning on the cogs and they want to start pressuring these towers even more. I mean, bottom lane, we already see Flares is getting quite up to that bottom tower, putting quite a bit of damage out onto it, and he's going to want to keep doing so.
He takes the tower now. There's no way they can defend this. Doms is going to come in, but Habibi will probably just throw out the stun. And yeah, they can't defend the tower. There's no point in bothering, and that's a very, very early kill. It's going to give a little bit more money into all the coffers of the BVD players.
Costa getting very low in the mid lane, but he does have the support coming in. It's the Elder Titan. Seam takes quite a bit of damage, but they just don't have the damage to bring him down. Odu also gets caught up by that stun from the Oracle, but in the end, not much of it. Sorry to interrupt you there, Prof, but things... Certainly just, WG just needs something out of this. At the moment, it's just lining up too well for Bravado. Would you agree?
Far too well. You're giving Donny a 1v1 matchup against a hero that he's naturally advantaged against. I mean, Chidawi is already having problems with the dual lane. Now you're going to leave him in a 1v1 where the tower is going to absolutely wreak havoc on him. He is about to hit level 6. The amplified damage might help him out there. But Donny is still going to do serious amounts of damage if he's given the space now.
Well, once again, Costway mid lane really just taking so much pressure from the side blades.
Flares cops the stun bot.
Well, yeah, so it does look like Flares is in a little bit of trouble. Has a BB helping up, but there's quite a few TPs coming in. Santo also in the shrouds. He's taking a lot of damage, but they have to back off. But look at the damage dealt. It's just hordes of HP being brought down. Habibi, though, in trouble. The Sunlight does connect, and Flares solo. Can they bring down the arrow? Connects. Habibi now, can he finish the job? No, he can't. WRG pick up 2, and we were just saying they needed something. Well, that's something.
Yeah, that is definitely something. I mean, they very nearly lost a triple kill there to the side of BVD, but great movement there in the team fight by the side of White Rabbit Gaming. Basically just trading the damage between them or sharing the damage between them and eventually getting the kill. Marana, Doms picking up the double. That is going to definitely help him out here after a fairly rough laning stage. BVD not going to be all that chuffed with how that whole fight went down. And they'll probably look to reset over the next 2-3 minutes, but they're going to continue pushing it. There's no reason to expect that kind of thing to happen with any real regularity. Flair's going to go straight back to the bottom, and he's going to continue farming here. And BVD, they got punched on the nose, but I think they're still in a position where they can look to punish.
Well, I mean, on that note, I mean, I always talk about the holy grail of early Dota 2 when your cores have the most last hits in the game of your opponents, and right now that's exactly what they have in the exact order they want. One position in the first slot, second position in the second slot, and a third position in the third slot. So WG still have some catch-up work to do here, as Donny as well is just having a great time in this top lane. In fact, I've stand correct because he's now top of the charts at the moment. Some pings coming out though. Bravado going to get up to some mischief here. Do see the Oracle coming to support. Donny gets caught out. Sunstride's going to connect. No way out of that one. And that's a very clean pickup for WRG in the end. And Odu going to toss out the Ignite. Wants to desperately get out of there. Puts himself up with the Bloodlust. Do they have anything follow up? Oracle's got a couple of seconds left before he can do anything. He's going to abort that mission. And WG will be satisfied with just that in the end. As Seam actually does his own drow impersonation. He's put a lot of pressure on this tower towards the mid lane. This just feels like bonus, right?
Yeah, it really does feel like a bonus. Usually you'd expect Castaway to be breaking a little bit more even, but at the moment it's heavily favored in Seam's favor, and obviously a lot of that is coming as a result of the drow. I mean, she doesn't even really need to be anywhere nearby, and just the power of the aura and the ulti is giving Seam just an obscene advantage in just sheer damage over the Invoker.
And top lane though, they're going to look for some more damage. The Moonlight Show does come out, but Chidawi has been caught up by that lasso from Donny. Looks like he's not going to get much more out of it. No reveal just yet, it seems. But Bravado do have still a couple of numbers here. But Seam going to at the same time finish off a nice little ancient sack.
Flair's on his way to the top lane. He's hiding around. So White Rabbit Gaming probably going to be thinking that with Donny's lasso down, and never mind, they're going to see Flair's. So Flair's just here to grab himself a set of real estate. And White Rabbit probably just going to back off. Yeah, Chidawi looking for the BKB. I mean, sorry, the Blink Dagger. He doesn't really want to get involved too early on.
Well, they do toss out some nuke power. Going to actually probably get off a really good stop here. Can they follow up with the arrow is the question. Marana all the way in the back lines because there's some real mischief over here. Didn't even catch that until right at the end. Well, Donnie, what were you doing there? So deep into that fight, brought down and punished, but at the same time, Seam does some good work towards the mid lane, picking up the tier 1 tower there instead. So it's not all a loss for Bravado, but one has to ask, Donnie, what mischief were you up to?
Yeah, it did seem like very much an attempt to divide and conquer, that they had this, the three of the BVD players creating a bit of a distraction in the front lines, and then Donnie would try to sneak around in the back and get some cheeky damage. Not quite working out when White Rabbit knows that they can just turn on you and they outnumber you pretty severely. So Donnie getting punished once again. Not the best start after that early kill for him. Not the best continuation of what was a pretty good start for him. But he's still looking pretty healthy. He's on his way to his Blink Dagger and Chidawi. Well, he's basically backing off here. He realizes it's not the area he wants to be in, although BVD might decide that they want him a little bit closer to their attention.
Yeah, they certainly are giving him a little bit of pressure here. Chidawi knows it. He wants to back off in the meanwhile. Do they catch him out is the real question. Donnie has got a vision of him. Uses the Firefly as well, so we'll actually get a little bit of help almost from the side of WG as they start moving towards the jungle as well.
They actually use Donnie's help as...
Yeah, it was the other way around in the end. I just saw the Amplify down. Okay, maybe we'll give it a shot, but too many WG players around ready to make any sort of use of that. Prof, for these two sides now, I mean, let's take a quick peek at the net worth. At the moment, it's really where you want it if you're a Bravado fan. Both Seam as well as Flares leading the charge, and Donnie not too far behind either. But where do we go from here? What's Bravado's play and what's WG's?
Bravado's really going to look for pickoffs. The thing is, with the Drow, you don't necessarily want to just straight up siege a tower. You'd love to get a pickoff with the Bat Rider and then immediately jump onto a tower. Rosh obviously in the Ambit as well, since they do have that TA as well as the Vengeful Spirit. So the armor reduction is going to eat him alive. For White Rabbit, you really just want to kind of reset. Get your big items up. Obviously, Dom's is going to need a couple of items before he can fight. Chidawi has to get that Blink Dagger. He's on his path to that. But it's still, I think, a bit early for White Rabbit to try and, man fight BVD. If that does go, if it does start devolving into fights, BVD has a lot more in their favor right now, as Donnie's grabbing himself some big items. And like right now, the only one that could fight at a moment's notice is almost Castaway, and he's going to be able to take the most advantage. The rest of the White Rabbit would really need to push the heroes to the absolute maximum to have an even chance against BVD at this stage.
Great. Well, we'll see who does take advantage of their position or who can exploit a potential weakness in the other team's armor any moment now, I'm sure. Once again, if you're not too familiar with the Drow lineup, promise you it's going to be action-packed. They're not. In fact, there we go. Yeah, Santo in the mid lane being pretty much butchered. Does get off the false promise though. He's going to TP. Oh, he does get the TP out because of the flame break and try and desperately survive. I don't think you're gonna. And he does in fact explode at the end of it all. You see the Echo Stomp going through, catches that OD on the sidelines. There's the arrow as well. The Moonlight Shadow is there as well. Chidori on the front lines. They're going to try and get the Sunstrike, and it does connect though. But is there enough damage for the follow-up? Chidawi is destroyed, and now Dom's on the sidelines trying to get out of trouble. The trap goes off as well. There's some vision from the Vengeful Spirit. The leap's good, but he's just limping away at the moment. Magic Missile connects, and Dom's is also down. It's 3 for just the one support at the moment. Bravado super happy about that, and this means it's objective time.
Yeah, that is unfortunately what's going to happen. If White Rabbit wants to fight BVD at this point in time, you cannot have the Drow available to BVD. If Drow's even on the map, the amount of physical damage they can do to you is just absolutely outrageous. They grab themselves the Roshan now, but that was far too easy for BVD. White Rabbit, you lose a support. It's Santo. Sure, it's a bitter pill to swallow, but it's one you're going to have to. Because losing Santo and then trying to retake a fight at that stage, that's never going to go well for you. They don't even need to, take a good fight for them. Like an even fight, they're probably winning at this point in time.
Well, on that note, maybe let's take a look at how the graphs are affected. Oh, Donnie. Actually brought down my Tink in the top end. So that's the first one we missed. Okay, so it's 14 minutes, and I'm sure you guys will forgive us for that. But let's take a look at the graphs as well, just see how everything's reflecting. The net worth at the moment, it's a solid lead to Bravado at the moment, sitting at about 7.5k, and the XP, it's looking pretty solid as well. 5k is a lot at 14 minutes at the moment. Do you think WG can bring this one back, Prof?
They do have the heroes that could potentially give BVD troubles, but this is the worry of a Drow strike. When a Drow strike gets ahead, it tends to ram home its advantage very, very quickly. So White Rabbits, they got to start playing carefully now. They got to look for pickoffs here or there to try and slow BVD down, particularly on the Drow. TA as well. Those are the two main targets. Getting kills on Donny is great, but the thing is, Donny doesn't need a hell of a lot now. He's got his Blink Dagger. If you can get the 4-star, fantastic. Otherwise, your TA and particularly your Drow are going to be your big ticket targets for the rest of this game now.
Yeah, well, Bravado certainly are looking to do just that. They want to push this advantage. They're lining up in the bottom lane at the moment. And with that Deso up on scene, look at the tower, chunks at a time. You spoke about bullets. How do they hurt a tower that much? Look how much damage these arrows do at the moment. It's crazy.
The thing is, Bloodlust on both the TA as well as the Drow, it's just crazy amounts of damage. It's I think Seam's hitting for 200 before he actually... Yeah, I mean, when he turns on the refraction at the moment, he's doing 300 damage per right click. That's just madness. And that's before he reduces your armor.
That's absolutely absurd. I mean, there's such a giant amount of physical damage. You really have to find a way to just get on top of these heroes, bring them down, and it's so much harder now that the Aegis is up. I mean, obviously, Seam running around with this, he's done a great job finding a lot of farm. He's currently the most farmed in the game. But I guess the one shining light for WG at the moment is the second man on the board. Castaway is an extremely potent invoker, and he is sitting with quite a bit of money at the moment. But these items just don't look like fight worthy. It's a Midas, for example.
The problem is the Quaswex, so the Exort Voker is also not like he can split push and he can maybe take pickoffs here or there, but like he can't fight. And White Rabbit Gaming right now, basically they just have to give away fights. So Donny blinks in and Dom's jumps out of trouble very, very quickly.
Yeah, so obviously just opting against the engagement in the end, as Doms was very quick on the fingers there as well. Oracle, got to be said as well, an excellent hero to help deal with the Batrider, but I think at that stage he was on his own. Aegis only has a little while left to go as well, so I imagine WG will be pretty keen to try wait it out, but all the same, the pressure from Bravado is going to be unending, and they have no reason to back off at the moment. And there's a scary thing in that bottle, Prophecy. A scary thing in that bottle.
Yeah, if Seam jumps them with that, it's going to be pandemonium in the White Rabbit Gaming ranks. I can't see many of them surviving. But BVD, 17 minutes, and they're about to hit the high ground. That is a terrifying thought for White Rabbit Gaming fans. As once again, the stomp does come out from the ET, but BVD not stopping. They're going to go high ground, and you can come and try to stop
Stomp comes in from Chidawi. He's just getting destroyed, though. They're trying to keep him up. The Earth Splitter goes through to try and buy him time, but Chidawi is just so low. He's doing what he can. He's certainly going to die, surely. There's just so much damage being pumped onto him, and Chidawi... He survives. Oh, man. I thought it took a lot more than that. So good news for WG and their fans, but the fight is not over yet, as Castaway in the backline does have some pressure on the Seam. Low, but still at the Aegis. Schlink's going to be brought down. Chidari goes back in. The swap's good though. Habibi on the front line is trying to beat him up. The smoke comes out as well. The Slaughter's down. Chidari this time for a while. Doubtia's buyback this early into the game. They do buy back, in fact. I stand corrected, and they're desperately trying to defend their racks. The Deafening Blast comes up, but the backline Flare just being down. It's so low, but they haven't finished the job. Flare's caught in the sleep. Santo climbing up. Flare's popped, and now WG trying to punish Bravado for leaving that racks unfinished. Habibi on the sidelines, caught out by Chidawi. He's brought down. One man standing. Can they get them all? Will this be a team wipe? Seam desperately one time. He's brought down. WG pick up 5. It's the perfect response. They're on the back foot, but man oh man, if you are a WG fan right now, you are certainly ecstatic about what just happened.
Yeah, fantastic play there by White Rabbit Gaming. They have to spend buyback, so it isn't as much of a win as they would like, but a 5-man team wipe at this stage of the game is wonderful news for them. They get themselves the Drow Ranger as well as the Aegis, so it's actually a 6-man wipe. And great play there by White Rabbit Gaming all around, as they both save their racks and completely team wipe BB. This is probably a 5 to maybe even 10-minute reset now on the BVD side. Odu TPing in to try and slow things down, but White Rabbit Gaming, they're going to have their tails up for quite a while now.
Yes, and I mean the big thing to me, the racks stands one hit away, but Bravado, I think, I'm not sure if they overestimated the damage of that last hit, didn't quite finish the job. It could have been something as simple as like the armor proc from Seam wearing off and not being enough in the end to finish the job, and it cost them so dearly. But here's the other thing, the buybacks were used, and now WG pretty much have to do the exact same thing, much better, because they can't allow any damage onto that racks this time around, and they need to desperately get the same result. Towards the top lane though, it's bottom lane. Santo does get caught out, pulled through by Donny. They're going to leave him up on the edge perhaps, but he's just destroyed. Pretty much just brought to the high ground so we can enjoy the explosion. But WG one down at the moment, And do they defend? Do they drop?
That's a pretty huge pick off, because I mean, there's no one to save you now if you get caught out. So if BVD catch someone like
they are catching somebody out. Seam does so much damage. That is 2 shots just destroying. Tornado does fly through though. Arrow being wound up by Doms does not connect. And on the back lines, you just see that Drow illusion at this point, just beating down on this range barracks. But the real job has been done here from Bravado. The 25 minute mark, that's pretty much the magic number. They've got it at 20, so it's looking pretty good for Bravado right now. WOG, not out of it though. They definitely have teeth.
Yeah, the thing is, that was a hell of a cost for BVD. You know, get 5-man team wipe to only get the melee racks. Sure, the buybacks were great, but it's still going to be, I mean, I think in particular Donnie's going to be sitting there with a bit of a sour taste in his mouth. Like, we got it, but like that is unacceptable. That happens again, and White Rabbit Gaming gets a win like that, we're going to be in a lot more trouble. The fact that we were so far ahead after that, or before that, was helpful, but I mean, White Rabbit Gaming is still ahead in experience after that fight. So yeah, BVD going to be much more aware of any potential stuff ups from on their end about going high ground now.
Yeah, and WOG desperately trying to find some way back in. I mean, it's really about stalling now, right? I mean, you kill heroes to stop BVD from pushing, so you can buy yourself time. But BVD, they're lining up, man. They're grouping up, and I imagine they just want to rinse, repeat. And hey, why not? It worked. It can keep working. And I think if that's what I think it is, things can get a lot harder as well. It doesn't look like Bravado's noticed. So.
No, they won't notice. But the one thing about BVD here is that they have a much stronger late game. You know, there was Kuroki saying at the summit during the finals that Drow either wins at 35 or it wins at, Drow either wins at 25 or it wins at 70. And you know, at 70 minutes, if you have Seam anywhere near decent levels of farm, he's going to be popping half of your team if you're White Rabbit Gaming, and that'll be the first shot. The second shot is going to take out the rest of them. So you have to be incredibly careful in the hands of White Rabbit Gaming to not get caught out, you know, in lines when Seam starts jumping in. He's already got a pretty ridiculous amount of damage on his TA, and that's only going to increase. He's now picked up the rather casual Yasha, probably just going to be going into a Manta style, maybe to just try and dodge some of the silences or all the rest that could come his way, or you know, just juke out of certain situations. But it also makes him tankier. Right now, it doesn't have a lot of HP, very reliant on his refraction being up. Once he becomes tanky, and once he can just stand in the front lines and you know, start throwing out those side blades, White Rabbit Gaming is going to melt in the face of this.
It could be very, very scary times. WOG, though, they're such a strong team. You've got to believe that there's a little bit more left in the tank and that they do still stand a fighting chance here. But, I mean, let's look at these gold graphs at the moment. At the moment, it's actually a lot better than I thought it'd be, as well as the XP graph. It's not the sort of position that I think Bravado were in before. But they're going on in this illusion. And, oh, my word, they expend the Earth Splitter. And they just know this is a bad place to be all of a sudden. They're trying to get out, but they do have Donnie back in. The Tornado goes through. Perfect timing on that Oracle False Promise. But the chase is still on. Santa, they're just trying to back each other up. They just can't keep each other alive. They're trying desperately to get back up, but they've already lost one. And it could be more. Schlinks trying to get that Echo Stomp off to buy his friends some time as WG head for the high ground. Can they get out? Trying desperately as Schlinks just to get something out of the deal, but he is eventually brought down by a side blade from Seam, and now it's 3 from WG up against the 5-man squad of Bravado, who have no reason in the world not to push this high ground. Flares immediately up, starts beating down on the tower. Forge Spirits out by Castaway, doing what they can, but they're just getting destroyed as well. Tornado flies through, catches 2 at least, buying very, very important seconds here at this point. Multicast, Bloodlust up onto Flares. Donnie on the high ground, providing the vision they need. Bravado are exactly where they need to be right now. And with the next creep wave, once again, no reason to back off at all.
Yeah, I mean, the chip damage that BVD is throwing out against White Rabbit Gaming could hardly be called chip damage. You know, it's like 1 or 2 right clicks, and each one takes almost 100 HP off of the tower. So the creeps will come in, White Rabbit will clear them off, but that was a brutal loss there on those 2 supports. And one of the, you know, something tiny that some people might not have noticed is that the Elder Titan dropped the Astral Spirit and was in position to get off a fantastic sleep there. Donnie blinks ahead, throws out the the unstable concoction actually prevents him from landing the sleep. The sleep would have actually stopped 3 of the Bravado players from being able to catch up to White Rabbit Gaming. So amazing play there by Donny. It's something tiny, but it actually allowed them to get both of the support kills.
Yeah, I think you mean the flame break, right?
Yeah, the flame break.
Yeah. Don't worry, it's just because you're getting into the action like me. We can have a little bit of fun with this. So all the same, WG desperately, they need to find something, and Bravado are just choking them, man. They're playing so well. But once again, this is the train that can. I wouldn't call it the little train that can. They are pretty monstrous at times. And WG will try every trick in the book to try get something out of Bravado at the moment. Flares towards bottom lane. He's playing pretty cautiously for the meanwhile. And perhaps for good reason. There's Forge Spirits after him. And the Stomp coming. I'm trying so hard not to give this away. Like, ooh, what's going on?
Yeah, well, BVD seemed to have read that like a telepath almost, because they knew what White Rabbit was going. They even knew where White Rabbit was going to be, as all of them lay in wait there. And I mean, just the game sense of BVD at the moment is just absolutely outrageous. They've, I mean, apart from that high ground push where I think bad positioning cost them a lot, and some fantastic plays by White Rabbit Gaming did the rest. BVD has just seemed to know exactly when to push, when to stab the dagger into the heart of White Rabbit Gaming, and it's getting pretty rough now for White Rabbit, as each passing moment makes it harder and harder for them to get ahead here.
Yeah, and some big items coming out, man. This is a very important one. I'll just show in the courier so you can see what it is. There's that, and there's that, which I think should be a little bit of a surprise for WG guys. We won't spoil it for them when it does come around, but do you think they have it in them with that sort of item collection making its way over to the BVD boys?
Like I said, my biggest concern here for White Rabbit Gaming is that their late game is so weak. With the way BVD is going right now, they have a TA, they have the Drow. Even if it goes ultra late, I just think they have more in the tank than White Rabbit Gaming does right now. The Stomp comes through. It's going to prevent Seam from doing a whole lot, as Castaway will throw out a couple of spells.
Yeah, Tornado also expires some of the illusions, if you will, or rather give them a little bit of a pounding. But for the BVD squad, back out, respecting it for the new one. But oh, they've got a big fish. It's Doms. He does get bailed out though by the Oracle, but the fight's not over. Chidawi silenced up, trying to fight through it though. Odu gets very low. He's going to be your first casualty. The fight rages on though. Chidawi finally does get brought down. Beautiful deafening blast from Castaway flies through, but is enough to dissuade the further aggression here. Moonlight Shadow has been popped. They're trying to bring down the Schlinks with Elder Titan, and will do so pretty easily
Doms
in
on
the
back line,
end.
dead to Seam.
Oh man, and Santo also falling down. They're trying to do what they can. They're tossing out the combinations from Castaway, but they don't connect, and it's just Castaway alone now. This means this objective, they might know it's happening, but there's nothing they can do about it. And this might be the real brutal nail in the coffin for WG, as Bravado have once again all this momentum behind them and no reason to slow down.
Yeah, it just feels like every time White Rabbit Gaming asks a question, BVD has 3 answers for them, and each one is better than the last. I mean, it's just so difficult for White Rabbit Gaming. They start off pretty well. They keep they keep Doms alive, but instantly there's a rotation from BV, or I mean the entire hero pool of BVD is there. They jump in, they kill off 2 heroes. Then White Rabbit Gaming is like, they sort of fight back with Castaway coming in, but then Schlinks, unfortunately, on the other side, he gets caught out. Then Seams on the other, it just, there's so many issues for White Rabbit Gaming to deal with, that they just don't have enough farm, and they just don't have the heroes to deal with these kind of things. Donny pulls Castaway, and this could be the game breaker if he does go down. It's in fact Castaway who goes down. Donny in response will go the way of Mirana. We get buybacks coming out of the slaughter. Batrider as well, as they now try and make movements onto Seam. Chidawi in the front lines. Dom's trying to do what he can, but Chidawi looks to have been left alone by his team. Yeah, Castaway also hanging in the side lanes. Chidawi taking a ton of damage. Seam is going to finish off his nemesis for the mid lane. Castaway is gone. Chidawi not long for this world either. The supports are getting ripped apart, and that is the end of White Rabbit Gaming's stance for this moment, as Vinvoca buyback, Santos bought back as well, as BVD decides, well, we've done enough damage, we'll leave you to pick up the pieces for the moment before we come back. Actually, they get a 3rd buyback out of the Marana as well. That is some brutal damage to the economy of the White Rabbit Gaming boys.
It really hurts, man. If you take a look at the Drow range, it's 17k versus Castaway's 12, and there's also a Drow sitting around there with 16k. It's not good news for WG at all, but there is one thing to make note of. The racks still stand, and that is something that
but
WG
at what
can...
cost?
Hey, man, I guess at the point right now, it potentially the game, but at the same time, certainly the game if they hadn't brought back. So it's the tough decisions, right?
Yeah, it's. I mean, I don't even think it's caught between a rock and a hard place. It really. It's the worst. It's like which one of your children do you give up? It's like that kind of question. Like you either lose the game or you spend all the money that you could use to get back into the game. And White Rabbit Gaming currently in a horrible situation as BVD looks to stamp their authority on the first game in the grand finals here at the Telkom DGL Masters.
But we are beyond that 25-minute mark. We're in the 30. They've survived this long. We realize they're behind. What do WG need to start seeing from their side to be able to turn the cogs on this tail and come back against Bravado here?
I mean, the thing is that they need to get probably the next 3 small team fights, like 2 for 0s, 3 for 1s, maybe something along those lines. And they need to keep their cores alive. Castaway is farming decently well, but he needs support right now. They've got absolutely nothing coming from either Doms or from Chidawi. Chidawi basically jumps in and just gets absolutely blown apart. And that's just, it's a result of the laning stage. The laning stage has gone so poorly for White Rabbit that BVD has just got this, they've said it's 25 minutes that you have on a draft strat. With this kind of lead, it's almost like 35 minutes. You've got such a lead now that White Rabbit Gaming, they're catching up, and they don't have the heroes for it, and they certainly don't even have close to the farm to try and deal with this. A Seam, I mean, that I think should indicate exactly how much he feels about what White Rabbit can do to him right now. Standing on the high ground, just right-clicking your buildings without a care in the world.
Yeah, and we do see the fight start out. Chidawi pulled so far back. The Stomp's going to bail him out of a little bit of trouble. Does have the help of the Oracle coming through as well. Can he survive? The Moonlight Shadow, everything is better. But the front lines, it seems, he just keeps beating everybody up. And Schlinks now, he's also getting he's just destroyed. He's deleted. WG are falling apart at the moment. Bravado are all over them. The GG is called. Bravado 1 game away from taking the Telkom DGL Masters. It's a brilliant start for them. It is pretty much the dream start for them here. Convincing, powerful, and going to take them with the momentum into game 2. Let's head back to the panel, guys. And we can break it all down.
And wow, what a game on. Once again, see the Draw Ranger, and we know that both these teams can put the Draw Ranger to fantastic effect, and that's exactly what we saw here.
I think that's 5 picks in the tournament so far, 4 wins, and that was a pretty brutal win there for a White Rabbit Gaming side coming in with I wouldn't say a conviction that they're going to win, but certainly feeling like they had a shot. That is a horrible opening blow to take from BVD.
I mean, I just feel like BVD had exactly the heroes that they wanted for this game. I mean, Seam T has been a monster for many years on the South African competitive
and it's the one thing that people often forget. It's like he's got that one like in his pocket. Like, okay, I'll pull it out this game. And I mean, with giving them the draw, I think big mistake, because the TA could be abused, but when he's got that kind of advantage over an Invoker in the early stages, it's a bit too much for even Castaway to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in the laning stage. Castaway just taking incredible amounts of damage from the Psionic Blades of the TA, thanks to him having pretty much 50 damage once that Draw Ranger, extra additional 50 damage once that Draw Ranger hit level 6, and that was before Refraction. So, I mean, things got pretty scary pretty quickly for White Rabbit Gaming. They did hold their own. I mean, considering that Chidawi ended his game on just 6k net worth compared to the 17k of Draw and TA, like a rough game for him, it must be said.
Yeah, I mean, again, the biggest issue was he died first, obviously, which wasn't great, but BVD committed to a dual lane, which is rare. They don't like to often commit dual lanes. They like to have Odu, generally roaming around, Donnie off on his own sort of mission, sort of thing, like trying to get something done. This time they go dual lanes. They put Odu up there with Donnie early on, and it's like they get the first blood. They get it onto Odu, maybe not the best option. You would have liked it onto Donnie, but as soon as they got that, you almost sense like they now smell blood in the water. They immediately pushed Doms off his bot lane, and with Seam winning the middle lane, it just felt like everything had gone wrong for White Rabbit Gaming. And once you give BVD the lanes, they're not going to give you the rest of the game. You really have to outplay them and rip them apart, punish them for every slight mistake they make from then on. And there was the one occasion where they got the team wipe.
Yeah.
Other than that, BVD all the way, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, that team wipe came once they're already on the high ground, basically defending their base. And by that stage, yes, it is a team wipe, but it's one way to get back into the game. But BVD didn't seem to stumble. They just went straight back, and took the racks. So
it came at the expense of those buybacks. That's really what hurt. If you didn't have those, then oh wow, it's great, everyone's got money. But instead, it's like, okay, well, we've kind of earned the money back. We just paid in.
Yeah.
I mean, great defense, but not enough. Drow's broken, man.
Yeah,
it's not going to see the light of day again.
Please.
I think we all agree here on the panel that Drow, pretty strong hero at the moment. Yeah.
And a lot of that came down to those first bans. BVD basically gave White Rabbit Gaming the option: we give you the Drow or we give you the Invoker. Which one do you value more? The White Rabbit Game tried to throw the shade back at them, banning out the SD first.
Yeah.
BVD's like, instant Drow pick. Thanks very much. We value the Drow more than we value the Invoker because we know we have a way to beat the Invoker in mid lane. And that's the thing. It's like, there was talk before the game that everything about the series would be over who got the Invoker because of the power of the two Invoker players. But BVD had basically thought the next step ahead. Like, okay, if we give you Invoker but we get the Drow in response, what are we going to do? How do we beat the Invoker? And like I said, the CMTA, it's rarely seen, but when it comes out and it does that, I mean, what has that victory done to the White Rabbit Gaming psyche right now? Because that is going to be a horrible team speak to be sitting in after that kind of game.
I think they should mentally just brush it off and say, listen, guys, Drow game, it happened.
Yeah.
Let's not give them Drow in game 2, and let's make them fight on our terms. I think they never had a situation in that game where they were fighting, on their terms. So it just felt like they were on the back foot the whole time and never managed to get any sort of stance into that game. Going into game 2, Devon, if you were White Rabbit Gaming, I mean, do you go for the Invoker again? Do you try something a little bit different this time?
I think the first thing you want to do is give Chidawi a bit of a hard time about his accent. Like we were teasing him outside. Maybe tease Doms. I believe he's the cutest. Was it Doms or Donny?
It was Doms.
Dom's the cutest South African Dota player. Congratulations, man. That's probably bankable somewhere. But keep your spirits up. Jokes aside, that's what you got to be doing. It's Drow. You were like, cool, we want to see if we can beat it. We believe we can. We couldn't. Ban the Drow, have a real game of Dota, because that's the reality of the situation. Drow is adding too much value to the game at the moment. To me, it's Bat Rider of the past, 100% bigger ban rate. It's destroying teams, and South African teams, once again, teams like Bravado who can get it ahead of you, they just ram it down your throat.
Yeah.
I mean, you just killed our entire team. We're coming straight back.
Yeah.
And one of the big issues for me as well is that because the game is so new at this time, right?
Yeah.
They don't have long cooldowns. So, it takes you so long to push out the lanes because you don't have big items.
Yeah.
And they're coming back in like 20, 30 seconds. It's just, it's giving too much to a team that picks up a Drow Ranger, I think. So get rid of it and then, play your game from there.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to have to be the case for White Rabbit Gaming. But if you or your friends are at home and want to join the Telkom Digital Gaming League, make sure to check out digitalgamingleague.co.za or telkomgaming.co.za. All the information you need to get yourself and your friends into a Dota team or one of our other leagues, be it Counter-Strike, Rocket League, and one of the many other games that we actually provide at the Telkom DGL. There are quite a few. I tend to lose count. Make sure to go to digitalgamingleague.co.za. And once again, big shout out to Telkom and skirmishes for putting on this event. It looks like we are getting ready. The players are in the lobby at the moment. We're just sorting out who's going to be picking first and who's going to be banning first. And I feel like that is actually a really important thing, especially in this series, is the first pick in the draft. Yeah. Do you agree?
BVD abused that.
Yeah.
They gave White Rabbit Gaming a Morton's fork. You either give us you either ban the Drow and give us the Voker, or you ban the Voker and give us the Drow. So you're left with a really difficult choice there on the White Rabbit Gaming side. Like I said, they try to play around with it, ban out the SD. We'll get to whichever one you don't want.
Yeah.
The biggest issue is that them taking the Voker. I think BVD might have actually even planned ahead for that because they know that Chidawi doesn't tend to play things like the Drow.
Yeah.
And that might have caught White Rabbit Gaming unawares, is that they figured, okay, if they ban the Drow, then we'll get the Invoker, right? Or they ban the Voker, we get the Drow. So BVD, I think, always a little bit ahead because they know that they can actually use the Drow, whereas White Rabbit Gaming is a lot less likely to use it, not that they can't.
Yeah.
that's a gamble, man. In my opinion, straight up. I mean, I remember talking to Hari, and the thing is, you don't have to be a good Dota player to play Drow. You just have to not be horrible.
Yeah,
because
but the problem is like the biggest issue is that like they gave Drow such like a babysitting job, but that was just like unreal.
Yeah.
BBD's not going to give you that kind of babysitting job. They're going, like, Donny is going to go absolutely ham on you from minute one as long as he can. And while Doms can do that, and he has shown it in the past, we haven't seen it from him this tournament yet.
Yeah.
He's been playing a lot more passive, trying to farm a little bit more. But in general, Donny is going to go ham on you from minute one, and he's not going to let it go.
And that was actually something during the early game. He actually probably went a little bit too ham, getting caught out a couple of times in that top lane. And that's the kind of thing that I feel like WRG are looking for. They're looking for those overextensions from BBD, because when they're feeling confident, they can get a little bit too over aggressive, and that's when you can really punish the bravado side.
Yeah, that definitely is the case.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that I think Donny plays that sort of high risk, high reward Dota. And it's, when you see that sort of opportunity, it's really good. But I think it's almost the ones you don't see, the ones you don't know. So you're almost like, oh, that's so clutch by Donny. Like that could have also been that moment effectively. So
he is ROTK basically with the less throwing, I think.
Yeah, I think ROTK without the throw. Yeah. I can live with that.
I mean, and it must be said that a huge shout out to Santa, who was one of the big players, I think, for WRG in that game.
The problem is, like, as well as Santo played, like, he wasn't on a hero that could turn the game.
Yeah.
And I really do think White Rabbit Gaming needs to go on to Santo roaming. It's not that Slinks has been doing a bad job. It's just Santo has been a lot more effective on the roaming job. So maybe if White Rabbit can, I don't know who has first pick this game. Is it White Rabbit?
It's going to be Bravado on Die with second pick. So it's WRG with
so
first
White
pick.
Rabbit has first pick. If they can't get the Drow or the Invoker, I would think White Rabbit maybe try and get themselves a Santo Ricky.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things we also we yet see. There's a lot of depth in these sides. In fact, almost like a pity that this isn't like a best of 7. Whoever remembers those awful ideas?
Yeah,
but
even the players are like, please never do this again. It's a horrible idea.
Yeah. But it's good. But it would be great to see all the range that these teams have.
Yeah.
Because I have no idea what they're going to throw out next. There's so many options, and it's certainly going to be great. But on that note, I mean, I think we are all ready to go. Is there any interviews or anything we need to go to beforehand?
Absolutely not. I believe we can get ourselves underway and get as soon as the draft comes. I'll leave you guys in the capable hands. And as I said, digitalgamingleague.co.za. Big shout out to spektrem and Telkom Gaming. And once again, thank you to everyone in Cape Town at Cavendish Centre. My hometown, and we are currently reside. Our hometown. We've got our one Joburg representative here, but
I'm not from Joburg.
Dota players generally, the better ones come from Cape Town. If you know what I mean.
He's a Bloemfontein. He's a Bloemfontein.
Yeah, we don't say it too loudly, just in case. But with that, the draft is going to get underway. So once again, I'm going to retire from the panel and leave you in the capable hands of Devin and Sean. Good luck, gentlemen.
Yeah. See if White Rabbit Gaming take us to game 3.
Don't worry, Sean. I like Bloemfontein. I think it's a lovely place. And you know what? When if I compare
the people are amazing. The town.
They are. The people are
improve.
absolutely fantastic. I mean, you get a rains there. That's also a nice thing. And then, of course, if I were to compare the electric shocks and nosebleeds that I get whenever I come to Johannesburg versus, the sort of...
That's because Joburg is rad and you're from Cape Town, which isn't quite as rad.
I just like, we're going to hear like the cinema from Cape Town right now booing or something like that, Prof. And I was just backing up your Bloom. Okay, fine. Bloom sucks. There you go. Yeah, the producers, apparently we're swapping out Prof for somebody else.
A mannequin.
A mannequin. Yeah. I hope. Oh man, my life would be complete right now if I had literally, because especially the way you dress, you look like you could be immortalized as one of those hand puppets right now, with the waistcoats and whatnot. I think Support Viper is a great idea. Yes, that's right, Prophecy. Support Viper is a great idea. But, okay, guys, I'm sure you're tired of my nonsense. It's been a weekend of it. Let's get stuck into the draft here. Bravado Emotion versus White Rabbit Gaming, round 2. My name's Halbert, and I'm joined again by Prophecy for all our in-game viewers. Check out the stream, guys. Support it there. It's optimized for that. And if you're from Cape Town, you should be in the cinema. And if you're from Johannesburg, you should be in the cinema. And if you're from Bloem, coming to a cinema near you soon, one would hope.
Definitely.
And yeah, Bloem is actually quite a nice place. But anyways, let's do it. Invoke banned out and trial banned out. So we're not going to have the same thing at all. Also see the end of the Ricky as well as the faces forward. And we're going to first pick Ogre Magi. Going back to his rightful home, the White Rabbit Gaming squad.
Yeah, Santo gets his Santo Magi, as they were joking earlier. And the interesting that BBD will not allow the Invoker into the game, as they realize that like White Rabbit Gaming is going to place a high premium on that. White Rabbit not allowing the Drow. So both of the big cannons have been removed, along with the Void as well as the Ricky.
Yeah, I mean, Ricky obviously also one of those scary Odu heroes. I mean, here's the thing. Once again, they just have so many heroes that they play. In the previous matchup, I was like, literally, I think I was, sorry, Habibi, I was calling Odu 2 heroes, I believe, because they were playing the Ogre and he wasn't playing the Shadow Demon.
But he was playing 2 heroes because Ogre is 2 heroes, technically. They're just dumb enough to make one.
Blew my mind. Literally. Anyways, yeah, you've actually completely sidetracked me. Thank you, Sean. Well done. So the Shadow Demon Odu, obviously something that is pretty scary as well. But then you actually can't forget Habibi. Like, it's so easy to like, sort of go, oh, Odu's so good because he gets those heroes that are allowed to look great and whatnot.
Yeah, the roaming supports that like do all the early game damage.
Yeah, and then Habibi's just, it's almost like his mannerisms in real life. So he's just sort of a little bit quiet in the background with that like mischievous look, because he's actually still going to punish you if you make any mistakes. He's actually also a top player. But that said, we can see anything coming out of them. What's going to be? We always talk about the Odu sport, but what's the BB sport going to be? Is this going to be that Santo Ogre that we saw? I mean, let's be fair. He wrecked cores. I mean, that's the only way to describe it. Like, oh, that's a nice farmed faceless. It was a face. I just remember the Flair's faceless Void. Farmed to pieces. We're like 90 minutes into the game. Flair sort of descends upon the Ogre and sort of like, I'm coming for you. And then Santo was sort of... Yeah, there was just... Oops, I did not. I'm time walking away. Sorry, friend.
It wasn't even a time walk. It was like, what is it? 4 times multicast, 3 times multicast. Enjoy your 60 seconds
on an
the bench.
Blade.
Yeah, that was just crazy.
Oh man, this is something that I'm okay. So Bravado are like next level at the moment here. Life Stealer to me has been something that I've been hopping on quite a bit about, because effectively, the meta changed. Everyone's got more HP. Life Stealer does more damage. Strength heroes are popular. Life Stealer is a good pickup, right? And then we find like the Terrorblade. Terrorblade comes in, everyone's like, cool, Terrorblade's actually the hero. Now, and perhaps the best if you give us your rundown on this, but Terrorblade, not so much the hero anymore, but Life Stealer to me went a little bit under the radar. I mean,
a lot of it came down from the fact that they used the Terrorblade primarily as a way to deal with the Lifestealer, because he didn't have much HP, but he did obscene amounts of damage. Lifestealer also did get buffed by the Armlet getting a lot of help there. So Lifestealer became very, very difficult to deal with, and the natural response actually figured out by Fnatic was originally you run the Terrorblade. Terrorblade then got a little bit less strong when he got nerfed recently. So Lifestealer's kind of fallen under the radar, and then the Drow came up, which is also massive amounts of physical damage, which is ways of dealing with the Lifestealer, who has to kind of get up to you in a fight, or either like maybe get thrown in with the Lifestealer bomb. So Lifestealer has major problems with mobility, and any heroes that can take him at range and just wreck him from his low armor make him a big problem, particularly if they don't have high HP values as well for him to steal.
Yeah, so but now back in the fray here in this matchup is alongside the Winter Waven. Also, one of the heroes that can really just ruin lives.
Yeah.
But up against the Alchemist and the Ogre Magi, I feel 2 comfort heroes for the side of WOG. We'll get there and say, let's just chat about the bans so far. So we also have the Batrider ban up from WOG. Probably I almost say like partial respect ban to Donny, as well as partial sort of we just don't like this hero, it doesn't work.
It's also a Batrider. It's like we have the perfect setup to jump in now, and then the Batrider like ruins it entirely, because it's like, okay, we either have to save this guy or we have to die, or like we have to let that person die and then like try and fight a fight, take a 4v5 fight. Yeah. So they're obviously not looking for a great deal of counter initiation here if they're going to remove the Batrider. Again, moving to take out the Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit decent against the Alchemist, but I don't know if it was going to be picked up in this phase.
Yeah, I mean, Storm Spirit is something that we've actually seen banned out quite a bit. I mean, to me, it's always been a little bit interesting, because if you remember excuse me, Sumail, Storm Spirit back in the day, just dancing around.
The overpowered Storm Spirit.
Yeah, just which is called Sumail Storm Spirit. This is Paul Storm Spirit. 2 different people entirely. That's why this one's not so good. But I sort of felt like Storm Spirit had its heyday. But we're actually seeing quite a bit of almost like love for the hero lately, whether it be in the form of ban or a pick. It does come out quite a bit, and we've seen it quite a few times this tournament, actually.
He does need a bit of help, though. Obviously, after his nerfs, he's not going to be as outrageous in the early stages. Got a bit of a buff recently, particularly to the extended lockdown on his static pull. But the drow was often picked up in concert with the storm because he just benefits so much from that damage. BVD are, I think, going on to full aggression here. Donny Axe and Odu Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, so, I mean, we haven't actually... I feel like we haven't seen the Odu Bounty Hunter for a while.
Ricky's just been better, though.
Yeah, they've had the Ricky, but this is what sort of made the guy horrific. I mean, it was the hero that he came out with, and everyone went like, wow, did he just do that? I mean, he demolished sides.
Well, the last time BVD ran an Odu Bounty versus White Rabbit, that game was over by like the 10-minute mark because of what Odu had done to them. If we remember, was that April, where it was like Odu had, I think, 2 kills and like 9 assists inside 11 minutes. It was just like, this game is way beyond anyone's ability to come back from right now.
And I feel a little bit like, hey, maybe we're going back in time somewhat, because there's also the Nature's Prophet coming out now, which I would assume is the Dom's Nature's Prophet. We haven't seen that from him for quite some time.
Yeah.
Which means that there is hope that we might see something else, which I've been praying for a long time. But they're going to bring out the Wraith King. Man, I don't know about that. I mean, Chadawi is... firstly, to me, it seems a little greedy unless that's some sort of support, right?
No, Chadawi generally runs, if I can remember, it's Armlet, and then he gets like Blink Dagger, Radiance sort of thing. He doesn't really go for Midases, does Chadawi. It's more of a fighty build. Once he gets the Radiance, he's like a beefy frontliner. It's really difficult to kill, I think. It's also a good hero against the Axe, since Axe can chop him, and it's not really going to do a whole lot. But it's a lot of this is to cover the Elk. My biggest concern for the Elk is that they still don't know what his opponent is in the mid lane. They're banning out mid lane heroes right now. I would assume we'd see another TA ban here at the very least, because Elk does have that low armor value and you don't want him to get popped in the fights. But yeah, it's still going to be a pretty tricky situation for White Rabbit to work with us.
So, Prophecy, I just remembered something. I do that sometimes.
Scary.
And when I do it, and I have this cheeky face on, you guys can't see it, but I promise you it's cheeky. It's because I remember something amazing, right? Do you recognize, 2 particular heroes here that have been run by WRG before in, I believe, either 2014 or 2015?
No, I don't.
Well, you see, there's that guy, right? He looks kind of like a goblin. He's got a horn on his head, right?
Yeah.
And what he likes to do is he likes to farm a boatload of money until he doesn't have any inventory slots anymore, and he starts giving other people Agnum scepters.
You're thinking Alchemist to Wraith King Ags.
This is the team that did it.
Okay, but you're not going to do that.
Just hold. You say this, right? But this is literally the team that did it. Yes, it was Noob. It was back in some time ago. They were the team that died, right? Had the Agnum Sept on the Wraith King and murdered their opponents, brought back and finished the game. Just saying. I mean, if ever a time to pull out like an old pocket strat, why not?
Look, the last time I saw Chidawi run the Wraith King, White Rabbit beat BVD. But if you're going to be buying an Ags that early for Wraith...
But it didn't happen that early. I mean, what happened was it was just a really long game.
Yeah, but like, if this game goes past 35 minutes right now, I think BVD's got a bit of stress.
Of course.
Nature's Prophet is pretty weak to harass, so Bounty's going to love that. Alchemist also pretty weak to harass, so he's got 2 lanes that he can work on. Wraith King, you're not going to want anything to do with that lane. That lane is going to eat you alive if the Bounty goes anywhere near it. So the supports from White Rabbit Gaming, in particular, probably the Witch Doctor, are going to have TP scrolls early. Ogre Major, I would assume, will be near the Nature's Prophet, but the way this is going to run is that unless BVD gets off to a good start, it's going to be very tricky for them to come through. It's a lineup. Okay.
That gives them some late game potential.
I have not seen Seam do so in a while. This is an interesting matchup. So BVD secures their late game. White Rabbit Gaming has just massive amounts of beef once it gets up and running. And Alchemist certainly is going to be run. Castaway is one of the only Alchemist players in South Africa with any real regularity at the top end. The Wraith King, it's a difficult thing to bring down if it's got farm.
Yeah.
And we have seen Bravado particularly sometimes ignore Chidawi on things like the Wraith King. So I would reasonably expect Wraith King to find some level of farm. But with a Donny axe, that's not going to be a fun situation for a Wraith King. If Donny is up in your face, up in your grill, getting calls on you the whole time, it's really going to slow down your farm. I would expect that we'll probably see Donny by himself with Bounty Hunter roaming. But it's still going to be a tricky game for both sides here. BVD needs to get off to a relatively decent start. White Jabber Gaming does have a little bit of a comeback mechanic, and they certainly, I think, have the ultra late if they get Ags on the whole team.
Yeah, so on that note, by the way, there's something terrifying for me in this game at the moment. You know, we were chatting this weekend about how sometimes like traumatic events occur, and you feel the need to like dodge things where people like pretend to throw, I believe it was a water polo ball at you, for example.
Yes.
There's a witch dock in this game, and I'm pretty sure that a paralyzing cast is somehow going to actually hit the physical me. Just so you know, if you ever play against me in a pubby, that's how you beat me. Just paralyzing cast, cast it in top lane. It will find me, even if I'm on the same team as you. So a little bit scary, and I might be dodging around. So you'll excuse me if I miss some kills because I'm running away from paralyzing cast.
Santo calling out the OG ogre.
The OG ogre.
He's the original.
Oh right. Gotcha. And like sort of compliments returned, it seems, for noticing. But yeah, WG versus Bravado. As you can see, 1-0 up Bravado at the moment. It's a best of 3, so they are literally one game away from 40,000 Rand in the bank.
And a few more bragging rights.
Oh, man, just to add to that collection. Imagine if there were like you get those people where there's like coats and like want to buy a kitten, you know. Imagine what the sort of look would be if they had a coat with all their bragging rights. It would be like one of those...
You mean like little badges?
Yeah, I get the feeling it would be like one of those...
You'd look at BVD, and BVD would basically be like a general in the army with like... You know, your whole one half of your coat would just be badges.
Yeah, it's sitting next to WG and this sort of like... you know, I'm sorry, think of that meme where it's like, oh, WG won some stuff.
Oh yeah, the old army officer sitting next to the young kid, like you're just a noob sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. But wouldn't WG like to add this one to their bragging rights?
Yeah,
so
it would be quite the blow to BVD's pride if they were to lose here.
Yeah, and I mean we've seen that they don't take to it well. I love castaways, like sort of they. Is possibly an Odu around here. Oh, I guess he knows now.
It's not possibly. There's definitely an Odu around here.
You can't give it away once again. Live event and all that. But it's really funny how he like respects us. He's like, I'm going all the way back to my tier 2 to pick up that bottle. Respect, Castaway. Good decision.
Yeah, very, very good decision by him there. And Seam already going to get very, very aggressive. As I said, Castaway's Alchemist not going to be in the best of circumstances now. He has picked up the Poor Man's Shield to help him out with that kind of early game harass. But Seam and Odu are really going to put the hurt on this Ogre. We're also going to see Doms not even bothering with that off lane, as he's going to be hanging around here for a very, very short amount of time. He does have the level 2. But I think it's pretty much...
This is how you play Ogre. Sorry, towards mid lane. Oh, man. Doms, you played with my heart, man. I saw the teleport animation coming in. Had Santo showing off that pretty much tanky support and just bullying both the Medusa and the Bounty Hunter. And I guess so the games begin. Yep. The ward gets replaced down from Odu. Immediately eats it up with a Tango. And this will continue for some time. I sometimes feel like you should just be like, cool, whoever gets the first one just wins, you know, so we don't all waste all our money. Doms in top lane is getting harassed out a little bit at the moment. Winter Wave, and there's a couple of smacks here. Dom's using the treants as well. It's very effective. So her BB actually taking a lot of damage. And Flares probably won't appreciate his support being beaten up and would love to take a chomp out of him as soon as possible.
Shinx gets himself a nice little room to help him out there. As Odu wrapping up towards the top lane. Seam continues to work away on Castaway here, as the fights are going to be, I think, a little bit more delayed. We're probably going to see a lot of pickoffs early on if Odu can get the rotations in. But yeah, a lot of this game I think is going to rest on Chidawi. He has to find his farm this game. You can't have a game 2 like you had a game 1.
Top lane, Doms does take a little bit of fire from Odu at the moment. Does have to be in this round. But unfortunately, it was a no-go. Flare's just too far back to make anything of it in the end.
I love how Odu like stands at him and is like, and now I'm going to run at you. And it's like they have a stare down before Odu decides like, well, I'm still coming. There's not a whole lot you can do about that.
I wonder if it feels like it's sort of like, you know, that like when you play Pokemon and there's you lock eyes with your opponent, like challenge accepted kind of thing. You don't have a choice.
Are we talking Pokemon Go, which is not real Pokemon, or real Pokemon?
Ooh, you just earned a lot of haters.
But it's not real Pokemon. Real Pokemon, you have 4 skills. Not
It's fine.
not one skill and an ultimate.
The opinions and comments made by some of the casters here at the Telkom Masters may not represent. I'm not going to finish that whole line off, but you know where that goes. So yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, there's probably going to be a little bit of a slower start to this game. So I actually promised something that I haven't been fulfilling that promise. It's a little bit of basic information for those of you who are new to the scene and have no idea what's going on with all the pretty pictures. So, Prophecy, perhaps you can give us a piece of information about the game. And I think we already spoke about lanes early in the tournament, so perhaps you can chat to us a little bit about roaming heroes and what their purpose is.
All right. It's become more traditional that you have one of your supports. You get a hero that tends to roam, and called, I mean, the roaming support. Obviously, I mean, you know, it is what it says on the can. Basically, what they do is their job is to roam around the map and try to set up ganks for their team, or to try to set up kills for their team, or to just harass the opponent. If you can harass them out of the lane, it makes their life a lot more difficult. They're less likely to get aggressive on the lane, or even to try and farm. They might just back off. Like you can see, Donnie, for instance, has been forced into jungle. That is often something that a roaming support can do. It's not always the case that you get one, but they are very, very common these days in top-level Dota.
Yeah, so I guess the TLDR of that is effectively they just make everyone's life a misery on the other team. But at this point in time, I mean, Odu has also got quite a few levels up. I mean, 3 levels, obviously, for Bounty Hunter, very important to get that 6 up. You want to get that track gold, money. I feel like Prophet and actually... oh, man, I just realized what happened there. It was a sign of respect. Doms and Odu looked at each other and like, we're both just here to make some money. Nature's Prophet, king of the coin, and Odu also, like, you know, he likes to hand in some bounties to make his own money, and lots of it.
Well, I mean, Nature's Prophet has been called many names: the King of Rats, Admiral Bulldog, and well, I mean, Nature's Prophet with FIT instead of PHET. So yeah, it's a famous hero in Dota, well known for its exploits at particularly TI3. But not a hero to be underestimated if you aren't prepared for it.
So top bottom lane, Odu taking a lot of damage, and they will finish the job. Chidawi just gives them the chop and elegantly dispatches him with the masterful grace of a well-learned swordsman. And towards the mid lane, though, it is going to be Santo, excuse me, putting quite a bit of pressure onto Senior. I mean, isn't this crazy, right? You're a support friend. You're not supposed to be beating up cores, but that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, it's I mean, the thing is, the Ogre is so tanky that he can stand and deliver with a lot of the cores in the early stages. It's only really late game that he becomes a bit of a liability towards that end. A good movement here by the side of White Rubber Gaming, as we'll often see Dom's TP in here with his Nature's Prophet to just help out with the pushes and all that. And they've got themselves their first tower. No damage actually done to any of the White Rubber Gaming towers at the moment. So BVD have had their offlaner Donnie forced into the jungle, and they'll just give Odu this lane to try and find a couple of levels and see what he can do.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big issues here I feel for Bravado is that Odu, as you mentioned, he's looking for some experience now, but often, I mean, you just see this gentleman pretty much at this point, he's involved in like 4 or 5 kills already. So probably a bit of a slow start for him. He hasn't really put a huge amount of pressure on the WG team. They are behind last hits, and somewhat significantly so. You have Axe, who's jungling away, got 61, followed by the Life Stealer, and only then the Wraith King. Alchemist having quite a hard time of it, actually. So yeah. maybe it's not fair. Maybe I take that back. Actually, if you look at the last hits, Alki, he's certainly suffering for
the thing is, Odu has been sitting more on Castaway. A lot of that has come down to the fact that Doms is playing very, very safe. He's either at the tower or he's at the Ancient Camp. The Secret Shop camp. There's not a hell of a lot you can do to catch him there. Odu by himself can't get aggressive on the hero, and there's certainly not a BVD that want to get involved that close to a tower. So Odu's options were for the moment the Alchemist in the mid lane. And as soon as White Rubber Gaming rotates in the Ogre is such a tanky hero, you don't really want to tangle with it. So he just has seemed a little bit less effective because he can't set up the kills as easily for BVD. They also don't really have the heroes to take advantage on kills in respect of kills for Odu.
Yeah, but I mean, that does make a little bit of a worrying sign. I mean, Alchemist is a hero that he pretty much thrives on getting a lot of farm and just getting ahead of his opponents. Castaway is kind of player that I think could recover from this, but how much of an issue do you think this is going to be from this early on?
For Castaway? It's not the end of the world. Look, it's never great to start off with worse farm than you'd like, but an Alchemist is basically a money-making machine. It really feels like an ATM at times. It just keeps printing money all day long. That can sometimes backfire in the late game when you have so much money and so much net worth that you end up giving a lot of gold away when you die. But in the early stages, that is a fantastic option.
Chidawi, it caught him thinking at the moment. That paralyzing cast bouncing beautifully once again. Seam, though, comes into support, dropping that stone gaze as well. Chidawi in a little bit of trouble here, gets hit by the shuriken toss. Does have the ulti up, will have the man to use it. Flares pops out of the Donny, and Doms should be brought down, and is. The side of BVD at the moment, bearing down one skin on WRG. They're still following up. Odu gets up another shuriken toss, takes a lot of damage, will be brought down from the sidelines thanks to Schlinks. And I think that should be the end of that little tussle.
Yeah, that is the end of that little tussle. No track gold yet, as Bounty Hunter still looking for that level 6. So BVD getting a support for a core in trade. They'll be okay. I mean, I suppose it's just like, okay, we got the kill on the board now, guys. We have shown that we can actually fight very, very effectively. White Joker Game is probably going to be a little bit less likely to fight with us. And they got the reincarnation off of the Red King. Doms once again under stress here, as Odu is in the area along with Flares. But do they have enough to account for this? Schlinks jumps in, he throws out the paralyzing cast. Flares turns out to him. Can't really fight under the tower, so BVD backs off. And that's the thing. That is exactly why Odu wasn't as effective against Doms as he has been previously on his Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, bottom lane, also a little bit of action here. Donny does try to get out of this one. Should be fine then, just taking no damage and no crit help out Chidori either. Does have the armlet.
Chidori has to be careful though. The spins can wreck him. I mean, he obviously doesn't have the reincarnation, so if he'd copped a couple of unlucky spins, Donny could really just cancel the TP and chopped his head off, which would have not been a fun situation for Chidori.
Yeah, I mean, that tends to happen to the unlucky few that get that sort of 17% moment, and certainly could have happened in that position. But yeah, he seemed pretty happy to just dispatch him from his lane. Chidawi at the moment, as mentioned, does have that armlet up. We also see that's completed on Castaway. You know, sort of a 10-minute mark. We take a look at the net worth. It's actually the Axe who's leading the charge at the moment with 5.2k, followed by not the Castaway, but the Chidawi Wraith King sitting on 5.1, and then by Castaway on 5,000. Where do you think Castaway needs to be at this point? And I mean, is he there?
Castaway would ideally like to be around about probably the 6.5k mark at this moment. The slowing, like the thing is, you know, slowing him down in the early stages means a lot more than killing him off at this point, sort of thing. So I think Odu's job is done in that he's slowed him down. Alchemist is definitely going to recover. That just goes without saying. So, you know, just buying those extra couple of minutes means it's more difficult for Castaway to get the kills on his Alchemist, or more difficult for him to get the items that he can effectively fight. We do have Uber here, as BVD is looking for something, and White Rabbit are quite soon going to meet it, I guess.
Yeah, that's could be a little... I mean, we're just going to be quiet, but yeah, it happened. There we go. They actually popped the smoke, though. Odu, and they're pinging him out directly. They're going to catch him out. If they can just find him, he's trying to keep away. Catches a couple of stunts. What they don't know is he's got a friend inside of him. And Flair's now completely isolated. They dropped the ulti as well from the Witch Doctor. Flair's man-moding through it. Chidawi's going to be careful. He doesn't have that ulti available just yet. Even Dom's getting involved, though. And they will pick up two tasty treats. Prof, do you remember that match where there was a DK on the side of Bravado? And as you call him, the Uber. Effectively, the DK was the Uber in that game with the Flares, I believe, as it was as well, just pretty much staying in for like really lengthy times. Do you think we might see something similar in this matchup?
I think it could be. It's a little bit less likely. That kind of gank there not working for BVD might just put a damper on their, you know, their decisions to go for that sort of thing again. It's not going to stop Odu entirely, but I don't think they're going to just send Flares inside the life stealer for you know, every single moment.
I mean, I thought last time he lost out on a lot of money by doing so.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping it won't be the same thing, but at the same time, I think WRG, they're like a Happy Meal in that regard. They sort of catch the Bounty Hunter out. It was a really great response, actually.
Yeah. There's a much better Uber on its way now.
What is this Ubu that you speak of? I see what you mean. I found what you mean. And it's going to find Castaway as well. And the dunk goes wide, but it doesn't matter. Castaway brought down. And although the most annoying spell in the game does bounce around almost seemingly endlessly, Bravado walked past it and start putting some pressure on this tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Looks like, they try to catch out Santa, but just too fast with that stun. Man, oh man. Once again, Paralyzing Cast bouncing around, going to slow things down. And nothing but net. I mean,
it's just like ridiculous. Like, okay, how many times is this thing gonna like land on me as players gets some trees for food? I've never understood that, how you convert treants into gold. That's never made sense to me.
They have little wallets.
Do they?
Yeah.
I know the creeps apparently have bounties on their head. That's why you get gold for them. But like, I've never understood how the treants have bounties for gold when you literally create them out of the living trees on the map. It's like, oh, this tree is a criminal, it therefore has a bounty on its head.
But are both the sets of creeps then criminals?
Well, I mean, certainly I would assume that each ancient would pay you money for killing them.
That's goodbye, little Winter Waven. You catch the tail end of that as Jadawi unceremoniously dispatches what once was a little Habibi support. But the WG are probably going to take the advantage of this as well. They're starting to push down this top lane at the moment. And, I mean, as far as the net worth looks, I mean, technically, I'd say WG are in a fine position at the moment. I'm just a little worried about the amount of money seen in the ultimate, so I would like to have seen it quite a bit more. But what is certainly good news is that they do have while the fight actually breaks out here. Donny and Flair's trying to beat down Shidari. Does he have the ulti? Yes, he does. Do they fight this back though? Seem going to use his presence as well just to try to force off their opposing sides. They're going to use the Winter's curse as well just to make sure that Shidari is brought down. He did go invisible for a second it seems, but in the end was brought down. That could have been invis. That must have been just a bug on my screen because there's absolutely nothing there.
Yeah, there's nothing that gives him invis. As Donny immediately TPs down to the bot lane, try and catch himself a Dom's Nature's Prophet. It's not going to happen this time. It was actually pretty low on mana before he even TP'd, so he's going to remedy that with a pickup soon. The rest of the team, they'll be pretty chuffed with getting the Wraith King there. They get his reincarnation down, and then they get him as well. So White Rabbit understanding at that point, like, there's nothing we can do for Jadar. We can try and fight that, but fighting BVD when they have an axe that's raring to go, as well as having just gotten the Culling Blade passive for move speed, is not something we want to fight when the rest of BVD is in the area as well.
Yeah, and Schlinks has just made the river dry. I've actually never seen that before. And
I actually like this effect. It looks quite interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, it's drought season, I guess. Odu up to his normal tricks though, trying to find some information out on his opponents. Now, for those of you who are a little bit newer to Dota, you know that this particular hero is pretty much running around by his own on his own quite often. He's basically just trying to provide a mobile ward. Now, we discussed wards in the previous matchup, so I won't bore you too much with that information. But effectively, his job here is just to scout out his opponents, find out what they're up to, and provide that information to his team so they can react accordingly. At the moment, he hasn't found out too much. I mean, he knows where they're not, and that's pretty useful. And you'll see there'll be some corresponding pings coming out based on where he's moving around, if he passes by a sentry or whatnot. But in the meantime, it does look like it's going to be seen who's on the biggest sort of mission at the moment, trying to put some pressure on the top lane. But he actually is caught out by the on the sideline. Does get helped out by the Winter Waven though. Can they even bring this guy down? They're going to drop down the ultimate from the Winter Waven. They start beating down on each other, which is not ideal. There's that Stone Gaze coming from scene. And now Chadawi, he does not have his ulti available. He's going to be brought down here. This is not what they wanted at all. And once again, Wraith King takes a spill. Bravado lapped that one up. And this will probably mean a tier 1 tower for the extra effort as well.
And it almost feels like Odu did a little bit in the mid lane there that he shouldn't have. It was like he was keeping two heroes of White Rabbit Gaming interested. In particular, the Witch Doctor. I mean, if Witch Doctor had TP'd in there, he throws out that paralyzing cast instantly. BVD's not keen on taking that fight there. So, I mean, Odu, I don't even think he was planning to do that. I doubt he realized he was under the power of a ward. But it almost seems as though White Rabbit Gaming was ready to take a fight, and then a fight broke out at the top lane, which they thought they could win, and BVD just happened to have more people in that area.
But once again, I mean, it's sort of that presence of a BB. I mean, we spoke about Odu quite a bit and how strong he's been in the past. But you got to look out for BB as well.
Odu and Santa having a discussion in the trees.
this is not a friendly discussion, and I think Odu probably gets the raw end of the stick there.
Santa using his girth to force his opinion on Odu.
It's 2 versus 1, right? I mean, as you mentioned, there's 2 heads there.
Yeah, but they only really count for 1 because they're so stupid.
I just realized something. Yep. WOG have a very, very important advantage in this game. They actually have far more heads than the side of Bravado.
But that only counts for legs, let's be real now. Bruno was the one that came up with the leg strat.
Well, perhaps we've come up with a beard strat, and that proved to be true. Well, Bravado didn't.
If we're looking at a beard strat, then the
beards on the actual players. If you recall, Carbon losing to Bravado Gaming was almost certainly because of the lack of beards on the Carbon squad. Sure, everyone can agree with that.
Well, BVD still has more beards than the White Rubber Gaming squad.
Yeah, they're actually quite a sort of clean-cut group of individuals. Maybe that's what they're missing at the moment. Just got to grow some beards. Yeah. Maybe they'll allow them to edge.
Well, they have Schlinks, and he's got a pretty mean-looking beard.
Fair enough. Yeah, that is a well-cultivated, wild beard, as I like to call them.
Yeah, but I mean, it is hard to beat Odus. Either way, let's stop talking about beards and start talking about players. As we got another Uber on its way here, and Gawi going to start farming in the mid lane, doing what he can as a couple of other heroes nearby will move into place. We have Doms, he's popping around bot lane, just forcing it out there, and the rest of BVD looking to just find farm where they can. Looks like we might soon have something.
That was very, very, very fast. And that's a pretty important hero, actually. I mean, he deals a lot of their damage at the moment, just sitting in the back line, tossing out that ultimate. Really does do quite a bit of damage. And of course, once again, paralyzing cast is really, really invasive when you get on the front foot. Odu though, and Habibi seeking out the high ground. They will notice little alchemists sort of running around as well. And actually, I don't believe it. We've missed another one. Actually, Nature's Prophet being brought down, but Odu does manage to evade the Stormbolt coming in, as there will be some Bravado players retreating out.
Stormbolt?
What is it called?
A Hellfire Blast.
Well,
or Raid Fire Blast.
I'm going like way back when.
No.
That's like Warcraft 3 times.
Stormbolt has only ever been the skill of the
Skeleton King.
No, of Sven.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Prof.
Pleasure. You saved me earlier.
Yeah. Well, yeah. At the moment, let's take a quick peek at the XP and gold graph as well. Net worth at the moment sitting at about 2.5k in favor of Bravado, and the XP graph also showing at about that's a lot, man. 10,000 almost XP in favor of Bravado. That is a lot of experience. But looks like they are going to find out Habibi here has Doms. He does also have the Orchid up, so he's doing quite a bit of damage to him before he can really get out of harm's way. And it does actually get out the Cold Embrace now. Can they finish the job? Oh, yes, they can, says Santo, as he bursts down his opposite number. But they did also lose the the Witch Doctor on the side as well, as Donnie himself retreats out of the surrounds. And says, okay, WG can have the space back for a little while. But bottom lane, there's another fight raging on. It's Seam, and he's got so many enemies around him. Chudawi just trying to wait out that Stone Gaze, and seemingly unfairly gets caught up, but he manages to blink in, catches out Seam. Odu also in the surrounds, but Seam so tanky at the moment, does have the Link Sphere up, but no matter remaining, more TPs coming away. This time it's with an unstable concoction on top of it. Can they finally bring down Seam? Yes, they can, but the Prophet fell to the likes of Flares and Donnie on the sideline. Santo also getting beaten up now. It's just not exactly what WG would have been hoping for at all.
Odu.
Is he going to get a kill here? No. If there was that Maledict on Odu, he was actually going to fall. But it'll be just in the Medusa for both the Nature's Prophet and the Ogre, which is definitely not something that WG would be keen to write home about.
Yeah, BVD comes out slightly ahead, but I mean that just speaks to the power of the Medusa. It's so difficult to bring down, and all she has basically is the Lincoln Sphere and the Dragon Lance right now. So that is an extremely tanky hero for White Rubber Gaming to take out. They don't have a hell of a lot of burst damage, and right clicks are not the kind of thing that you want to be working against a Medusa with.
Yeah, but looks like they have some tools to deal with flares at the moment. He immediately loggers himself out of the harm's way. But does look like...
Did you just call it a logger's hatchet?
Oh, I just showed my Hon trashness again. Yeah. It comes out every now and then. It just won't die. It's amazing. It's like some sort of... I don't know, like Vietnam flashbacks or something.
It's like the Pudge Picker in you. It just won't go away.
that you said there's something wrong with it.
Pudge pickers are terrible people.
I consider myself a wonderful human being and a pudge picker, so
those two are mutually exclusive.
You
got to pick one. You got to pick one.
I mean, do you know who else is a pudge picker? And tell me he's a horrible person. Dendi.
Dendi made it famous, so I'll give him a pass.
There
the rest of humanity,
not exclusive, you say. I guess
the rest of humanity.
Don't you agree, Cavendish Square?
No. The rest of humanity decided to follow on from Dendi, so they don't get that pass.
No. Conversation's already been won. I'm sorry, but this round's mine.
Donnie just stealing some creeps here as he's looking for his next big armor item, and the rest of BVD currently, I think, just okay with farming for the next little while. They realize that they are ahead. They have Odu, basically as James Bond, getting them all the information they need before they take a surgical strike here. Down below, we've actually got Seam taking a fight against 4 Popsy ulti. Santo is going to be the trade as Donnie arrives, and he's going to cop quite a beating from Doms there, as well as Schlinks. Those two are going to be going down, as well as Donnie, in fact, as Seam gets himself the double kill. They're going to see if they can find Schlinks. Do they have any stuns? No, they do not. Only the lifestealer, and he's going to get angry, but not a hell of a lot else can be done to stop the Ogre from TPing to safety.
I think he was hoping to scare him out of the TP. Like, rah!
Not the Ogre, the Witch Doctor.
Yeah. I wish we had actually spoken about trades when we were chatting about, the sort of basics of Dota, because that feels like what this game has been all about at the moment. Just these trades that keep going in Bravado's favor. It almost feels a little bit like old school Bravado, where they just,
they trade better and then win.
Yeah, they trade better and win. And WG have to change it up. I mean, it'll literally just be exactly that. It'll be almost mechanical how the game comes to its conclusion if they don't find the better of these trades at least some of the time.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest worry for White Drive Gaming is that, they're only so, they're not that far behind, but the only reason because of that is obviously the Alchemist who's busy farming as fast as he can. Right now, though, they still don't have a solution for a late game Deucer. They don't really have a great solution for the Axe or for the Lifestealer if they're in a fight. So White Rabbit at the moment are doing what they can. I mean, the Aegis is certainly going to help BVD continue to force that advantage. But I think we just need to see Wraith King be a little bit more useful in his fights. At the moment, he's just kind of standing there, and he's keeping BVD's attention for a little while, but he's not really doing a hell of a lot of damage, and he's not, such a big problem for BVD to deal with that, they actually commit all their attention to him. It's like, we'll get him out of the way, and then we'll deal with the rest of the team, because those are the ones that are actually an issue for him.
Yeah, and, I mean, as you mentioned, that damage coming out from the Pure and Ulti actually does quite a bit with the assistance of some Radiant Solutions. Prof, I mean, let's take a quick peek at the gold graph and XP graph. It's not much in it, almost zero as far as net worth goes. The experience is a lot more, and I think that tells the truer tale of the stories.
The biggest issue with the net worth and why it's so deceptive is the actual net worth graph if you look at the heroes. Castaway is way out ahead. Then you got a couple, you got some BVD heroes behind him, and then it's only the White Rabbit Gaming players, and that's the biggest problem. Is that Castaway being that far ahead is very deceptive if you look at the whole team, because the whole team's values get added together, and Castaway doesn't add as much. Habibi is going to get jumped on by Chidawi here, and Chidawi might be in a bit of stress as Habibi tries to get up close. They are going to try and slow him down. Now, does he have any support incoming? They do have Santo nearby, as Flair is going to pop out and he's going to start working onto the Wraith King.
Oh man, this is not what they want. They were looking for the kill of Bonnie and the bounty, and it's even a distraction as Chidawi is going to lose once again the ulti with pretty much nothing to gain from it. I mean, he's just twice in a row been, I mean, not so much twice in a row. I think the previous fight he didn't have it up, but he has been caught out in a position where he's isolated from the start and gets zero value from his ultimate. And unfortunately, as Bravado keep catching him in that position, it just sinks like this sort of nail.
The problem with the Wraith King is that his ultimate is fantastic if you can take advantage of it. If you can't, then he's just going to die twice. He has to have heroes around him when the ultimate goes off to take advantage of the slow, to take advantage of BVD having committed a lot of their spells. If those things are not being done, then what is the point of the ultimate? It's okay, respawn and just kill him again. And that's the biggest worry here, is that White Rabbit Gaming they're not fighting with Chidawi. Chidawi's either being caught alone or he's being abandoned by his team. Now, the fights, certainly some of them they can't take, but if Chidawi is going to be aggressive, then you have to help him. That is the power of the Wraith King. He's going to be jumping into fights, disrupting Bravado's movement and all the rest, and just dealing damage over time. But you can't just abandon him. He's just going to end up wasting his ultimate if that happens.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, the one really useful trick though that WG do have and are making good effect of at the moment is now that the Alchemist is online, he's got the booth travel up as well and the man style. He's able to effectively push quite convincingly and cause quite a bit of trouble just by using the Manta illusions here. But they also have the Prophet to back him up. Dom's also capable of doing quite a bit of work in that regard. But one sort of, let's say, concerning thing for Dom's is he's built his hero up in a sort of, I'd say, not agree. Oh, he actually could be in a little bit of trouble here. Flares decides better of it and gets back to farming, but once again, Odu just being a pest and catching out Chidawi, who desperately doesn't report out again. And Odu does get dusted up, but he's on the other side of the tree line, so they're going to miss him out entirely.
Doesn't get dusted up.
I think he was he out of range? Okay.
Yeah,
they definitely tried to dust him up. But yeah, the high ground blink comes in from Donny, and Shinx does hang on to that paralyzing cast as he does get down the mountain. Instead, Chidawi's still trying to go around the corner and start smacking Santo. Santo says no, Steve says yes, and drops out the stone gaze as well. On the sidelines, we have the ulti flying through from that Witch Doctor. At the moment, though, the most people under fire is the side of WG as they slowly get lower and lower. It's going to be the Ogre, I believe, who drops first, as well as the Nature's Prophet. Witch Doctor also limping back to base at the moment. Castaway and Toe. It's definitely once again a fate. It's almost like telegraphed every time. It's somebody on the side of Bravado for two people worth potentially more value on the side of WG falling. And man, it's starting to look a little bit like clockwork.
And it must be said that Doms has been pretty underwhelming on his Nature's Prophet this game. Like, it is one of his signatures, but I just don't think that this kind of game is suited for him. It's a lot of skirmishing. It's a lot of beefy frontliners. He doesn't really like that thing. Sure, he's tried to help out by going for the Awkward Malevolence and trying to slow down the Lifestealer, but it's never just the Lifestealer alone. It's like the Lifestealer +1 or 3 or 4 BVD heroes. So it's very, very difficult for Domus to do anything. He doesn't have the farm to really take fights straight up, and the rest of his team isn't really capable of locking down the whole of BVD or doing enough damage that Domus can really contribute in a massive way. So, like, Domus has been caught out a lot, but it's just the nature of the hero is that, like, right now he's just very, very underwhelming.
Yep. Bravado towards the bottom lane will find that tier 2 tower as well, pretty much uncontested, which does tell you the state of the game. Dom's in the top lane does try to get something out of it, trying to put a little bit of pressure on the Bravado squad, force them back and potentially find a way in. But Chidao is just destroyed, absolutely butchered towards the mid lane. Does manage to blink out this time. Castaway in tow though, he does have quite a bit of extra work available to him though. Does get a nice stun off onto Flares. He's immediately helped out though. See him in the middle, tosses out the Stone Gaze once more. They're going to pick up the other one. It's the Witch Doctor, not the biggest fish, but it does come at the cost of the Winter Waven. Now Castaway starts getting that unstable concoction channeling, tosses it at Flares, who does have the rage up, so it's going to do pretty much nothing in the meanwhile. Shidawi says, I want to back a piece of this. Tries to get off the stun onto the axe, unable to do so, as Seam now gets silenced up, but he's just jogging this one off. Once again, a stable concoction comes out. Manta split a little bit early, I believe, but all the same, no real threat at all, as Bravado finally, I guess, trade even for once. But WG probably will be satisfied that they should get a tier 1 tower out of the deal as well. And this mid tower has just stood up for far too long. And now WG, they're trying to take the fight to them, going down the middle lane. Maybe they feel they can do a little bit of work here, since the Nex was pretty heavily damaged in the previous fight and does have to heal up. But no, it looks like they're going to retreat instead. They're going to be satisfied with that tier 1 tower. Dom's pushing in the top lane, and the Chidawi Wraith King returns to farming up to see what he can do about the state of the game.
Yeah, that was a much better sequence of events there from White Drive Gaming. I mean, they did trade 1 for 1. But it's the right 1 for 1. They get themselves Habibi in the backline. They've got a couple of big skills out of the BVD boys before that, before taking the fight. And this is the kind of thing that the Alchemist needs to be doing. He needs to be getting involved in these fights. It's difficult for BVD to really bring him down. They also don't have a lot of burst damage, so his regen, once he's got the ultimate going, is pretty difficult for them to deal with. The rest of White Driver Gaming played well there. I think, unfortunately, Chidawi a little bit gun shy of getting too involved, and the Wraith King, so the Witch Doctor's ulti not working out 100%, but still, great fight there as BVD realized that not really the kind of fight we can take. We are kind of out of position here, and if this continues, White Rubber Gaming is going to win these long, drawn-out fights. That they certainly have the heroes that'll survive. A fight going, a minute and a half, 2 minutes, sort of thing.
Yeah, and once again, I mean, they're very good at just transferring their pressure, though, or I say well-equipped, or WG. They can, when they are up, they can just push out these lanes, cause some problems for Bravado. In fact, something Bravado like to do as well, and that's what you can see. There's almost like this yin and yang scenario going on, where you have a wave pushing up from the side of WG, and Bravado doing the opposite on the other side, pushing down the lane. And guess what? Right center is the last little creep wave in the middle. So at the moment, things are, I mean, I think that Bravado is certainly ahead, but not out of the ballpark that WG could come back and win this game. Prof, do you think there's any sort of power spikes or anything that we might see in the next few moments that could be a determining factor?
I think when BVD starts getting up their MKBs is when it's going to be really, really difficult. They're still going for a bit of defensive items here and there. Players grabbing the AC as well as Deuce completing the butterfly. I mean, those are partially offensive items as well. But in general, the armor they provide is really great. Once we start seeing things like the MKBs come out, that's when Castaway's ability to just man mode in teamfights becomes a lot less problematic for BVD. And I mean, Medusa currently sitting with the DD, and I mean, the thing is, BVD does a hell of a lot of damage in the late game. The Deucer was a fantastic last pick. It does secure their late game. Because she can potentially go rapier if necessary. She can go for crits if she desperately needs it as well. But in general, she's just a monstrous beast in that front line, and White Rubber Game can't really fight her. They can run at her, and as soon as she pops the ult, you basically got to get out of trouble, because BVD is going to instantly take advantage. And all the while, you have to be very, very careful about getting caught in both the Wind to Wyvern ulti or an xKore, because those could be perfect setups for a great Deuce ult.
Very, very fair comment. Now, one of the things I also wanted to point out is that if you look at the WG lineup, it's a very physical lineup, as you mentioned. I mean, you have basically the Wraith King, who's almost purely physical.
Top lane.
Let's grab it. What's going to happen here? Santo, you are not long physical, friend, and the dunk is there. Donnie picks up another one. Santo having a bit of a hard time in this league. I mean, he is certainly been shown that he's very, very capable of ruining lives with it. But 3-4-4 almost like uncharacteristic for him, which I guess I say in the most complimentary way, since it's not a terrible score for a support at all. Yeah,
he's got a lot of farm. He's the most farmed of the supports, which is surprising when you have a bounty hunter on the field. But Odu, his job this game has basically been get information and maybe we'll get a track kill. It really hasn't been much more than that. Track kills have been very, very scarce this game. It hasn't been a game with a lot of kills as such. Particularly for South African Dota. So, like, Bounty Hunter is doing what he can, but, like, it's just the nature of the hero that he's fighting incredibly tanky heroes to deal with right now, and he's not really getting a hell of a lot because his team can't really get a hell of a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a much more quiet affair compared to the previous game. We will have the blink in here. Chudawi getting caught by Flares. Will pop that blade mail though, and it's just not doing enough. Chudawi should take a spill for the first time. It does have that ulti available though. Odu getting very, very low on the sidelines. You have Castaway. We'll pick up the Winter Waven though, and Chudawi, he wants out. He does have a very, very fast, very angry Donnie going up against him. Blade mails. It doesn't even need the dunk. Flares getting very, very low as well, but can Castaway finish the job? We actually see Flares retreat into scene, pops out once more, and Castaway full-staffed away, desperately trying to get out of trouble here, as Santo probably going to take the spill in return, but does manage to get the cross kill onto that bounty hunter. But it's 3 for 3 at the moment. What? Oh, Illusions, you. I think that was just overzealous, perhaps looking for like an armor toggle, trying to survive against the Illusions coming through with the Radiance Burn.
I think he had the Ignite on him, and that's what killed him, is when he tried to armor toggle that.
Check who it was. Yeah, it was indeed the Ogre Magi, so good call there, Prophecy. But the big man went all side. Roshan still stands undefeated. Where is this gem you speak
of? In the bottom river at the ward, basically. At the rune.
Right. That was a pretty picture.
That was Habibi's rune. Donnie kind of blinked over it. Okay, I suppose he didn't really have space, so they'll give up a rune. It's not the end of the world. I mean, a gem right now.
Well, Habibi thinks it's Christmas. Oh. Reunited at last.
Better love story than Twilight?
Oh, I want to say, yeah, I can say hell yeah, right? Was indeed. Top lane once again being pushed in by Doms. He's done a pretty good job of keeping these lanes pushed in. Has completed some tasty items as well. Got the Hurricane Pike up, so a little bit of mobility, a little bit of. Wouldn't it be great if he was on the Bounty Hunters team with Hurricane Pike? Then you get the track up and go beat somebody up in the base. Once again, for those of you who are once again trying to figure out what on earth is going on in this world of Dota, effectively the Nature's Prophet Doms has picked up an item that allows you to continuously hit your target as long as you have vision of them. And to tie that into what I just said, Bounty Hunter is a hero that provides, although it's on the opposing team, to not confuse you, provides vision of any hero via the track spell. So of course, if they were on the same team, would be very, very useful. And now I'm scared of making little comparisons here. Just, anyways.
Well, as Gareth said, never give exceptions when you're trying to explain a rule. Explain the rule and then figure it out afterwards. As Donnie looks to get aggressive here. They did try to jump on him. He's going to turn around and try to take out Chidawi, but as soon as the reinforcements arrive, he needs to get out of there. Habibi as well. He's going to be separated from that gem once again, as that does drop on the ground. Santa will happily collect that, as White Rabbit Gaming look to get aggressive on the bottom lane for the moment.
Actually, I think White Rabbit Gaming have almost stabilized. It seems like the sort of bravado trading story has come to a bit of a... I mean, I wouldn't say to an end, right? But it just hasn't been as bad. With it looks like they have found their own picks at times, and it hasn't been all one-way traffic. Obviously, this little pick from the Winter Wave is quite useful. And, of course, the big man over here is going to take a school. Bravado obviously figured that out as well, though. They're in the surrounds. It looks like they're going to back this one off. Obviously, you don't want to fight into a Roshan if you don't have to. But what does this mean? I mean, you get a 6-minute window for the side of WG. How do they go from here?
Well, the nice thing is that they've gotten to that point where Castaway starting to buy eggs for the rest of the team. First deposit was onto the Ogre Magi, and the rest of the team is going to be getting the love pretty soon, I'm certain. So the whole of White Rabbit Gaming is essentially a potential 7-slot team now, and all of them benefit massively from the Aghanim Scepter. I would have actually been a little bit happier had they given it to Schlinks beforehand. I think the Witch Doctor a little bit better in terms of what he can provide with the Ags. But I mean, you can't really underestimate the Ogre Ags. That thing is just absolutely brutal if you can get lucky on the multicast.
So I mean, firstly, you just got to like commend Castaway for finding his way so well back into this game. Odu though, being sneaky, does catch out Doms, gets off the track as well. I probably won't appreciate being a little up to his opponents, but won't find too much since he's standing well behind this pretty tanky Castaway. Also picked up the Shiver's Guard, so also pretty tanky as well. Octarine Call, Radiance, effectively he actually gets quite a decent amount of life back if he burns and Shiver's Guard somebody for a little bit of time with, of course, the Chemical Rage. Hard target takedown all the same. But yeah, Prof, I mean, you mentioned all the heroes in the WOG lineup would certainly love an Ags of their very own for Christmas from Castaway. Preferably though a very early Christmas present, say in the next sort of 5 to 10 minutes. But in what order do you think he'll start passing them out?
I definitely think Witch Doctor probably gets the next one, then perhaps Wraith King, and then last will be the Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet ulti, or Ags Impart ulti, it's okay. It's not fantastic. It's nice for pushing, but in general, I think every one of the other White Rabbit Gaming members just does more with their ulti than Dom's will.
I think that's really fair enough. I was also surprised that they gave it to Santo. I think though Santo's, I mean, if you look at his score at the moment, he's 555. Comparatively, the Schlink's Witch Doctor is 454. So maybe they just figured, hey, the one guy's got a couple of extra kills, or I mean, literally one extra kill, one extra assist. That maybe he was the man that would thrive most off it. But personally, I'm really just looking for any reason at this point. But I think that Schlinks might be a little bit sad that he doesn't have an axe of his own just yet. He kind of needs it. I mean, he is really, really poor with the Ogre Magi sitting at
fight in the mid lane. As it looks as though we've already got one here to lead from the game. That is actually Castaway gone down. Chidawi looks to be the next one. He's actually being left alone for the moment as Donnie is hunting Santa on the back line. They spot Schlinks. Do they have any call? They do get a call, and Schlinks just goes to sleep very, very quickly. 3 down for the side of White Rabbit Gaming as Chidawi also forced. He can't do anything there, but a great catch by BVD there as Castaway unfortunately does right under the tower. Didn't even get his rage off. His alchemical rage. And he will be forced to buy back. He's not looking too hot in that aspect either, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that Bravado won't know, but they're going to figure out, because they can just keep pressuring this tower at the moment. And the buybacks, no reason not to stop at this point. Shudawi trying to do what he can. Pops the blade mail in the front line. He does have that Aegis though, but all he's really trying to do is buy time at this point. He's basically just I don't know, like a pin cushion, just soaking up damage. But at the moment, Bravado don't care too much. And now Shudawi getting ripped into by Flares and Donny. He's going to have to use that Aegis now. Just there's nothing left in. This could be absolutely devastating for the side of WRG. They lose their first racks, but do Bravado want more? There's still 20 seconds. Dom's getting very, very low. Schlinks tossing out the stun, trying to get some value out of it. But Bravado, they just descend to the bottom lane. And now WRG could find themselves a tier 3 tower down as well here. Do Bravado back off though? Do they keep fighting? They've already beaten the Aegis. Seam still has the stone game available. A couple of tracks flying out. Flares and friends beating down onto the racks. This is going to be a second one. I don't believe what I'm seeing. This is an absolute disaster for the side of WRG. Flares starts to TP away. Santo and friends caught on a huge call. I don't believe it. Santo destroyed Donny on the front foot, just dunking everyone. Doesn't have the mana for another, but it doesn't matter because his friends will clean up. 4 on the benches for WG. Bravado keep going. I think this might just be it. The GG is called. Bravado Gaming are your Telkom DGL Masters champions. What an absolutely dominant performance from them. Congratulations. Man, oh man. Bravado, can they do no wrong?
Doesn't appear to be the case, as we can see the team celebrating as they have picked up another tournament yet again this year. I think that is 4 out of 4 tournaments that they've played. Actually, no, 3 out of 4. But let's go over to Gareth on the sidelines there.
Do I have a mic?
Well, all right. Yeah, so I mean, some beautiful pictures here. I'm not actually Gareth, believe it or not. I'm still Helbert. But yeah, some great pictures here of the side of BVD victorious. WG must be heartbroken once again, just unable to just go the distance against the boys in blue. But take nothing away from them. They've once again found themselves in a great position. Second place is always a hard pill to swallow. Dominic, welcome back to the panel. I mean, you've been watching from the inside. Maybe you can give us as a casters a little bit of an idea of what the feeling is like inside the venues.
I mean, what a magical place to be, and what a wonderful place to be inside that theater. You know, the atmosphere was simply electric. You know, as the signs of fighting. Obviously, people were largely supporting WOG, hoping to get some life into this series, maybe see a third game. But unfortunately, just a bit of clinical work coming out from Bravado Emotion. And it looks like we are ready to cross over to Gareth. So, Gareth, take it away.
There we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the end of our DGL Master Series, and what a way to end it with Bravado going 2-0 up in the end. We obviously have a lot of people to thank for putting this whole thing together. First of all, we need to be able to thank all of you who involved from the DGL, all those who've been in our teams throughout the league, who've made it all this way, and our Masters players for being here, all 8 of the teams that managed to make it here to the Master Series, to our finalists, Bravado Gaming, and to White Rabbit Gaming. Of course, to those who supported on the stream, for those who supported live in Cape Town, and those supported live in Joburg, thanks very much to you, as well to our sponsors, to Telkom, to Sterkinical, who helped out with this lovely venue, and of course to our partners MSI and Cooler Master. But now, of course, let's give a round of applause to our runners-up, White Rabbit Gaming. If you guys want to come through and receive your medals, thanks to Rikus and to Johan. And then if we can get an interview with Alvain. Sure. So you must be proud of the boys. Obviously a little bit upset to not have been able to go the whole way, but I think really good performances the whole way through the tournament.
Yes, look, we're very proud of our boys. You know, they've been boot camping hard for a couple of days. And we knew coming into the match this is never easy game against Bravado. We practiced a few different things. We tried a few different strats. First game didn't work out. And I think the second round picks were better, initiations were better, but it was tough games. You know, take nothing away from the boys; they gave their all, and I think it showed. But yeah, I guess it's just back to the drawing board now, revisiting what worked, what didn't work, what we changed since the last tournament we played, and then just going back to basics, I guess.
No, the guys played very well, and obviously, like you said, they've been working hard in the behind the scenes, and got some time now, obviously, for October, for where it really counts. Obviously, with that final major. In terms of esports and the way things are growing in South Africa, your thoughts? We've seen a lot of growth. I mean, just in the last year, and looking towards the future.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that. I had a conversation with someone this morning about exactly the same thing, and I do think esports is growing. The rest of the year will probably be building awareness, probably into next year as well. But if I told someone yesterday as well, that if we think that 3 years ago we would have told someone that we would be watching our local guys playing in a tournament of this magnitude, you wouldn't have believed it. But it's here, it's happening, and I think everyone's doing a really great job of growing esports in the country. So, kudos.
Yeah, very much so. Thanks a lot, Alvain. Thanks to you guys for being such sports and playing so well. And best of luck, obviously, with regrouping and going on towards that October finals.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And of course, 2 men entered the final, 2 groups entered the final, and 1 team remained victorious, unbeaten throughout this entire tournament, wiping clear all of their competitors. And let's give a final round of applause to our champions, Bravado Gaming.
Congrats, guys. Thanks. Thank you.
No, dude. And now we chat to MGO director, I suppose, Andreas. Your thoughts on the tournament? Obviously very proud of you guys, but it's becoming a bit ridiculous now. So a tournament win streak of ridiculous proportions now.
Yeah, I mean, it's been good, before coming to the tournament, the guys can see that games are getting closer and closer all the time. So, being there for them and try to hype them up for more practice and helping them with more of the external factors, such as awareness, psychology, and everything like that is really important. Because, at the end of the day, we need to still maintain our top at the position at the top, and it's exactly what we've done, and I'm hoping for many more victories for the rest of this year.
It's interesting you say that, because obviously it's nice to be at the top and to be miles ahead of all your competitors, but surely it's healthy for the scene now that it's becoming closer and closer. I mean, you're seeing far more teams who are bringing you guys a lot closer to obviously taking games away from you, and I suppose, like you said, the guys are having to take it a lot more serious than they might have if it was kind of these whitewash victories all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a double-edged sword. I think that the more they maintain their position can help teams figure new ways of trying to beat them, which means that they have to try and figure new ways of maintaining their position at the top. But it can go to the other way around where, if a team does beat them, then the rest of South Africa knows that they're beatable, and then you have a lot more other teams practicing to achieve the same thing. So, like I said, a double-edged sword, but there's advantages and disadvantages to both sides of the sword.
But obviously very proud of the guys, and now looking forward to, we can get a hint of that trophy that you guys are all going to be playing for at the end of the year. Sure. Obviously the prize pool is obviously a bit of a motivator as well, and despite that also keeping that unbeaten record for, I think it's about 4 years now.
Yeah, no, it's been a while, and I'm really proud of the guys. They've put everything in, and they've been practicing really well, and I think the synergy is just growing better and better and better. I don't think we're at a stage where we can't work on things. I don't think we're at a plateau, I don't think we're stagnant. I think the guys can still keep improving on their game, and we want to take it through all the way to the grand finals at the Telkom DGL Masters, which is happening at the end of the year, which is a huge prize pool, obviously, and one of the first tournaments of its kind in South Africa. So I think it's really important the guys maintain their practice schedules and keep working really hard towards that event.
Brilliant. And your thoughts in terms of the growth of esports? Obviously, you've been here since pretty much the beginning of the whole esports journey in South Africa. Looking forward to the future and where things are going?
Definitely, and when a lot of people ask me about the growth of esports in South Africa, the problem is you can't really compare two numbers. So you can't compare South Africa to the international scene, but what you can compare is the growth rate. And I think our growth rate is just shooting through the top. And as long as that keeps going on, we're going to catch with the international scene in no time.
Awesome. Well, you heard it there from Andreas, who's been here since pretty much the beginning of esports and looking forward to even more growth. We're going to throw it over to the panel for one last time to sign off on the stream. I've been Gareth, and it's been a great pleasure working with you all.
Thank you very much, Gareth. And once again, for the final time, we come to the panel desk. And final thank you to Telkom and spektrem for putting on such an amazing event. And thank you to every single one of you out there that joined us, either in Cavendish, in Cape Town, or in on our stream. I mean, every single view and every single watch is helping to grow and gain awareness for South African esports. So every single one of you out there, a massive thank you from me. Obviously, one final thank you to our production team who make us look so good on camera and behind the scenes and slave away without getting any of the recognition. Without them, we would look nearly as much. As I get a massive thumbs up from Michael behind the camera. Thank you very much, guys. And thank you to my casters, Gareth, as he said, and Sean and Devon. Thank you so much for joining us. I
think we've had an enjoyable weekend. Maybe memed a bit too much at times, but
is there ever enough dank memes? Prophecy.
Never.
Yes,
I like your answer. That's the one I'm going to go with.
As finally we get to put the support Viper to rest here at the Telkom DGL Masters. So
Rip.
This is
Rip
me,
dreams.
Richard Demonic Schoberg, signing off, and have a good weekend further.
Thanks very much.